Hello everyone, welcome to What If Quirkless Deku got mentored by Almight and made Harem with Momo, Melissa and Todoroki Part 3. Before we start, please go support Oscar Xperia 5991 for writing that awesome fanfic. This is the translated version I made. There will be some mistake in character's gender, but of course Deku is a male. Chapter 11 Hero Name. Unknown location, moments before. AFO, huh? Feeling a strange sensation, it seems that the new successor reached a certain level. This will be more fun than I thought. Garaki, master arriving at the room, is something wrong? AFO, oh doctor, just in time, taking a remote control and turning on several screens. It seems that the new successor of the One for All is not so incompetent. Smiling maliciously, I guess he must be participating in his ridiculous sports festival. Garaki, the boy who defeated our incredible creation, clearly angry. I want to see him. I want to create something even more incredible so I can teach him a lesson. AFO, haha, everything in its time. Doctor starting to broadcast the final of the festival, everything in its time, being interrupted by President Mix shout. The undisputed champion of this year's sports festival is named Izuku Midoriya. AFO, what? Unbelieving. Garaki, staring at the screen, so that's the damn brat. I can't wait for him to suffer when. AFO, doctor, shut up. Destroying all the screens. Garaki, master? Scared by the aura he was transmitting. What's going on? Trembling instinctively. Did I say something wrong? AFO, ignoring his questions and staring at him. Are those damn guys you turned into Nomas ready now? Garaki, and no. Scared to death. I am afraid that, even though they are young and it is easier to use them, swallowing tea, they are not quite ready yet. AFO, and what are you waiting for? To finish them as soon as possible. Garaki, why yes. Running out of the room. AFO, completely alone. Curse. Very angry. Damn you, All Might, and I gave you as compensation for having saved him that day some peace while you were on retreat. But this is unforgivable. Heading towards a table and putting on his helmet. Of all the damn people in this disgusting world, you had to give it to him. Walking towards the exit while calming his screams. But not his death aura. Just wait for me a little longer, Izuku. I will save you from this rotten world. Sand current events. Izuku, fainting in the girl's arms. Shoko/Momo, Izuku/Midoriya-kun, staring at each other and nodding for a second. Shoko, we need to talk about this. Momo, you're right. Now the most important thing is to take him to recovery. Girl. All Might, I can take care of that. Young ladies smiling, seeing how they didn't want to let go. I can take you to the infirmary before anyone else. Shoko/Momo, handing Izuku over to her teacher and watching him speed away through the hallways, leaving them alone in the middle of the arena. Shoko, do you want to talk now? Momo, no. Not here. Leaving the arena without paying attention to anything that was happening around her, followed by Shoko. Announcer's room. Present Mike. After those words, I don't know what I can say. Seeing how the entire audience was murmuring, we'll be on the lookout to see if young Midoriya wakes up to give out the awards. Looking at his classmates, anything else you want to say? Aizawa, no, getting into his sleeping bag. Just let me know when the awards ceremony is. Nizu, that was an incredible display of determination. With his paws together, faking a smile, young Midoriya earned his place as champion. Watching how the paramedic robots took Bakugo away, that was not normal at all. The fact that now the One for All generates rays is already worrying, but that smoke that he released before and that jump. At no time did he slow down. It was as if he were flying, getting extremely serious. If this continues like this, seeing Bakugo for the last second. Stands. Endeavor. Heh, so you did it, brat, turning around and leaving through one of the hallways. If Shoko can't surpass All Might, there's always plan B. Smiling slightly, make her have children with him. And although it seems that he is related to All Might, I just have to force them to use my last name, and thus my legacy will endure. The problem now is that girl Yayorozu. Well, I still have time to solve that. Civilians, talking among themselves, how good that Midoriya boy won. The other one is too mentally ill to say those things, although the last thing was. I know, those words to the daughter of Endeavor and the heiress of the Yayorozu sounded a lot like a declaration of love. How do you think your parents will take it? Who knows, but I don't think any father would like a single guy to be with his daughter and another woman at the same time. Journalist, incredible. Very excited, writing in a small notebook. This was without a doubt the best sports festival in years. It had everything: action, drama, self-improvement, romance, and those final words will be the sensation in the reader's getting up from his seat. We have to go now. The faster we write this news, the bigger the audience we will have. Cameraman, but sir, trying to follow his boss, aren't you going to ask about the cases of missing youth from that academy? Reporter, no, without stopping someone else will take care of that. Now move. Cameraman, why yes. Extra heroes, talking among themselves. That was really incredible. Now I understand well why in that battle against that creature I could see as if all might was behind that young man. Yes, your determination cannot be taken lightly. I agree. I will send you an application to do the internship with me. About my position in the standings. He's going with me. Keep dreaming. If one of the top sends him one, it is more than likely that he will accept it. Hey, aren't we going to talk about what Eraser had said? About the fact that he can't erase his quirk? What's so bad about that? It's better that no one can stop him when he's a pro hero. Those were the words that everyone in the stadium was saying about what had happened. Each and every one of those who saw that battle and heard those words had something to say, and of course his teammates were no exception. Student stands. Mineta, come! Crying blood just like Kaminari. I told you that damn guy wanted to conquer them all. Kaminari, it's true. Increasing his envy. Not only does he have an incredible quirk that also releases lightning like me, now he practically confessed to two girls on national television, and they accepted. Mineta, he's the class vice president, he's the strongest of all of US, and now this. Increasing his tears, he wants it all for himself. Jiro, already tired of his screens. Shut up you two. Paralyzing them with her jacks. It's Midoriya we're talking about. I'm sure he didn't mean it in that sense. I hope not, for Yairo's sake. See you. I think the same. Karo, putting her hand on her chin. Didn't you see how exhausted he was? Besides, he said it himself, that his words could be misinterpreted. He most likely said that because of the emotion of the moment. Karo. Mina, yes, in the same situation as Jiro. I know that Midoriya is free to choose who to be with, but I don't want my ship of him to end up with Todoroki. Kirishima, Midoriya is amazing. Very excited, ignoring the girls' chatter. That last shout about people's dreams never dying was very manly. Tokoemi, Midoriya has shown great determination on more than one occasion and has come out ahead even when it seemed that everything was lost. He has all my respect. Siro, listening to that last part, talking about respect, calling everyone's attention. Has anyone seen that cheater Ida? Jiro, that guy? Listening to the boys' conversation, I managed to hear something about an issue that happened with his brother, and he left shortly after. Kirishima, better, with how unbearable he is, and also Bakugo. It's nice to be without so many screams around. Seeing Mineta and Kaminari on the ground. Well, almost. Private stands. Mirko, very well, getting up from his seat. We can go now. Leaving the room. Later I will tell that boy that he will do the internship with me. Ryukyu, huh? Wait. Following her, aren't you going to stay to see the awards ceremony at least? Mirko, it doesn't make any sense. He already won, and that's all I wanted to see today, not how they give him a fake gold medal. Ryukyu, how do you know it's fake gold? Mirko, raising eyebrow, do you think they would give a 15-year-old a piece of authentic gold? Ryukyu, that's true, but… Mirko, come on, don't be like that, putting his hand on Ryukyu's back. What do you say if after patrol we watch a movie in your apartment? Ryukyu, why does it always have to be mine? Mirko, because yours is more spacious. Hahaha, both of them moving away from the place. Inko, in another room. My baby, my little lucky star is amazing. Crying with happiness. Melissa, yes, smiling, remembering everything she saw that day. Izuku really is someone incredible, filling with determination. That's why I also have to do my best for his new hero costume. Inko, although recovering a little from the emotion, I still have to talk to him about pushing his body, and about those words he said to those two girls, having such a big change in attitude that it made Melissa nervous. Nursing. Minutes later. Tashinori, returning to his thin body after leaving Izuku on the stretcher. You are once again on an emergency stretcher, Izuku. I just hope that for your sake this doesn't happen very often, remembering Inko's anger starting to tremble a little, and for my sake too. Recovery girl, it's amazing, shaking head in disapproval. The first thing I say and the first thing this kid does. He looks so much like you that anyone would think they are related. Taishinori, hee laughing nervously. I'm sorry. His phone starts to ring. Recovery girl, go out and answer. I'll take care of him long enough so that he can at least stand up long enough for you to give him his medal, starting his treatment. Tashinori, thank you very much, leaving the infirmary and answering the call. Hello. Ruji, what was all that? Tashinori, very angry. Tashinori, taking his ear away from the phone for a second and then trying to talk again. Hey Ruji. I assume you saw the. Ruji, of course I saw it. Without realizing who was coming behind, especially those last words. Listen, I want to talk to Midoriya-kun about. Being interrupted when he feels a hand on his shoulder. Era speaking with a tone so cold that it made Tashinori on the other line tremble. Don't you think it's too early to be shouting so much? Honey staring at him. Ruji, trembling with fear. Sorry, love, but you saw that too, and I. Yes, I saw and heard it clearly, giving her husband a little hope. But it didn't last long, and that is a topic that is better for me to talk about with our daughter personally, don't you think? Ruji B. But. I see that you still don't understand. Honey smiling maliciously. I think I'll have to talk to you seriously again, taking the cell phone from a very trembling Ruji, and speaking through it. I'm sorry that my husband yelled at you like that, Tashinori-san. Give my congratulations to Midoriya-kun, please, leaving the cell phone on a desk and starting to drag her husband. Ruji, Tashinori, please call All Might immediately. I need a hero now. Trying to resist, but it was useless help. Tashinori, hanging up the call. I'm sorry, Ruji. If there's one thing I've learned from Mrs. Midoriya, it's to never mess with an angry mother. Re-entering the infirmary. Outside the stadium. Toga, walking away from the place with a slight smile. Congratulations for winning the sports festival. Izuku-kun walking down a small alley while widening and deforming his smile. I just hope that the next time we see each other it's me who makes you bleed. Sand, 20 minutes later. Midnight. We are so sorry for the wait. Announcing with great excitement to the audience, but we couldn't do this without our champion. But now that he's here, it's time for the awards ceremony. Listening to everyone praising Izuku and how he made a great effort to stay standing. Izuku, breathing with difficulty, being helped by Shoko to stay standing. Recovery. I do use a lot of my energy to be able to heal myself and be here standing, being in the first place position and looking directly at Shoko's face. Thank you very much for helping me. But are you completely healed now? Shoko? Smiling sweetly at her. Shoko, why yes, blushes from that smile and turns her head so he doesn't see her. Even with all your wounds you care more about me. It's because of these things that Yayorozu and I. Smiling sweetly and speaking almost in a whisper. Idiot. How good that I won the coin toss to see who would help you be here. Looking at her classmates for a second and making fun of Momo, who could only pout. Midnight. These two, watching that scene, holding back the urge to scream. They are so cute. Talking to them, turning off the microphone for just a second. Very well, Don Juan. You have already conquered many girls today. At least let me finish this. Izuku, blush. What? I being interrupted by his teacher's scream after turning the microphone back on. Midnight. In front of the platform where Izuku was helped by Shoko in first place and Tokoemi in third place, the student Bakugo is still being treated in the infirmary, so his place is empty, and as for third place, it could have been for student Ida. But in view of what he did, he was disqualified, winning applause from the public. Therefore, the next to take his place is student Tokoemi. Izuku, I don't see Ida anywhere in our classmates' stands. He's probably gone. Letting out a heavy sigh. I'm sure dealing with him will be harder from now on. Midnight. Time to award the medals. And the one who will be awarding the medals this year is naturally none other than our hero. Seeing someone fall into the arena, All Might. All Might, ha ha ha, I'm here. Seo, remembering how Izuku told him that the last part of like a normal person is ridiculous, stopping himself from saying it. I mean, to give out the medals. Earning applause from the entire stadium. Midnight. Here are the medals, handing them to All Might. Almight, thank you very much. Turning to Tokoemi. Young Tokoemi, you did a very good job today. You were determined and made the best decisions to be able to win. Putting the medal on him and giving him a hug. I'm sure a great future awaits you as a hero. Tokoemi, your words, holding back emotion, are too kind. Dark Shadow, unable to contain the emotion, shedding a little tear. Almight, walking away from Tokoemi and placing the second place medal on the empty podium. Bakugo, after everything you've done and said today, rest assured that I won't let you get away with this without receiving at least the slightest punishment. I don't care what Director Niza says about that. Approaching Izuku. Young Midoriya. Izuku, All Might, looking very tired. All Might. Young Midoriya, holding back the immense urge to scream and congratulate him at the top of his lungs. What you achieved today was something truly incredible. Not only did you manage to come in first place in all the competitions, looking at Shoko and smiling, but you were also willing to put all that aside in order to save someone important to you, placing the medal on him and hugging him just to whisper a few words. I really wasn't wrong about you, Izuku. I'm really proud of you. As is your mother, and I'm pretty sure that too. Tightening the hug a little more, your father would be. Izuku, shedding small tears while reciprocating the hug and also whispering thank you very much, master, separating from the hug only to receive another from Shoko. Shoko, congratulations. Izuku, bringing her face closer to give him another kiss on the cheek, but a loud scream stops her. Momo, from the stands next to his other teammates, hey, remember what we agreed on, Todoroki, don't cheat. Shoko, TCH, stopping hugging Izuku, but not leaving his side. Izuku, huh? Confused, what did they talk about? Shoko, girl stuff. Izuku, but giving him a somewhat flirtatious smile, just for him to see. When I win, maybe I'll tell you. All Might, pretending to cough. Young people, please, this is not the place for that, making both of them blush and starting to talk to the audience. And here you have them, the winners of this year's sports festival. However, pay attention, students. Looking at the other students in their stands, each and every one of you had the same chances of being here receiving this medal. That is why do not give up and try again next year, smiling, remembering everything that Izuku has done to get there. The most important thing is to never give up and pursue your own dreams and desires, earning much more applause from around the world. The next generation of heroes will surely make the seeds planted this day sprout, and along with that feeling, I will add one more thing. Everyone say with me the motto of this academy, making the entire stadium say two words in unison. Plus ultra. After that, the day was about to end. That's why Aizawa gathered most of them except for Bakugo and Ida, who were still unwell, and told everyone in the class that for 2 days they would have a little break. That filled Izuku with joy, since it was what he needed most at that moment. Since he was so tired that he didn't notice how all the men in the academy looked at him with envy and jealousy, since both Shoko and Momo did not leave his side to help him stand. Naturally, Momo offered to take them all to their respective homes, but to her surprise, Melissa refused, since she had to return to the island, which is why she had to take her flight, but without leaving a great impression on them. Airport. Melissa, getting out of the limo. Thank you very much for bringing me, Momo. You didn't need to do that. You should have taken Izuku to rest first. Momo, I wanted to do that, but you know how he is. Izuku, don't worry, Melissa, I'm feeling a little better now, and I didn't want you to miss your flight. Shoko, Izuku, staring at him. Who is she and why do you call her by her name? Izuku, getting nervous. WLI. Melissa, nice to meet you. I'm sorry I didn't introduce myself properly before. My name is Melissa Shield, and I'll be the one to make the best hero costume for Izuku. Excited. Shoko, the daughter of the famous inventor? Seeing her nod. Well, in that case there is no. Melissa, remembering something. Oh, before I forget, pointing at Izuku, you better not be unfaithful to me, Izuku. Izuku, Shoko, Momo, what? Each having different reactions. Melissa, I heard when you shouted praising those inventions of that other girl, Hatsum. I think I remember, with her hand on her chin. I know we don't have a contract yet, but remember that I will be your support equipment inventor. Izuku, giving a slight sigh of relief. So that's what you meant. For a second I thought that, listening to Melissa's flight arriving. Melissa, one last thing, approaching Izuku's face and giving him a kiss, surprising everyone present. Shoko / Momo, pouting each. Melissa, moving away from Izuku a little, but still very close. Congratulations for winning the Izuku Sports Festival. Giving him a sweet smile. Momo told me about that old story and I read it while they were training. You really do look like the Argonaut taking her few things and walking away from everyone. Goodbye, Izuku. I hope you go to the convention that will be held on I Island in a few weeks so I can give you my progress. Izuku. Why yes, touching his cheek right where the kiss was. Goodbye, Melissa, feeling some presences behind him causing him a lot of fear realizing who they were. Momo, just an inventor, right? Shoko, so you made another friend while we were apart, huh, Izuku? Izuku, why Yamamoto, Shoko is not what you think. Momo, by the way. Why don't I, who was the first one you met, call you by my name yet? Izuku, WLI. Shoko, Izuku, anything else you want to tell us too? Izuku, I, extremely blushing and shaking nervously like a helpless little bunny not knowing what to do. Shoko/Momo, answer us. Izuku/Midoriya-kun. Tashinori, watching everything from the limo. It looks like he needs help with a drop of sweat running down his forehead. Driver, writing down everything he saw to his boss. Now I understand why Mrs. Yayorosa asked me to let you know if something like this happens. Inko, I'm glad to see my son is popular, but, shedding a few small tears, I don't want him to end up becoming a womanizer either. After that, everyone headed back to their respective homes. Fortunately, the closest house was Izuku's, so he, Inko, and Tashinori got off there. Although Izuku thought he was saved from the girl's deathly silence, it was the opposite when it was now his turn to listen to his mother. Even though Tashinori wanted to escape, he was unable to do so. That day was a very busy one for Izuku. And while Izuku was being scolded by his mother in his apartment, Momo and Shoko continued talking a little more while they dropped her off at her house, which upon arrival was greeted by endless questions from her sister Fuyumi about the way she acted on television. But before having their talk, Shoko made a small bow and apologized for how she had spoken to her a few days ago. Momo was no exception either. As soon as she arrived, she was greeted by her mother, who took her to her room for privacy. And although Ryuji wanted to spy on their conversation a little, he knew that if he was discovered he would be a dead man, so he had to let that opportunity pass for another day. Todoroki residence, the next day. Fuyumi, watching Shoko getting ready to leave, huh? The hospital? Are you sure nothing will happen if you don't tell Dad, Shoko? Shoko, yeah, don't worry, walking out the door. Fuyumi, why did you decide to see Mom now, after so long? Shoko, stopping in my battle against Izuku, I remembered many things from the past, and I just want to see her again and talk to her. Starting to walk, and I also want to tell her that I finally found my hero. Fuyumi, watching Shoko walk away, your own hero, huh? Smiling, watching her walk away, I'm so glad you finally feel that way, Shoko, although, remembering Izuku's words, it seems you have competition to win her heart, entering her house with great determination. If that's the case, I'll give you all the advice you need to win her heart. Hospital, 1 hour later. Shoko, in front of a room. Mom, it was my own existence that caused you to be here. For a long time I thought you hated me, but when I remember my past and everything you told me, I can see that it's not like that. Taking the doorknob and opening it slowly, I don't have to see you and talk to you about many things, seeing Riley looking out the window, and above all, tell you that I found my hero. Uraraka department. Uraraka, in front of her apartment. Let's see about today's meal. Something cheap. Opening the door wasn't locked. Uraraka, ladies and gentlemen, Achika. Running to the entrance. Uraraka, Dad, Mom? Surprised what? Why are you here? Mrs. Uraraka, hello, honey, giving her a sweet smile. Mr. Uraraka, when we saw our daughter trying so hard on TV, we had to come running. Mrs. Uraraka, we came to give you a good reunion for all your efforts. Uraraka, what? What happened to work? Did you come by bullet train? Mr. Uraraka, calm down, Ochako. If we don't work for 4 days, there won't be any problems. Mrs. Uraraka, we also wanted to come and tell you directly how proud we are of how you defended your partner in your fight against that savage, with clear hatred in her words. Mr. Uraraka, yes, and with those words you told him you hit him right where it hurts guys like him the most. Pride. Uraraka, really? I thought you'd be disappointed. I didn't win, shedding a few small tears. I wanted to be like him. I wanted to be like Midoriya and win the festival. Trying to dry her tears. I am sorry. Mr. Uraraka, it's okay to cry. Taking her by the shoulders. Uraraka, huh? Mr. Uraraka, your mother and I don't care if you didn't win the festival. Hugging her daughter, seeing how you defended your values in front of everyone is more than enough to feel nothing but pride for you, Ochako. Mrs. Uraraka, although that boy seems somewhat insecure about his feelings, it doesn't take much to see him to know that he's a good person. Joining the hug, otherwise I don't think you'd consider him such a good friend. Uraraka, hugging her parents while still crying. After those 2 days of rest following the sports festival, the news on both television and social media were not long in coming, and with it came people's opinions. Many were totally fascinated by Izuku's determination, and with the memory of his battle against the Nomas still in their heads, many began to call him a strong candidate to be the symbol of peace one day. Others were very jealous of him and of those words at the end of his fight against Bakudu towards 2 of the heirs of great figures of his country, and the way they reacted. Even a small group was already opposing him, arguing that that was not the example that had to be given to children. Many journalists tried to get the opinions of their parents, but unfortunately none of them were successful, so everything was just rumors and exaggerations that are very common in the pink press, and unfortunately by concentrating only on the romantic life of some teenagers, they forgot the fact that several young people had disappeared. For his part, Izuku was in absolute rest the whole time on the recommendation of Almight, who went to see him once to talk a little about those voices he was hearing and the changes that One for All was undergoing. In light of this, Izuku paid close attention to his teacher's instructions, and that was that after the internships they would travel directly to Island to speak directly with David Shield and get his opinion on the matter. But before all that, he still had something to decide, and with great joy he told him that when they go to class it will be the moment in which he would choose his hero name. And when that day arrived, and as usual, Momo came to pick him up, but with a small difference that will be repeated from that day on. UA Academy entrance. Shoko, thank you very much for bringing me Yaoyorozu 2, walking very close to Izuku's right. Momo, well, it can't be helped if you create a big block of ice to stop the limousine in the same condition as Shoko, but to Izuku's left. Extra students, watching the scene, look at him, there he goes. I can't believe it, is what they say in the press about both of them being his wives true? How can they accept a relationship like that? How disgusting. How envious. There were just a few samples of the different whispers and not so whispers that they managed to hear. At that Izuku was extremely red, but having the girl's breasts so close to his arms he couldn't move them much to cover his face. Izuku, girls gulping as he entered the academy and walked through the halls. Don't you think you're too close to me? Holding back his nerves as best he could, other people might think badly. Shoko, I don't care what others say about me getting closer to Izuku. Besides, you said that you always wanted me by your side, smiling mischievously, so you have to take responsibility. Izuku, are responsible? About to say something else, but is interrupted. Momo, wow, Todoroki, I didn't know you had bad hearing. Getting closer to Izuku while staring at Shoko, those words were also directed at me. Shoko, my hearing is perfect, that's why I hear like Izuku calls me by my name, and not you. Sticking her tongue out at him mockingly. Momo, it's good to know that, having a small vein marking her forehead while she had a very calm smile that conveyed another feeling. So you can hear me clearly when I tell you that Midoriya-kun and I are going to have a little outing, alone, smiling with some mischief. Izuku, oh no. Shoko, oh, I see, staring at Momo, not caring that she moved Izuku and put him almost at the height of her breasts. Good for you, maybe with some luck you can get close enough, so that he finally calls you by your name. Izuku, girls, please stop. You can see that sparks are flying from their gazes. Classes are about to start, please make this work. Shoko/Momo, okay, looking away from each other and entering her classroom. Momo, even though I don't want to admit it, Todoroki is right. I have to make that date a success and get Midoriya-kun to start calling me by my name too. Shoko, damn, I didn't know they were going out. I have to do the same, I can't stay behind. Izuku, I don't regret what I said, but I feel like this will be harder from now on. After that, the three of them entered their classroom. Everyone immediately fell silent, only to then go up to them and integrate them into the conversation. Naturally, everyone congratulated Izuku for his well-deserved victory. Mineta and Kaminari were jealous of his final words, but nothing that Jiro with his jacks couldn't fix. As for the girls, they asked him if it was true that they had a shared relationship, to which the three of them blushed at the very idea and denied it. But even if they didn't know, the idea had already been implanted. On the other hand, the only ones who weren't talking to anyone were Bakugo and Ida, who still had bandages on their faces. On Bakugo's part, it was understandable, but no one knew how that happened to Ida. But after having done such a despicable act at the sports festival, no one tried to talk to him anymore, and it wasn't until Aizawa arrived that everyone went to their respective seats, and obviously after a long time, Shoko sat next to Izuku, which made her very happy. Class 1A. Aizawa, entering the classroom, and everyone sits down. Good morning. Tsuyu, Aizawa-sensei, seeing that he no longer had any bandages on, glad that he could now take off the bandages. Aizawa, that old woman was too drastic with the treatment, but that doesn't matter now. Getting serious today, you will decide what your hero names are. But first, looking with annoyance at Bakugo and Ida, I am very disappointed in you two. Looking at Ida, what kind of hero attacks an opponent in the back in a battle already finished and controlled with rules already established? I'm sorry about what happened to your brother, but that doesn't prevent you from starting today, and after the internships you will be in charge of cleaning the entire classroom until further notice. Letting out a heavy sigh, you will have to work very hard to clean the name of your family that you stained, understood? Ida: Yes, sir. Clenching his fists in frustration, they already told me. Aizawa: As for you, Bakugo, staring at him with some anger in his gaze, as a result of all your behavior so far, your disciplinary history that the Almight assistant sent us, your clear contempt towards the Quirkless, and above all the excessive use of force in activities with established names. It has been decided that you will not only help Ida in cleaning the classroom, you will have to periodically attend anger management therapy, and you will also be given as a punishment a reduction of half of your internship hours, impressing everyone. The other half of the time you will have to work as a volunteer in a children's orphanage, specifically in the Quirkless children area. Bakugo: You can't do that to me. Trying to speak, but it's quiet. Aizawa: Silence. Activating his quirk, the decision has already been made, and I warn you very clearly, Bakugo. If you make those children cry even a little, you can consider yourself expelled from this academy, understood? Not receiving an answer, understood. Bakugo: TCH, clenching his fist, yes sir, discreetly looking at Izuku, who was talking a little with Shoko and Momo. The strength, the electricity, knowing where he will be attacked, that black substance, and those shadows that I saw in his last blow. No quirk is capable of doing all that. He must be receiving help from someone somehow. Clenching his teeth in frustration, I will show everyone that damn Deku is nothing but a fraud. Aizawa: Okay, now let's move on to another matter. Lifting a giant sack that was bursting with letters, this shows the interest they have on each one of you. Each letter is a hero agency that wants you to do your internships with them. Harakure: Does that mean all our cards are in that bag? Siro: Great. Excited: There are too many. Aizawa: Not exactly getting everyone's attention. These are just for Midoriya. The others are over there, pointing to a small box on the floor. Mineta: It's not fair. Staring at Izuku: The power, the fame, the girls, now everyone's attention too. Midoriya is keeping it all for himself. Aizawa: Ignoring Mineta's complaints, currently the nomination count is as follows, showing a projection on the board. Midoriya: 7,465. Todoroki: 4,200. Tokoyami: 360. Ida: 301. Kaminari: 272. Yayorozu: 108. Kurashima: 68. Uraraka: 20. Siro: 14. Aizawa: Usually the results are more balanced, but this year all the attention was focused on one person. Bakugo: Angry why the buck don't I have any? Aizawa: As I was informed, no professional wanted to deal with the damage caused by your explosions, but due to the government's own policies, every student has to do internships, so those who did not receive one will be assigned one later. Now let's go with being interrupted by loud screams coming from outside in the hallway. What now? Snipe, hey, stop. Sounding a bit nervous. Even if you're in the top, you're not allowed to be. Mirko, shut up, third-rate cowba. Kicking him, knocking him out. Okay, now it's okay. Aizawa, another headache. Mirko, brat. Opening the door with great force. Are you here? Everyone, with mouth open. Or my god, unbelievable, the heroine Mirko. Mirko, looking for Izuku, managing to see him at the end of the room. There you are. I finally find you, approaching him in front of his desk. Izuku, you, reminding her of the USJ and bowing. I never had the chance to do it, but thank you very much for helping me stop using my quirk in the USJ. Mirko, haha, this is the first time someone thanks me for knocking him out. Smiling anyway. I don't want to take too long. Take this, handing him a letter and walking towards the exit. Momo, looking closely at the letter in surprise. Internships with the top heroine Mirko. My Netta, it can't be. Starting to cry blood now. The same top heroes come personally for Midoriya. It's not enough for him to have so many cards just for him. Mirko, what cards? Stopping. Aizawa, you are intuiting what would happen, not wanting to prolong the scene any longer. All these are for Midoriya. Mirko, oh no, I won't allow it. Taking the bag and throwing it as far as he could out the window. Forget about these meaningless internships. Staring at Izuku, you will do the internship with me, and don't worry, it will be fun. Leaving the classroom, but not before giving him a look with an expression that is difficult to decipher. I will teach you how to move your hips correctly, leaving everyone in silence. Izuku, what the? Starting to blush at that last sentence. All, did that just happen? My Netta, now they believe me. Crying blood. Midoriya wants to keep everything. Izuku, girls? Feeling how the atmosphere around him froze, noticing that the girls were staring at him. Is something bad happening? Shoko / Momo, and pouting and then stopping, looking at him. Nothing. After that somewhat uncomfortable moment, Aizawa regained control of his class, and without giving much importance to the fact that now Izuku's reputation would be more complicated, he simply decided to continue with the class as soon as possible to continue sleeping. Aizawa, let's finish this quickly before there are more interruptions. Looking at his students, as I was saying, now that you have experienced the dangers of facing real villains and being about to patrol the streets accompanied by a professional hero, it is time for everyone to have a way of referring to you. Uraraka, things have finally gotten fun. Aizawa, of course temporary names are fine, but the more they decide on a permanent one the better. Kaminari, why is that? Momo, regarding the advertising issue, remembering part of the work of one of the subdivisions of his father's company. If they are becoming a producer with the name of said hero, and he later changes his name, all of that manufactured merchandise loses value and could cost millions to replace. Aizawa, partly true. Many of those advertisers provide large amounts of money to different hero agencies throughout the country and are the ones who maintain, in addition to the government, everyone's salary. Do not distract yourself any longer and let's get to the important matter, and for this class it will help us. Looking at the door, but it didn't move. It can't be, and he insisted on this so much. Hey, that was your entrance. Midnight. I'm sorry, entering the classroom. I didn't want to enter the same way Mirko did, joining his hands in apology to Aizawa to stare at the students as his teacher told them. The names they will choose are the names that the world will learn, and in many cases they will be called that way even as professionals. Aizawa, she's right. Starting to get into his sleeping bag. I'll have Midnight evaluate your name choices. Meanwhile, I'm going to sleep. Remember that the image you want to show the world is reflected in the name you choose. After that, everyone started thinking about their own hero name. Some seemed to have already thought about it for a long time because of how quickly they finished. Others, however, seemed to have a hard time deciding. That was the case of Izuku, which I thought I had the right one, but I still wasn't completely sure. And so about 15 minutes had passed, and it was time to introduce everyone. Midnight, okay, it's time. Those who are ready to present their name come forward. Oyama. Here comes, holding up a small blackboard, the name of the brilliant hero. I cannot stop twinkling. Striking a pose while releasing some small sparkles. All, it's a whole sentence. Mina, call me, raising the board, Alien Queen. Midnight, do you want to have the image of that horrible spitting thing? Shaking head, denied. Mina, TCH, returning to her seat. See you. Is it okay if I'm next? Raising hand. Midnight, go ahead. See you. Since elementary school, I always knew what name I would choose, coming to the front and showing her blackboard to her classmates, the heroine who starts the frothy, rainy seasons. Midnight, how adorable. Smiling sounds very friendly. Kirishima, now mine, coming to the front, the hero of the hard vitality, Red Riot. Midnight, remembering something, is it out of respect for the hero Crimson Riot? Kirishima, yes, that's right, even though it's retro, the hero image I want is the same as Crimson. Midnight, Fufu, you know, since you're named after someone you admire, you're going to have to build up a lot of hype. Kirishima, don't worry, I'm prepared. Midnight, okay, let's continue with the others. And with that said, all the other students went to give their respective hero names. Of course, some were more original than others, but the important thing was the feeling I wanted to convey. Jairu, the heroine who listens to Earphone Jack. Shoji, the hero of the tentacle. Siro, the cellophane recording hero. Ojiro, the tailman martial arts hero. Sato, the hero of sweet taste, sugar man. Mina, Pinky. Kaminari, Sharjazuma. Harakure, the stealth heroine, invisible girl. Midnight, excited, okay guys, excellent, continue with the names, let's go. Yayorozu, I will not bring any shame to this name, the heroine of all creation. Izuku, what a nice name. Yamamoto, smiling sweetly, it looks great on you. Momo, sitting again next to Izuku with a slight blush, thanks Midoriya-kun. Shoko, quickly getting up from her seat and going to the front, I still don't have a name, so for now just Todoroki. Midnight, huh? Confused, are you sure? You can use your name if you want. Shoko, I am looking at Izuku to smile only at him, as always the only one I want to use my name apart from my family is Izuku. Blushes Izuku and makes Momo pout. Midnight, KYAA, trying not to scream in front of her students. Let's continue. Tokoyami, the hero of absolute black, Tsukuyami. Mineta, grape juice. Koda, anima. Bakugo, god of the great killer explosion, dynamite. Uraraka, this is what I have, Uravity. Midnight, this was easier than I thought. There are only people left, Ida and Midoriya. Ida, I must regain my family's honor, Ingenium. Midnight, I see, although you don't deserve that name, well, the only thing missing is you, Midoriya, come forward. Izuku, why yes, arriving at the front of the room, making everyone see him. I undecided about his decision, but remembers the conversation he had with Almight when he told him about this day. Midoriya's apartment, one night before. Inko, in the living room next to Tashinori and his son. Does anyone want more tea? Izuku, me please, smiling, since I go to Yamamo's house they have infected me with their love for tea. Inko, I don't blame you, son, the times I've tried it's been perfect, getting up from the table and heading to the kitchen, and what do you say, Yagi-san? Tashinori, I would appreciate it, Mrs. Midoriya, thank you very much. Inko, smiling, it's no problem, I'll be right back, leaving them alone. Tashinori, ready to have your own hero name? Noticing he was quiet, what's wrong? Izuku, master, can I ask you a question? Tashinori, of course, Izuku, tell me. Izuku, you, looking towards the kitchen to make sure his mother wasn't around, how did you decide on your name? I mean your hero name. Tashinori, the origin of Almight, huh? Putting his hand on his chin while remembering well. UA Academy many years ago. Tashinori, sitting at his desk remembering his teacher's words. Nana, don't cry, Tashinori. After all, you're going to be a pillar of hope, right? No matter what happens to me in the future, don't ever give up on your dreams, okay? Promise me that you'll put on that big winning smile and fight with all your might. Teacher, your turn, Yagi. Tashinori, yes, standing up while wiping away a small tear and standing in front of everyone, the hero who never gives up. All might. Guys, sound loud. As expected from Yagi. Yes, he is powerful. Midoriya's apartment, one night before. Tashinori, stopping, remembering, and staring at Izuku with a smile. Something that someone very important to me once inspired, and I'm sure the name you must have in mind is related to them, right? Izuku, how did you know about the, covering his face in embarrassment. Tashinori, being calm to put his hand on Izuku's shoulder. In fact, a hero name is much more than a nickname or a brand. It is a constant reminder of the kind of heroes you want to be. Getting melancholic, and maybe remembering Nana's face while smiling at her. UA Academy Class 1A, present. Izuku, taking a breath to calm down. I want to be a hero that everyone can trust. Looking at his friends, I want to be a hero that can protect his loved ones. Looking at Shoko and Momo, who smiled when they sensed what his name would be. I want to be a hero that can show that no matter what each person's beginning is, they will never feel like someone useless, and above all, I want to be that hero that my father always thought I would be. That is why my hero name will be like that of that character from that ancient story that inspires me so much. Argonaut. Chapter 12, New Possibilities. Class 1A, Departure Time. Mineta, I'll go with Empty Lady. Excited. Tsuyu, shaking head. Mineta is having dirty thoughts. Kirishima, I want to focus on urban vandalism. Joining the conversation. Tsuyu, ignoring Mineta to talk to the others. I think something related to the flood would be good for me, with a finger on her chin. Shoko, coming closer. Izuku, pouting slightly. Are you going with Mirko? Causing a deep silence in everyone. Kirishima, dude, placing his hands on Izuku's shoulders. One of the top heroines wants you to do an internship with her. Shaking him a little. Aren't you excited about that? Yaoyorozu, cough, pretending to cough as she stood next to Shoko. I'm glad to see that the most important heroes take you into account. Midoriya-kun, but pouting just like Shoko. Shoko, it's a good opportunity for you, Izuku, but expanding her pout with Momo. Shoko/Momo, turning head in different directions. Did I have to say it that way? Izuku, feeling some hostility in those words, wanting to change the subject. It's not that I don't appreciate your invitation. Noticing how the girls looked at him out of the corner of their eyes. But I already had in mind who to go with, confusing everyone and calming the girls. Kirishima, did you have that in mind beforehand? Who? Mineta, do you already have so many women that you reject that beauty? Mirko, clenching his fists, you don't know how much I envy you. Izuku, slightly blushing at that comment. And it's not that. It's that before, making up an excuse, Almight suggested who to go with, and I thought I would follow his advice. Surprising most. I'm sorry about this, guys. Although it's not a lie, it's more of a half-truth. Since he told me to continue my training with Gran Torino, this is not the whole truth. Even so, I don't like to lie to you, but tell me, wanting you to not think about the subject anymore. And where are you going? Kirishima, well, scratching his head, I really don't know. Yaoyorozu, I have some options. Looking at Izuku, who blushes a little, but I would have to think about them after that. Confusing many except Shoko, my date with Midoriya-kun. I have to make him call me by my name from now on too. Uraraka, I've already decided. Lightly punching the air, I'll go to the Gunhead Battle Hero's office. Yaoyorozu, really? Uraraka, yes. Nodding, they nominated me. Izuku, confused, tilting his head, I thought you said you wanted to be like 13. Uraraka, that's my ultimate goal, but I thought after my battle against Bakugo, raising her fist in the air, that other possibilities would open up for me if I was stronger. If I stay in my comfort zone, my possibilities will be limited. Smiling like everyone else. Besides, both the story of that ancient book and you aspired me to be better. Izuku, I see, smiling. And you, Shoko? Shoko, I'll go with my father. Surprising Izuku. Izuku, are you sure? Shoko, yes, and even though I don't like it at all. Smiling at Izuku, I needed to be able to control my fire side. Izuku, I see, returning the smile. I'm glad to see you accept your full power. Kirishima, hey, picking up his phone, how about we exchange contact numbers? Izuku, sure. Excited, the truth is that I have few contacts on my phone, like for example, a little embarrassed. Momo, mind showing her phone proudly. After all, Midoriya-kun and I have known each other for many months now, glancing surreptitiously at Shoko, who frowned a little. Uraraka, looking surprised. That phone is obviously very expensive, a little depressed, squeezing her flip phone. Shoko, I only have my brother's looking at her phone. Izuku, I want you to be my first contact, bringing her phone closer timidly while she became a little sad while whispering, but I also wanted it to be special for you. Izuku, managing to hear that and bringing the phone closer. Shoko, you may not be my first contact with another girl, and that position may have been earned by Yamamo, making Shoko a little discouraged and cheering up Momo, but exchanging numbers while smiling sweetly at her, it is just as important to me. Momo pouting. Shoko, looking at her phone while smiling sweetly and a small blush appearing on her cheeks. Yes. Bakugo, looking at that whole scene. TCH, how stupid, getting up from his seat looking at Shoko. Don't waste your time with him, irritated. The damn Deku cares more about the ponytail, smiling, trying to discourage her. Shoko, not falling for his game. Are you still angry because Izuku beat you after telling everyone that you would be the only winner? Bakugo, clenching his fists, trying not to scream while everyone watches. Shoko, also smiling as she stood next to Izuku. I'll ask you this question, can you count? Bakugo, what a stupid question, confused and more irritated. Of course I can count. Is that what? Shoko, interrupting him, then don't count on me for anything, taking Izuku's sleeve as they left the room. Let this be clear to you once and for all, Bakugo, I'm not interested in you in the slightest. Izuku, WH. Shoko, blushes for drawing so much attention. Momo, I agree with Todoroki-san on this. Midoriya-kun, taking Izuku by the other sleeve and trying to leave the classroom. By the way, Todoroki-san, let's also exchange numbers. Shoko, sure, now that Izuku was the first, I don't mind having more numbers saved, extending their phones while ignoring Bakugo. Bakugo, curse. About to launch himself towards them, but Aizawa's bandages stopped him and covered his mouth. Aizawa, with his quirk activating, where do you think you're going? Dragging him towards him. Don't forget that you have to help Ida with the cleaning of the classroom. Looking at Ida, who only nodded his head. I want it really clean, and after you finish you'll have to go to your first anger management therapy, understood? Seeing how he resigned himself, and Izuku and the girls watched everything from the door. Midoriya, one more thing getting your attention. The prize for winning this sports festival is an invitation for 2 people to enter the island. I would give them to you directly, but Almight insisted that he wanted to give them to you personally. I don't know in what way you two are related, but I'll find out soon. When you have them, you just have to follow the instructions that are written there. The date is right after the internships and ends 1 day before your return to school. Izuku, understood. Aizawa-sensei, thank you very much. Aizawa, looking at the other students who already had their backpacks in hand to leave. For everyone else, rest this weekend, since after this you will be very busy with your internships, and remember to arrive early on Monday at the train station. The vast majority, yes. Leaving the room. Aizawa, okay, now you guys, looking at Ida and releasing Bakugo, follow me. I'll show you where the cleaning crews are so you can start working. Leaving the classroom, walking in the opposite direction to the other students. Ida, following him silently while clenching his fists. Bakugo, TCH, obeying, but not before seeing Shoko walking for the last time, still holding Izuku's sleeve. This is not going to stay like this. UA Academy Halls. Shoko, hey Izuku, can I ask you something? Walking without holding his sleeve, but still very close to him. Izuku, yes sure, tell me, confused. Shoko, see, can we walk home, together? Damn it, Fuyumi. I'm following your advice, but this is so embarrassing. Izuku, huh? Blushes again. Is this? Don't calm down, Izuku. Surely Shoko just wants to make up for some of the lost time when we had that little misunderstanding. Why yes sure, but Yamamo. Momo, sighing, I think it's a good idea. Izuku/Shoko, really? Mina, watching from behind them along with other girls. I don't know what's happening, but I like it. Jiro, just as confused as everyone else. What are you doing, girl? There's no way to help you like this. Momo, well, the truth is that my mother told me this morning that I would have to go to the mansion earlier to resolve a very important matter, remembering a few days ago. Yayorosa Mansion, Momo's room, end of the day of the sports festival. AI, sitting on the bed next to her daughter. Very well, speak sweetheart, smiling mischievously. What was that cute kiss you gave to Midoriya-kun on national television? Poking his cheek with her finger, making Momo blush. Momo, oh that it was, looking for an excuse. It was because of the excitement of the moment. Why you know why I won and stuff like that, hee. AI, Momo, you know it's wrong to lie to your mother. Plus there's this. Showing her on her cell phone the video of her jealous scene when Melissa kissed Izuku and then left. Look at it from any angle. These are clearly jealousy, widening her mischievous smile, already seeming somewhat perverse. Were these also from the emotion of the moment? Momo, extremely blushing and starting to create matryoshkas uncontrollably. I, lying down on her bed while hiding her face with a pillow bad. Screaming harshly, understandable pain. AI, ha ha ha, I didn't expect that reaction from you, darling. Not receiving any response. Oh come on Momo, it was just a little joke. Patting Momo's back while slowly removing the pillow. You know you can tell me anything and any secret will remain the confidentiality of a mother and her daughter, smiling sweetly. Momo, really? Looking at her out of the corner of her eye just to see her nod her head while still smiling warmly. Well, what do you want to know? Sitting back down on the bed while AI held her hands. AI, thinking for a few seconds. Why, instead of asking you, tell me everything that happened today. I promise I won't interrupt, and I will listen to you until you finish, okay? Momo, well, squeezing her mother's hands a little harder to thicken it was. And with that the long talk began. From how at the beginning of the festival Izuku was a bit down for being ignored by Shoko, how when he came home from the race a very perverted classmate of his had stuck to his back, and how Izuku quickly got rid of him. How she didn't want to always depend on him, and for that reason she didn't join his team in the cavalry test. Moving on to the promise they made to face each other in the final battles, how the words Izuku said to Shoko when it was their confrontation were part of the reason why she got distracted in her fight against Tokoimi. How the words of other people made her feel bad and that only Izuku's few words were enough to make her feel good again. How after Izuku dedicated a poem to her ending with the word, I love you, she told him he was greedy and that she proposed him a date, to which he accepted. The latter made AI let out a small scream like a schoolgirl, but she quickly contained herself so that Momo could finish telling her about her day, which ended when, after hearing Izuku's last words before fainting after winning the festival, she let herself be carried away by her emotions and launched herself to kiss him for the third time on the cheek. Era. With a hand on her cheek, impressed by everything her daughter told her. You did have a very complete day, darling. Smiling. That part where Midoriya-kun told you that he also wanted to be your hero, and then told you that poem was certainly very nice. But I have a question. Momo, tell me? AI, what happened next to the Todoroki's youngest daughter? Momo, well, slightly blushing. After that we looked for an empty room and talked a little. Blushing a little more with each passing second, we both recognized that we may be slightly attracted to Izuku. That's why we agreed to have moments alone with him and confirm our feelings, recreating some matryoshkas which some already had Izuku's appearance. AI, with slight sweat on her forehead, if this is being slightly attracted to Izuku, I can't imagine how far you could go, Momo, taking one of those along with the ones with Momo's appearance to put them on a small shelf next to the bed. Momo, that's why when I saw Todoroki-san almost kiss Izuku on the cheek, I yelled at him not to cheat, since we said that if we kissed him on the cheek again it would be, just once, separately, and then we would inform the other as red as her heroine costume. I can't believe she's doing that for a boy, hiding her face with her hands. AI, well, that's certainly not common, but I'm happy confusing Momo, who takes her hands off her face to look at her directly. Momo, why? AI, because instead of fighting with that girl they both decided to have a fair competition. Smiling. Momo, doesn't this bother you? AI, of course not. Stroking Momo's head. I and Inko-san both saw that one of the two would end up interested in the other. And it doesn't surprise me that another girl became interested in Midoriya-kun. It's like that saying that says, next to a great man there will always be a great woman. Momo, and Dad? Do you think that? AI, oh no, of course he didn't like that. He said things that made it seem like he was playing with the hearts of his daughter and another girl at the same time, shaking his head, but I managed to calm him down a bit before you arrived and I managed to make him see reason. Momo, what did you say to him? AI, I told him that we know Midoriya-kun perfectly, that since he set foot in this home he has shown nothing but deep respect and gratitude to us, and that it would be impossible for him to be playing with the hearts of some girls. Especially yours. Making Momo nod her head several times while smiling, I also reminded him of what he was like when he was young. Momo, wait? Are you telling me that when my dad was young he was? AI, yes. When he was young your father had several suitors, but out of all of them I was the one who completely won his heart, sticking out his chest proudly. That's why I will help you do the same thing I did hugging his daughter. I will help you plan your date with Midoriya-kun and make you win his heart. Does that seem okay to you? Momo, why yes, very happy, reciprocating the hug. Thank you very much, Mom. UA Academy Halls. Momo, stopping, remembering, sorry for not being able to take you. Izuku, don't worry Yamamoto, the truth is that I would feel a little guilty if I always made you go out of your way just to take me. It's like I was a little annoyance, hee. Momo, don't feel bad. Midoriya-kun, smiling sweetly, you will never be a bother to me, and it will only be for today, since I will finish planning our date. Shoko, looking at Momo with suspicion, but not wanting to miss the opportunity. We understand, Yayorozu. In that case, taking Izuku by the sleeve of his shirt to speed up the pace. We won't waste any more of your time. Izuku, wait Shoko, being almost dragged in front of everyone's eyes. Muzutafu, main streets. Izuku, feeling the gazes of everyone around him. I am sorry about this, Shoko. I didn't take into account that Yamamoto is the one who always takes me home in his limousine. Shoko, don't worry, I understand you noticing the glances, but not paying attention. I'm already used to it to a certain point. You know, daughter of the number 2 hero, and those things, directing her gaze towards an arcade while looking a little sad. Izuku, I understand. Noticing Shoko's gaze and the place where she was looking, she said that she was always forced to suffer constant training, and that she couldn't even play with her brothers. I must keep my promise to her. Shoko, let's go. Taking her by the hand and now being the one to drag her. Shoko, where? Blushes, thinking of several possibilities. But if it's with you, it doesn't matter, whispering the last part. Izuku, I don't know what you said last time, but let's have fun. Entering the arcade. After that, both young people simply let themselves be carried away by the new experience for them. Although Izuku had already experienced what a true friendship was like when he met Momo, for both him and Shoko it was the first time they entered a place like that. And during all the time they spent together, Shoko paid for everything, and although Izuku refused at first, it was not until Shoko showed a small card belonging to her father which he had given her a long time ago for any need. And since they hardly ever used it, it was almost complete, so knowing that at the end of the day it was Endeavor's money, they didn't think twice and made the most of it. The fun those two had caught the attention of those who recognized them, and guided by the front pages of the newspapers and the words they heard in their fight at the sports festival, they secretly took photos of them which they would later upload to the internet, or even sell to the press. And so they continued until the sun was beginning to set, and although Izuku wanted to accompany her home, Shoko refused. After all, she was the daughter of the number 2 hero, with combat training, and although she thanked him for the gesture, she was not someone weak, and with a big smile Izuku understood and said goodbye to her. And while Shoko was on her way to her face, an immense joy flooded her heart for having been able to have fun for the first time in a place like that, and what better than with her hero. That is why she decided that when she got home she would thank Fuyumi. Midoriya apartment, Izuku's room, night. Izuku. Today was a tiring day, lying down on his bed after taking a bath, but it was a lot of fun smiling while looking at Shoko's contact on his phone. I'm glad I could help Shoko to be able to experience a normal life and have fun with friends. Although it was also new for me, haha, receiving a call at that moment, getting a little scared by the surprise hello. Shoko, on the other end of the line, also lying in her bed. Good night Izuku, clearly nervous by her tone of voice. Were you busy? I noticed you were a little nervous when you answered. Izuku, and no, calm down, you just surprised me a little, hee, calming down a bit to speak clearly. Shoko, I see, I'm glad, calming down too. I just called to thank you for this afternoon at the arcade, smiling instinctively. I had a lot of fun with you. It was the first time I went to a place like that. Izuku, don't worry Shoko, it was a lot of fun for me too. And we're the same in that sense, confusing Shoko a little since it was also my first time going to an arcade. Shoko, really? Izuku, yes, after all you and Yamamoto are my first friends, but even so with the training to take the academy exam there was no free time. Shoko, right? Pouting slightly upon hearing the name Momo. By the way, Izuku, changing her tone of voice a little, But Izuku doesn't notice. Do you already know when your date with Yaoyorozu is? Izuku, not realizing the situation. No, the truth is I don't know. I guess tomorrow I'll ask him why. Shoko blushes. How could you not notice? For nothing at all, with a big pout. Izuku, hey Shoko. Shoko, yes? Izuku, today was a bit of an improvised experience, but blushes a little. How about after the internship we repeat what happened today and go to more places? So I can keep my promise and I won't feel lonely again. Plus it's really fun to be with her, as well as with Yamamoto, and with Melissa. Shoko, opening her eyes in shock. Is that it? Getting excited. Yes, I would love to. Realizing that she raised her voice too much and someone could hear her as sorry, very blushed and nervous. Hey, it's kinda late. I have to go. Good night Izuku, I'll see you on Monday at the train station. Hanging up the call. Izuku, yes, until, realizing that the call had ended. Had the call been cut off? Realizing something he forgot to say and starts writing a message. Shoko, with a pillow covering her face. Uncovering her face. I have to ask for Yumi for more advice for my outing with Izuku after the internship. Turning around in bed, although, looking at her phone, I guess I should keep my deal with Yaoyorozu and tell her what happened today. But I wonder, will this be okay? Receiving a message from Izuku. Sweet dreams. Blushing as she brought her phone closer to her heart. What a silly question, hee. After that, Shoko started writing on her phone again, but this time to Momo without knowing that she was busy talking to Izuku at that exact moment. Izuku, okay, now that I sent the message it's time to sleep. Receiving another message, but this time from Momo. Momo. Good evening Midoriya-kun, I'm writing you this late. It's about the matter we talked about, going out just the two of us. Are you available tomorrow? Yaoyorozu Mansion, Momo's room. AI, next to her daughter sitting on the bed. You were very formal with Midoriya-kun. Honey, you have to be calmer. Momo, I know, but the more I wrote, the more nervous I got. AI, my girl, holding back laughter a little. You have a lot to learn, hee. Momo, don't make fun of me. She blushes deeply as she feels her heartbeat getting stronger. This would be my first. Receiving the message back and reading it. Of course, where do we meet? Starting to tremble with excitement. AI, well done darling, with both thumbs up. Now answer him. Momo, why yes, starting to write the message. Don't worry about it, tomorrow a driver will pick you up at your house after noon. Receiving a message from Shoko while writing, but I ignore it for the moment. AI, okay, reading the message. There are always surprises on dates. If you don't reveal where it will be, you will leave him thinking it's just his date. Momo, why yes, although maybe I should have written with more charm. Filling herself with doubts. What if she thinks it's too weird? What if she doesn't like surprises? Is tomorrow too early? Getting scared when Izuku's message arrives and she reads it again. Yes, I'm really excited. AI, there you have it, honey, smiling. Momo, lying in bed looking at the ceiling. Tomorrow I will have a date with Midoriya-kun, alone, hugging her phone while having a big smile. Alone with Midoriya-kun, starting to spin around while having a face of pure happiness. AI, with raised eyebrow, are you still fooling yourself into being slightly interested? Smiling while looking at the window. Midoriya-kun, what did you do to make my dear daughter like this? Because of you. Momo, suddenly getting serious. Don't get distracted from so much happiness. Suddenly standing up and taking her mother by the shoulders. Help me go over the plan again. AI, as sure, with a small drop of sweat running down his forehead. Something tells me this is going to be a long night. After that excitement of the moment, Momo finally realized Shoko's messages, and instead of getting depressed, the motivation she had at that moment only encouraged her to do her best and completely impress Izuku. That is why when they arrived to pick up Izuku, the limousine took him to a heliport where, to his immense surprise, Momo was waiting for him, and together with her they flew in a helicopter to another city, and after another short trip they finally reached their destination. Water Park. Izuku, incredible. Impressed at the entire park entrance. I had heard of this park. It is so popular that you have to wait for several months to buy tickets. Seeing Momo smiling for having completed her first mission. How did you get them, Yamamoto? Momo, or that's nothing. Getting tickets is very easy when your family is the owner of the park. He making Izuku even more impressed. Well, what are we waiting for? Taking Izuku by the wrist and entering the place. Let's have fun. Women's locker rooms. Momo, okay, slamming the locker shut. After what Todoroki-san said, I can't fail this date. Grabbing a small notebook as she left the locker room, no matter what happens, I have to make Midoriya-kun start calling me by my name too. And after that determination reflected on her face, Momo went out in search of Izuku, earning the glances of all the men and some women. Some recognized her, but did not dare to come closer, although that did not matter to Momo, since her only objective was to find her partner for that day. Izuku, with his swimsuit already on waiting for Momo. I wonder where Yamamoto is? Shaking his head in all directions, I hope he doesn't lose, listening to someone calling him from afar. Momo, Midoriya-kun. Running to Izuku, I'm sorry for the delay, coming to a very blushing Izuku after seeing his swimsuit. Did I make you wait long? Izuku, I just didn't arrive, shaking his hands and head because he was nervous. Momo, okay, looks like it worked. Let's see if I can push a little harder. Hey Midoriya-kun, leaning a little, making her breasts bounce a little. What do you think of my swimsuit? Izuku, well. Momo, smiling a little, it seems I pushed too hard. Hee, it was just a joke, being interrupted. Izuku, why your swimsuit? It brings out your beauty. It looks really good on you. Momo, blushes and wants to talk, but Izuku doesn't stop. Izuku, but it's not because of the swimsuit. Turning much redder, it's your own beauty that makes anything you wear look very beautiful. Momo, feeling her heart beating faster as a little smoke came out of her head. Thank you very much. Both staying in a somewhat awkward silence while she had an internal scream. This dating thing is wonderful. Civilians, watching the scene. Hey, did you see that? Yes, that's the champion of the UA Academy Sports Festival along with the heiress of the Yakuza. What are they doing in this city? Is it true what is in the press and that she and Endeavor's daughter have a shared relationship with him? I know, apart from having such a powerful quirk, he has two girls who are not only very beautiful, but also have a lot of money. Those comments did not go unnoticed by the couple of friends, so leaving their sadness behind a little, they began to walk away from the place while Momo reviewed her notebook to continue with her plan, something that was noticed by Izuku. Momo, don't settle. Momo, reading her book on the sly, the date has just begun, being seen by Izuku without her noticing. If all my plans are successful, Midoriya-kun and I will get so close that he will undoubtedly call me by my name. Filling himself with courage, I will make this date a success. Izuku, hey Yamamoto, what are you reading? Trying to see, is it another story like? Momo, it's nothing. Midoriya-kun. Hiding the book behind his back and better concentrate on that attraction, taking Izuku by the wrist to start dragging him. And so their date officially began. The first attraction they went on was a water slide. When they got to it, she thought that Izuku would get behind her, and while they both went down, Izuku would take her by the hips. But due to the difference in height, Momo had to go behind him. And while they were descending at high speed, she unconsciously hugged Izuku out of fear, causing her breasts to put pressure on the boy's back, which incredibly made it not bother the girl. The second thing they did was play at splashing each other with water, and although at the beginning they were very even, Momo got too excited, and because she didn't measure her steps well, she fell, an action that made Izuku go to help her, but the image she saw of a shirtless Izuku with his body and hair wet was enough to make the poor girl almost faint and have to rest a little. The third thing they did was play volleyball, but in her instinct to improve and the excitement of doing things well, she didn't measure herself and threw the ball with all her might at Izuku's face. Naturally, he was able to dodge it. But what Momo didn't expect was that Izuku would put on an extremely serious look while telling him that next time he would receive him well. Momo internally appreciated this reaction, but equally, somewhat discouraged, she thought that that wasn't what she had in mind. Taking a little break, Momo ordered the biggest ice cream they had at the cafeteria. Her idea was to share it with Izuku and tell him to open his mouth so she could feed him directly. Unfortunately for her, some kids had accidentally thrown the ball in her direction, and it hit the ice cream all over her, knocking it onto the floor. Although at first she wanted to complain about it, when she realized they were just kids, she calmed down, and the two of them calmed them down because they were about to cry because they thought they did something wrong. And so it was with every time Momo planned something or someone ended up interrupting it or ruining its moment. Water park, gift shop. Momo, walking outside the store, At this rate the date will end without much romance, and without Midoriya-kun calling me by my name, somewhat depressed hearing the voices of some girls who were going to a store. Girls, how cute! Looking at some stuffed animals. This one too. Izuku, wow, I wonder what else they'll sell as a souvenir? Momo, hearing that, let's go see them too, Midoriya-kun. Izuku, yes. Walking towards the store and entering it. Momo, watching Izuku happily choose some stuffed animals while pouting, he looks so cute, I would like to make him blush more, but it relaxes me too to see him like that, smiling. No, focus Momo. Even if it is not planned to go shopping together, it is also part of a typical date. Looking in all directions, noticing that there were not only stuffed animals of marine animals, but of many other types. There should be something I can use, concentrated until hearing Izuku mention someone. Izuku, and for Shoko, which one would it be? Smiling, I already have one for my mom, now I just need to choose one for Shoko. Which one would she like? Momo, looking at Izuku, a gift for Todoroki-san, pouting, I don't like it. Izuku, I guess it could be this, holding an octopus stuffed animal. Momo, acting on impulse, this one looks better on her. Handing Izuku a polar eye plushie. Izuku, huh? Confused, okay. Momo, realizing what she did, why am I helping my rival, turning around while blaming herself. Izuku, this. Yamamomo, thank you very much for helping me choose which gift is best for Shoko. Momo, it's nothing, Midoriya-kun, even without seeing him. Izuku, that's why I wanted to give you this, causing Momo to be surprised and quickly turn her face seeing that Izuku had a panda bear stuffed animal in his hands. Momo, F for me. Taking him in her hands while slowly hugging him as if he were a little girl. Izuku, yes, nodding, I know this may be something very insignificant to you, and that you could even create as many as you want, but, closing his eyes while smiling sweetly seeing its colors, I couldn't help but think of you, your well cared for skin and your beautiful black hair, that's why I want to give it to you. With those words, Momo's heart filled with immense joy, so much so that she had to hide her little tears with her gift, and although at first Izuku thought he had made a mistake and that it had upset her, she told him that it wasn't true, that she had simply gotten something in her eyes, and although it was clearly a lie. She didn't give Izuku time to question her, since she had asked him if he could go get a drink while she asked the managers to take the stuffed animals to her locker. Momo, already calmer as she left the store, although I didn't get Midoriya-kun to call me by my name today, I can say that it wasn't such a bad day, smiling as she remembered Izuku's words at the same time as she remembered Shoko's message. Really, you are very greedy. Extra boys, oh, but look what we have here. Boys arriving next to Momo. Hello beautiful, are you alone? Momo, getting serious, no thanks, I'm waiting for someone. Boy, come on, that's one of the oldest lies in the world. Don't you want to come and have fun with us? Looking at her breast shamelessly, we'll treat you very well. Boy, it's true, with a perverted smile, I assure you that you will like it. Momo, getting uncomfortable, I already told you no, and I'm not interested in any of you. Boy 1. Or let's go, grabbing her by the wrist and starting to try to wrestle. How will you know that you're not interested if you don't try? Momo, I already told you no, struggling and drawing the attention of many people, let me go. That scene had already caught the attention of too many people. Some employees who recognized Momo quickly called security, but in the few minutes it would take for them to arrive, no one knew what to do. For her part, Momo was ready to defend herself, but something happened that stopped her. The disgusting laughter of one of those guys reminded her of the incident where she fought at the USJ and where a villain insinuated that he wanted to grape her. Her body stopped, caught in that small trauma. Her eyes had begun to moisten as small tears appeared. At that moment she looked at everyone around her. Without saying anything, her gaze only begged for help. She genuinely already felt scared. She was ashamed to admit it. Despite studying and training to be a heroine, she was still a 15-year-old girl. Those tears only motivated the guys more. But before things could get too far, someone threw a drink directly in the face of the one holding Momo, and in a quick movement he squeezed the guy's wrist so hard that he forced him to let go of Momo, and using his right arm he hugged her to hold her to his chest, all while he had an extremely serious look. Boy 1, ahhh. Complaining about the pain in his wrist. Damn bastard. Unable to see because of the drink, who the buck dares? Momo, realizing who she is as her tears come out. Midoriya-kun. Izuku, are you okay? Sorry for the delay, but don't worry, hugging her a little tighter, causing Momo's face to be placed on his chest. I'm already here, without taking his gaze away from the guys who recognized him for a second. Boy, nervous, and it's not possible. He's not even from this city. Boy, wait, if he's here, it means she's looking closely at Momo, finally recognizing her, the heiress of the Yaoyorozu. Izuku, I don't know what the hell they were trying to do, but hugging Momo closer to his body, she's with me. Momo, managing to hear Izuku's heart slowly calming down. What a strong heart. With each beat I feel calmer. With each beat I feel more. Closing her eyes and just concentrating more on the sound of Izuku's heart. Sure. On the internet we all saw that you already have Endeavor's daughter in the palm of your hand. Don't be greedy and let the Yaoyorozu decide who to be with. Leave something for being interrupted. Izuku, I won't say it again, giving him such an extremely serious look that the boys froze on the spot while he squeezed Momo a little harder, who felt protected and was even more so when she finally heard what she wanted to hear so much. Momo is with me. That look was so extremely serious that it was not normal at all. The three boys could notice something in the pupil of Izuku's eyes. It was faint, and lasted less than a second, but they saw it clearly. It was a small red light accompanied by a tiny ray of the same color. Those three immediately began to tremble. Unable to feel any other emotion than the most absolute panic, it was such that they could not even say any more words and fell to the ground after losing the strength in their legs. Fortunately for those three guys, the park security had finally arrived and taken them away. While they were being taken away, they could only mumble incoherent things, but only one word was repeated. Monster. After a while, everyone returned to their seats, but at no time had Momo separated from Izuku's embrace, wanting to hide her embarrassment for everything that had happened, but Izuku misunderstood. Izuku, I'm sorry I was gone for so long. I separating from Momo's hug to look at her face. I'm so sorry. Momo, no. Shaking her head, I'm the one who regrets it. Despite also being a student to become a heroine, I was paralyzed by fear and didn't know how to act, limiting the few tears she had left, but thanks to you I managed to calm down, smiling sweetly. Thank you very much. Izuku, don't feel bad. Besides, reciprocating the smile, I promised you that I would also be your hero. Momo, blushes, wanting to change the subject. By the way, I'm sorry this outing wasn't so good. Izuku, what are you talking about? Forgetting that last part, today was a really fun day, and it was that I got to spend the whole day with my first friend. Momo, feeling her heart beating much faster. Thanks. How about we do better? Trying to walk, but notices that she has a small wound on her leg. Izuku, noticing the wound and getting a little alarmed. Your leg, clenching his fist. You hurt yourself a little. Momo, it's true. Looking at her closely, I must have done it during that struggle. Izuku, you need to be treated. Looking everywhere. Where will they have a first aid kit? Not being able to see any, forget it. I think the best thing is to take you directly to the infirmary that they should have. Looking at Momo, you can't move much, but I don't want to leave you alone again. What do I do? Momo, you really care a lot, not just about Todoroki-san. You care a lot about me too. Smiling as she spoke softly. If I said that you hate me, would you do it? Realizing what she said, what am I saying? There's no way he'll agree to that. Izuku understood, lifting her in his arms like a princess in front of everyone. Momo, about to reach a new kind of red on her face. Izuku, although it's a little embarrassing, also very blushing, but I won't let you fall. Walking calmly, we tried many things. Many things happened to us. That last one was unpleasant, but passing by a large window, noticing how the light of the sunset entered through it, illuminating Izuku's entire face, it was all very fun. Momo smiling sweetly. Momo, this, feeling immense joy at hearing her name called by Izuku again. It was a great date. Yes, I had a lot of fun too. Izuku hugging him by the neck, not caring that the other people continued watching. You don't know how long I've been waiting for you to call me by my name. Izuku, huh? Realizing, getting even more embarrassed, Yao, noticing the happiness on Momo's face, and not being able to help it any longer. This is embarrassing. Momo. Momo, I don't care. Getting carried away by the moment. After that scene and taking Momo to the park's infirmary where they disinfected her wound, their date had ended. During their way back to their city in the helicopter, they were both nervous at first, but as the minutes passed, they returned to their recurring talks. After all, they were best friends, only their relationship had reached a level where they would begin to refer to each other by name. Once they arrived, Momo received a call from her father, to whom they informed the whole situation, and with great concern he wanted to know what had happened. She began to tell him, but when she arrived to see that she was with Izuku the whole time, she noticed how she called him by his name, a fact that made him somewhat upset. Fortunately for them, Ai was nearby, and with a simple touch she calmed her husband, only to take his phone and tell her daughter to come quickly so that she could give her all the details. That confused both Izuku and Ryuji, who listened, but the repetitive Yaoyorozu who was next to them told them that it was nothing and not to pay attention to it. It was then that once they arrived at Izuku's apartment to drop him off, Momo wanted to cheat a little and said goodbye to him with a kiss on the cheek. An action that made Izuku nervous, while she went very happily to her house without letting go for a single moment of the stuffed animal that she gave to Izuku. Dagoba Beach, Sunday. Izuku, I think I should stop here wiping sweat. I shouldn't overexert my body too much if I want to perform tomorrow in the internships. I think it's already 80% clean walking back home. I'm sure that if I had used the one for all I would have already finished, but it's better to strengthen my body to be able to use more power. Walking through the streets immersed in his thoughts. Currently I can only use % in my entire body. When I won the festival for a second I used 10%, but that was because of the adrenaline of the moment. There's also the fact of those voices and those strange sensations, entering an Almight fair without realizing it. I already want to meet Melissa's father, and have him tell us what exactly that could be. Bumping into someone for being distracted, but he was the one who fell to the ground, huh? Looking at the ground, seeing Izuku. Is this child? Smiling while extending his hand. Are you okay? Izuku, why yes, thank you very much. Looking up in disbelief. What's wrong? Not getting a response. Are you really okay? Izuku, it can't be. Recognizing her, the #1 heroine of the Star and Stripe United States. Getting the attention of everyone in the area. Star, huh? Izuku, extremely excited. I can't believe it. Drawing even more attention, the heroine with the same position as Almight is here. Looking for her notebook and showing it to her, please. Suddenly standing up, would you give me your autograph? Star, without noticing that they had already recognized her, please keep quiet. I don't want them to know that. Civilians, it's true, America's #1 heroine is here. And he is next to Izuku Midoriya. Will he also come to train him? Train him? Didn't you see the rumors? According to an anonymous user, but with very precise data, he put in a post that the same heroine Mirko went personally to deliver her letter to do the internship with her. Really? I just saw how yesterday there were photos of him having a date with the heiress of the Yaoyorozu, and the day before with Endeavor's daughter. It's like the final words of that post. Izuku Midoriya wants it all for himself. Star, what if we just go fast? Izuku, nodding still with his mouth covered. After that, Star quickly took Izuku and lifted him up very easily, and then started running all over the place, managing to lose all the civilians who were already taking pictures of them. Unfortunately, one of those who were in the middle of the place would not be so easily avoided and knew where they would be and began to follow them. Star, landing in the middle of the beach. This seems like a good place. Putting Izuku down. I'm sorry about that. Izuku, here again, feeling the irony. Don't worry, it was my fault that everyone knew you were here. Clearly noticing the heroine's clothes, I didn't realize you were trying to go unnoticed. Star, it doesn't matter. Smiling, in fact it was good for me. After all, I also wanted to meet you. Izuku Midoriya. Izuku me? Confused and very surprised. Why? Star, well, when I found out that All Might was on vacation I was very curious, but I let it go, staring at Izuku until you appeared, confusing him more when I received the video of how you fought against that thing they called Nomu, and how in your last blow the figure of All Might seemed to be behind you. It filled me with great curiosity, and I wanted to meet you. Smiling. Izuku, how far has that video gone? Star, and well, taking advantage of the fact that I also wanted a little break, I took a mini vacation as well, although I have to return today. Clearly sad, but well, I don't want to get distracted. Regaining my spirits, I was also very excited about how you won the sports festival. Izuku, were you at the stadium? Star, no, I saw it on TV. He sitting on the sand looking towards the horizon being imitated by Izuku reminded me so much of All Might that I couldn't stop smiling and wanting to meet you someday. Izuku, is that why you were looking for me? Star, ha ha ha, I wasn't looking for you. The fact that we met was just luck, smiling, although I'm not complaining. Izuku, I understand, by the way. What were you doing there? Star, I was looking for new All Might collectible items, but I haven't found anything better than this, showing a small keychain, filling Izuku with excitement. Izuku, I have one just like it. Searching in his pocket, look. Star, ha ha, smiling, hey, I still have some time. Would you tell me your story? After that, Izuku began to tell her about his life. For some reason he felt that by sharing his same admiration for All Might he could gain confidence. That's why he started from the beginning, about how for not being able to use his quirk many still bothered him, about how once All Might saved him, and from that day he began to train him in secret. That fact naturally was not a surprise for the heroine, since it was something logical. Then he told her that since he was a child he was alone, and that seeing the videos of All Might saving people was who encouraged him besides his deceased father to be a hero. She also decided to tell him something about her life and how many years ago, when she was a child, she was saved by All Might, and since then she wanted to be a heroine. That was a nice chat, but unfortunately not everything lasts forever, and it was time for Star to return, but not before saying a few words to Izuku. Star, looking at the time, it seems it's time to say goodbye. Getting up from the sand, helping Izuku do the same. It was a nice chat. I would have liked to meet All Might, but with you I am more than satisfied. Izuku, are you sure? Taking out his phone, I can call him, and you two could meet directly. Star, no, just leave it like that. Ruffling Izuku's hair, you really are a good boy. No wonder he's training you. Smiling, it's not because of your quirk, but what's in your heart. Izuku, what? Star, bringing his fist to Izuku's chest, if you choose the right path with a strong mind, everything is possible. I look forward to the day when you grow up and we become heroes together, little brother. Izuku, little brother? Impressed? Do you consider me your little brother? Star, yes, as far as I'm concerned it doesn't matter if a person is blood related or not, even if he or she awakened his or her quirk late, or never does it, it doesn't matter either. As long as they both share a true desire to be a hero and do the right thing, even knowing that this can harm him or her. It's more than enough for me. Smiling gently at Izuku, that's why from what I've seen and you've told me you're on the right path, and I'm sure your father would be proud of you, causing Izuku to be immensely happy to hear those words from another very important heroine being reflected on his face. And while the two of them were saying goodbye, the person who had followed them was watching them and trying to listen at all times. That person hidden in the distance was Sir, who was at the All Might Fair, and when he heard that the #1 heroine was there he went to try to scold her for leaving her post, but when he saw Izuku he stopped. At that moment he remembered Director Nise's words about his vision, and how they should be more prepared in case of emergency. It was for that reason that, taking advantage of the fact that they were distracted, he used his quirk again on Izuku, hoping to gather more information and be better prepared to prevent that fateful future. But what he saw did not leave him in better condition. In that vision of the future he could see Izuku holding in his arms an apparently fainted Melissa's shield while facing the Star and Stripe heroine, while having a very different expression than the one he had at that moment. After seeing his vision, the biggest fans of All Might each retreated in opposite directions, and with very different thoughts. That night, Izuku had a lot to explain to Momo and Shoko, since those photos once again reached the internet. Train station, Monday, internship day. Aizawa, you all have your outfits, right? In front of his students, obviously wearing them in public is prohibited, and don't lose them either. Mina, understood. With a playful attitude. Mineta, who cares about that? Pointing at Izuku Midoriya, you really are lucky. Crying with envy, you spent a different day with not only Todoroki and Yayorozu, even with the #1 heroine in the United States. Kneeling and sticking his head on the ground, please tell me what your secret is. Catching the attention of everyone at the station, who had started to murmur. Izuku, somewhat nervous from so many glances. See natural charisma? Receiving 2 pinches on his cheeks from Shoko and Momo. I'm sorry. Momo, Then you just have to tell the truth. Izuku releasing her cheek. You just have to say that you found her by pure chance. Shoko, true, releasing her cheek as well. If you say it that way you will only create misunderstandings. Izuku, why you're rubbing? I'm sorry Shoko, I'm sorry Momo. Jiro, smiling. Oh, I see your Saturday outing went well, so are you calling each other by your names now? Momo, yes. Smiling while Shoko made a small pout. Shoko, Izuku, don't forget that you promised that we would go out after the internship, causing Mina to support Shoko from afar. Siro, whispering to Kaminari Man, I think more and more that Mineta is right. Midoriya really wants it all for himself. Aizawa, stop wasting time. Already tired of that teenage drama. Do you already know exactly where you have to go? Harakure, I'll go east. Tokoemi, Kyushu speaking without further ado. Kirishima, talking to Tokoemi. Kyushu, huh? I'll go in the exact opposite direction. Izuku, wanting to change the topic with the girls. Are you ready? Shoko, yes, the other day I was able to talk to my mother, smiling slightly at Izuku, and if I want to become the heroine I always wanted to be, I have to overcome this and also master my fire. Momo, I'm ready too, with a calm look, but with a serious voice. I know I still have a long way to go and I need to expand my arsenal. That's why, although I didn't like it at first, I decided to go with Snipes Sensei. Seeing how Izuku opened his eyes, I know he treated you badly, but… Izuku, I'm glad to hear that, from both of you. Surprising you, the fact that you want to improve even though you don't like your teachers just shows your determination. Smiling, and I really like that about you girls. Blushes, if you need to talk to someone you can call me anytime. Shoko/Momo, thank you. Mineta, writing everything down. If Midoriya doesn't tell me, I have no choice but to write down everything he says and does myself. Shoko, listening to the last call of several trains. It seems that my train is already leaving. Good luck. Izuku, getting a little closer to Izuku to give him a kiss on the cheek. Good luck. Izuku blushes a little. It's not the first time I've received a kiss on the cheek, but I never get tired of it. Or is it from whom they give them to me? Shoko, passing by Momo to whisper it's only fair, earning a small grumble from her since she knew she was right. Momo, it seems that my train is leaving too, giving a sweet smile to Izuku. Good luck. I hope you call me to tell me how you're doing. Walking away from the place with Shoko, who was blaming herself for not telling her to call her too. Izuku, yes. Saying goodbye. Good luck girls. Staying alone for a short time. Tashinori, running to the place. Young Midoriya. Izuku, Yagi-sensei? Confused, what are you doing here? Tashinori, well, pretending to catch his breath. The truth is that I also have some business to attend to in the direction where you're going, and I wanted to take advantage of your trip to talk a little. What do you think? Izuku, sure. Listening to another batch of trains. It seems our train has arrived. Tashinori, well, let's not waste time. Walking next to Izuku. But everything was seen by Bakugo, who only got angrier for suspecting that those two were hiding something. During the journey, master and student talked about the next step in their training, and that although Mirko was a good option, the fact of continuing his training with Gran Torino was the best, not so much for his physical qualities but for his vast experience. They also talked about his meeting with the #1 heroine, and how she wanted to meet him one day, to which Almight without a doubt said that he would also like to meet her one day. And so the minutes passed, and after 45 minutes they had finally arrived at their destination. Dilapidated building. Izuku, clearly seeing the poor condition of the place. Are you sure it's here? Tashinori, yes, I have told him many times that I can get him, or at least pay to fix this place. But he always refuses, slowly opening the door. You know how it is, seeing something that scared both of them. Izuku, Gran Torino. Running quickly with all might towards the old man. Resist. Tashinori, master, don't die. Gran Torino, raising his head, I'm not dead, you pair of idiots. Izuku/Tashinori, he's alive. Gran Torino, you two really stand up a lot. Getting up while cleaning his suit. I just tripped while carrying my food. This is all just gravy. Reassuring both of them. Tashinori, master, don't give us that scare. Gran Torino, and you think I wanted to? Look, my food was wasted. But anyway, pointing at Izuku, we'll worry about that later. Now there's something much more important that you have to know. Kid smiling, but first of all answer me something. Who are you? Izuku, age is affecting him, getting hit in the head. Gran Torino, who are you? Izuku, you already know me, I'm barely dodging a kick, but receives another from another angle. Gran Torino, hanging from the ceiling, I know perfectly well who I am, but what I'm asking you is if you know who you are. Tashinori, trembling a little as he remembers old times, what he is referring to is your no. Gran Torino, shut up Tashinori. Interrupting him, he's perfectly capable of figuring it out without your help. Just look at how he handled that creature alone without your help. Looking back at Izuku, this will be the last time I ask. Who are you? Izuku, I. Gran Torino is acting very strange. Why did he interrupt my teacher? Why did he mention the fight at the USJ? Thinking for several seconds, he doesn't want me to tell him my name. Then, remembering his practice with All Might about choosing his hero name, and what it means, I am the Argonaut hero. Gran Torino, smiling. As always, this kid never ceases to impress me, although that name, I feel like I've heard it before. Very good, now that you know who you are, it's time for you to know something coming down from the roof. At that moment, both All Might and Gran Torino had begun to talk to Izuku about their great enemy, about how a certain individual possessed a truly terrifying quirk, capable of stealing other people's quirks and making them completely his own, the complete antithesis of One for All. How each individual has passed on that power to the next generation in order to in the future defeat that great evil that is only known as All for One. And so the minutes passed, where they told him the story of how One for All was created thanks to the brother of the great villain, and indirectly himself as well. All of this impressed Izuku, who accepted without a doubt the responsibility of defeating him. But what no one knew, not even himself, is that in the deepest part of his mind, he had already heard that name. Unfortunately, they couldn't talk much longer because they heard loud footsteps, and with a single kick the door was completely knocked down, hitting Gran Torino. Tashinori, master! Running to help him. I think he's dead now. Who? Mirko, brat. Entering the place very upset. Do you really have the courage to ignore my internships? Tashinori, Mirko! Surprised, what are you doing here? Being ignored by the heroine as she finishes taking out her master. Mirko, answer me. Now calmer but still very determined as she easily lifted Izuku and shook him a little. After I personally went to leave my letter for the internship, you ignore me. Do you know that no professional had ever done something like that? Izuku, sorry. Starting to feel a little dizzy, but I had already promised to go with someone else. Mirko, with who? Putting Izuku down and looking around, it's that nosy star, whatever her name is. Gran Torino, I see you're still as impulsive and full of energy as I remembered you, brat, finally coming out from under the door with Tashinori's help. Mirko, who calls me that? Noticing the former hero completely changing his attitude. Gran Torino? Gran Torino, I see you still remember me. Tashinori, do you know each other? Being as confused as Izuku. Mirko, I, much calmer, seeing all the mess she caused. I'm so sorry. Lowering her ears, I didn't know you were here. Gran Torino, of course, where else would I be? This is my house. Depressing the heroine even more. Mirko, I promise I'll pay for the door. Looking at Izuku with an expression that's hard to decipher. Will you do your internship with him? Izuku, why yes, somewhat afraid of not knowing what reaction to expect. See, can I ask something? Seeing how Mirko nodded, not with his head but with one of his ears. Do you know Gran Torino? Mirko, yes, it was a long time ago. I guess I should be around your age, but I only met him by pure chance when I visited the grave of an old heroine, and we talked for a long time about her, that despite her videos being somewhat old, she was a strong, noble and very determined woman, despite the fact that I never got to meet her in person. She was my inspiration to become a heroine. Tashinori, opening his eyes in surprise, you mean the heroine? Mirko, Nana Shimura, smiling with some regret as her image came to the minds of the three adults. Tashinori, with a genuine smile, master, even after your departure you have continued to inspire new generations of heroes. Looking at Izuku, that is why I also want to do my best to teach Izuku, and that way your legacy somehow lives on. Mirko, letting out a heavy sigh, I'm really sorry for the inconvenience. Gran Torino, and I suppose that if you're the one who trains that brat, he'll be in good hands. Heading towards the exit, I'll pay someone to fix his door today. Tashinori, wait, don't go! Stopping her to everyone's surprise. Mirko, huh? Staring at him without recognizing him, and who are you? Tashinori, my name is Tashinori Yagi, I am All Might's assistant, but that doesn't matter now, making a decision stay and help Gran Torino train young Midoriya. Izuku / Gran Torino / Mirko, what? Confused. Tashinori, listen, I can't give many details, but I'll just tell you that All Might sees a lot of potential in young Midoriya, and that's why he's been training him for a few months now. Tashinori, I don't know if you know, but Nana Shimura along with Gran Torino were the great masters of All Might, impressing Mirko with that fact. Unfortunately, he is not the best at kicking, that is why he asked his former master for help. But, making a small bow, I am sure that he would also agree that you also help him to have a more complete training. With your strength and Gran Torino's experience, I am sure that. Mirko, I accept, saying without further ado, you don't need to tell me so many explanations. From the beginning I wanted to train him, and if now you tell me that this child was chosen by All Might, who in turn was chosen by Nana, it is more than enough for him to also want to help. Tashinori, thank you very much. Looking at the great Torino, is that okay with you? Gran Torino, smiling, I have no problem with that. Tashinori, and your young Midoriya? Izuku, sure. Excited by all that, although I have a question. Getting everyone's attention, could you tell me more about Nana Shimura? Smiling, I only have a few small mentions of her, but if she was so important for great heroes, I also want to know more about her. After that, the three adults began to talk to him a little more about her, and even showed him a photograph of her. After finishing their talk, they sent Izuku to put on his hero costume, while Mirko sent a resigned Tashinori to go get the lunches, which he had to do. After all, for Mirko, he was just a civilian without training, so to keep the secret he had to stay as a mere spectator. And while he was going for lunch, the two heroes specialized in attacks with their legs took Izuku to the roof of the building where they were to begin their training. Rooftop. Mirko, very well, boy, pay close attention to what you are going to do next. Izuku, yes. Gran Torino, as I was explaining to her while you were putting on your suit, until now I have taught you to move in closed spaces, places where you can always use the walls and ceiling as support points to change direction. Mirko, but you won't always have that advantage. Sometimes you'll face villains in open spaces where you'll lose that help from the environment, but that doesn't stop there. We add another layer of difficulty when you go up to here. Gran Torino, in these same confrontations with villains there may be civilians nearby, or even worse, they may have hostages, and since you have no support point, you will have limited space. Izuku, I understand, bringing his hand to his chin, that's why we're here, to learn to control the strength of my legs, to know how much I should jump so as not to lose balance, and also not to be exposed by being in the air for a long time. And it's space beyond the roof where civilians would be in danger, so I can't leave this area. Mirko, looking at Gran Torino, is he always this smart? Gran Torino, you'd be surprised, staring at Izuku. Are you ready? Izuku, yes. Getting into position. When did you guys? Being kicked by Mirko to the side, throwing him off the roof. Mirko, rule number 1. With his usual ferocious smile, you'll never know when a villain will attack you. Izuku, starting to fall to the ground. Gran Torino, this is going to take a while, diving to catch Izuku before he falls. Mirko, ha ha ha, but it will be fun. And the training had begun, kick after kick, as well as fall after fall. That had become an endless cycle for Izuku. That feeling that warned him of danger did not always appear, and the few times it did, his reflexes were too slow to dodge the speed of both professional heroes. That gave Izuku a valuable lesson. He still had a lot to improve. The minutes were passing, and when the two professional heroes thought that their routine would not change from this, they got a surprise, as did All Might, who was already arriving at the roof with food for everyone. Izuku, getting another kick from Mirko. About to fall again. Not again. I don't want to keep feeling this sensation of falling. Closing his eyes while unconsciously activating the OFA. Stop. Clenching his fists. Stop. Clenching his teeth. Don't fall anymore. Feeling how the sensation of lightness becomes stronger and stronger. I don't want to fall. Tashinori, Arriving at the rooftop very well, I finally arrived, so take a break, and, seeing his successor and being so impressed that he threw the food on the floor. Izuku, you. Mirko, he unbelieving like the other adults. Is he perhaps? Gran Torino, floating? Remembering his nanny at that moment. At that moment, no one knew what was happening, not even Izuku himself, who, upon opening his eyes and not feeling that he was moving, saw his body suspended in the air. But before he could say anything, his consciousness was transported. During that process, he could see various lights along the entire journey, and less than a second later he had arrived at a place almost in complete darkness, with a large part of his body covered by a dark cloud, unable to speak because this same cloud was covering his mouth, and it was there that he heard a woman's voice. Oh, Fakor. Nana, finally we can see each other straight away. 9th. Izuku, that voice. It's the same one I heard before, turning around managing to see that woman. Nana, although I see that it is still not enough for you to be able to speak, sighing, it is a shame. Izuku, with eyes wide open in surprise, it's not possible. Nana, from your expression I can see that you are very confused, smiling slightly. You should already know who I am, but allow me to introduce myself. My name is Nana Shimura. I was the 7th bearer of One for All, and I brought you here to tell you a few things. But above all to congratulate you, after all you fully unlocked my quirk. Chapter 13 War of Ideals. Normal world. Izuku, slowly opening his eyes, feeling his body in pain. What happened? Mirko, hey kid, being in a very compromising pose on top of Izuku, making him blush. Are you okay? Izuku, why yes. Teacher, why are you on top of me? Blushes slightly increasing. Mirko, noticing Izuku's blush and having a mischievous smile. Oh, don't tell me you're nervous about having this beautiful professional heroine on top of you. Widening his smile, you already have those 2 girls and you want to go for a 3rd? Izuku, what? Blushing even more. I didn't mean that. Mirko, ha, getting off Izuku and helping him up from the ground. Calm down kid, I was just playing with you. The truth is I'm not interested in boys, if you know what I mean. Winking. Izuku, why yeah, calming down a bit, and looking closely at where he was. Why are we down here? Noticing that they were in the alley next to the building. Mirko, getting serious because I jumped to catch you after you fainted right after you started floating, staring at Izuku, making him nervous. Brat. What the hell happened? Tying up loose ends. Your quirk is extremely rare. It not only gives you strength, it generates lightning, and now this. Izuku, damn, it was too obvious. One thing is that the lie is that I accumulate power, but if she saw that I don't know how to get out of this, Mirko, wait, stopping Izuku while carrying him like a sack. You will talk while everyone is together, bending slightly. Hold on tight. Izuku, huh? Mirko, here we go, jumping hard on the walls until reaching the top of the building. Ready, we're here, releasing Izuku and walking a few steps away. Tashinori, young Midoriya, running to his successor and taking him by the shoulders. Are you okay? Did you hurt yourself? Waving Izuku, do you need to see a doctor? Izuku, why yes, I say no. Gran Torino, let him breathe, idiot. Hitting Tashinori on the head. Tashinori, I'm sorry, separating from Izuku, I just worried. Gran Torino, you already seem like a worried father, staring at Izuku. Brat, can you tell us what happened? Izuku, well, glancing at Mirko, it has something to do with that, whispering to his 2 teachers, drawing a lot of their attention. Gran Torino, oh I see, I guess the best thing is that. Mirko, stop. Stomping hard, drawing everyone's attention. These ears aren't just for show. I heard you perfectly when you whispered. I don't know what they're hiding, but they won't leave me out of this. Staring at Izuku, if you want me to keep training you, I have to know everything you can do with your quirk. Looking at Gran Torino, or do you not trust me? Izuku, but, looking at his 2 teachers. Gran Torino, listen, it's not that we don't trust you, it's just that being interrupted. Tashinori, no. Putting his hand on the old man's shoulder, she must know, making Izuku open his eyes in shock. After all, I was the one who asked her to train Izuku too. Mirko, well, smiling, I guess you'll have to tell Almight first, but I guess I can wait a few minutes. Tashinori, not exactly heading towards the rooftop door to enter the building. The truth is that he is already here, starting to blow small trails of smoke. Mirko, huh? Looking in all directions, where is it? Not being able to find anything. If this is a joke, noticing how the muscles of that thin man grew bigger and bigger. Wait. Is that you? Recognizing that figure perfectly. Almight, yes, but let's talk inside, I'll tell you everything. Mirko, oh okay, walking towards the building, passing by Almight. Why do I feel like I got myself into something much bigger than I thought? Lost in her thoughts without noticing that she was getting too far ahead. Gran Torino, are you sure about this, Toshinori? Walking beside him as he returned to his thin form. Toshinori, yes, she will be a great teacher for Izuku, as you and Nana were for me, causing Izuku to jump a little upon hearing her. Gran Torino, I understand, noticing Izuku looking a little thoughtful. What's wrong, kid? Arriving in the living room where Mirko was waiting for them. Izuku, teachers, I don't know how you're going to take it, but getting nervous, I spoke with Nana Shimura. Toshinori / Gran Torino / Mirko, what? Izuku, why yes, he even asked me to send his regards to you, looking at Toshinori, and to someone called Sorahiko, although I don't know who that is. Gran Torino, it's me, unbelievable, that's my name. Mirko, didn't they ever tell you? Seeing how both adults shake their heads, what the hell did I really get myself into? After that, a long talk began between the heroes and the young man who aspired to be one. The first thing they did was to inform Mirko of what One for All really was, and that Izuku was the 9th bearer of that power, without omitting anything about the fact that Almight was its 8th bearer, and that Nana was the 7th. And when they got to the part where they mentioned that the greatest enemy, and the antithesis of One for All, the most fearsome of villains, who was none other than All for One, was Nana's murderer, she became so enraged that they could hardly stop her from going out to look for him, even under rocks if necessary. Once calmer, they continued their explanations and the importance of keeping this secret from the general public, which naturally accepted without any problem. And once the adults finished talking among themselves, what they most wanted to know arrived, and it was how Izuku could begin to float for a few seconds, and why he said he could talk to someone who had already passed away, and it was there where he told them everything he could hear. One for All core minutes before. Izuku, extremely confused, unlock his quirk? Unable to speak due to the fog covering his mouth. What does he mean by that? Why am I seeing and hearing her if she passed away many years ago? What's going on? Nana, seeing Izuku's confused face, listen, 9th, we don't have much time, so pay attention to me, noticing how the place was getting paler. Your use of One for All is still very limited, and that's why you won't be able to be here for long, at least not yet. Izuku nodding. Nana, well, smiling to start with, it's just like I told you. You completely unlocked my quirk by having the great desire to not fall from the top of that building, but it's not like you haven't felt it before, seeing how Izuku's facial expressions changed when he didn't understand, you know. That feeling of lightness that you felt before was my quirk, but in a very minimal portion. Izuku, opening his eyes wide, wait, if the feeling of lightness was his quirk, does that mean the other sensations? Nana, that's right, interrupting her thoughts, they were the other quirks of the other bearers, although you still can't use them voluntarily. Izuku, other quirks? Using them voluntarily? What is One for All really, and how did he know what I was thinking? Nana, it's not that I know exactly what you're thinking, it's just that we can feel your emotions, and I felt that you were very confused by all this information, noticing how the place became paler, knowing that there was not much time left. Listen to me well, 9th. Your compatibility with the One for All is extremely good. I would dare to say that it is perfect, so as you control it more and depending on your will, feelings and situation, the other quirks that now reside inside the Ufa will be unlocked as you did with mine. Seeing how Izuku began to move away from her, it seems that time is up. One more thing, smiling, do not worry about your privacy. I myself will make sure that you have it when you need it. Izuku, wait. Trying to resist, but it was useless. There are still many things I want to know. Being pushed further and further away from the core, I need more answers. Nana, saying goodbye happily, don't worry, you'll know more about it soon. Remembering something important, do me a favor, send my regards to Sorahiko and Toshinori. Staying alone, giving a small sigh, that boy, smiling happily, starting to disappear too. You really chose the best possible successor, Tashinori. Normal world. Izuku. And that would be all. I could interact with her, noticing her teachers with different reactions, huh? Mirko, with an expression of great joy. That is an incredible story. Very excited, moving her ears and tail without realizing it. Having the opportunity to train you is more and more fun. Not only do I have the opportunity to train the one who currently carries the legacy of the heroine that I admire the most. Now she herself will be able to know about me. Smiling, when you have more control of the Ofa, tell her that I admire her a lot, and that I became a heroine because of her. Izuku, yes, nodding. Gran Torino, extremely thoughtful, this child, with his intelligence, his determination, and now that he will have the quirks of the other bearers, I have no doubt he will be a true monster. How lucky that he is on our side. Releasing a heavy sigh. Well, if what Shimura said is true, I think we should change the training a little. Mirko, yes, I was thinking the same thing. Looking at the old man, the ideal thing is that we dedicate a little time so that he learns to use the float more often. Gran Torino, not only that, staring at Izuku, if what Shimura said is true, and the more you master one, for all the other quirks will be unlocked. The ideal is that for this whole week you use it a few times, confusing everyone. This way we can concentrate on strengthening your body more so you can use it more percentage. Smiling maliciously like Mirko. Mirko, so get ready, kid, widening his smile even more, scaring Izuku. The training will be harder now. Izuku, why yes, his legs starting to tremble. I'll try hard, trying to gather courage, and seeing his teacher with his face down. Teacher, is something wrong? Tashinori, with tears in his eyes, master, so in a way you never abandoned me. For all these years you were by my side, even if I didn't realize it. Now you are with Izuku supporting him. It is because of all these things that I. Wiping away his tears to get up and walk towards his successor. Izuku, I have had many achievements in my life, but none compared to having chosen you as my successor. Coming in front of Izuku to take him by the shoulders, I am sure that you will be able to overcome any adversity and become the greatest hero of all. That is why I. Watering his eyes, imagining him together with Nana so many years ago. I will always be supporting you and being the best teacher I can be for you. Izuku, happy for those words. You are already a great teacher. Smiling, that's why I want you to be watching me until I become a hero that everyone is proud of. Taishinori, remembering the visions that Sir told him a long time ago. Seeing Izuku's smiling face. Sir, I know you told me I would die in a brutal way, but I will reject that future until I fulfill my duty to my successor. I promise. Izuku, ruffling his hair a little while smiling lightly. Mirko, yes, nice scene, catching everyone's attention. It reminds me of a father with his son, but it's not time for this. Have you forgotten something important? Taishinori, sorry, moving away from his successor. What did we forget? Mirko, you threw away our lunch, pointing to the trash with the food remains. Now how will we have energy to train him? Pretending to be angry, will the symbol of peace let his successor and his teachers die of hunger? Taishinori, getting nervous, and no, of course not me, looking for a way out of this problem. What if we go eat somewhere? Mirko, indeed, I know a good restaurant. Smiling victoriously and starting to leave, and since you invited us all, you also pay the bill for everyone. Haha. Taishinori, what? I don't, being interrupted. Gran Torino, what a great idea, accompanying Mirko from time to time. It's good to eat something warm, and what better way than to thank us for training your successor. Haha. Taishinori, you too, master? Lowering his head a little. Well, at least I'm not alone, right, Izuku? Izuku, well, leaving his teacher frozen. The truth is that I'm hungry. Following Mirko and Gran Torino. I'm sorry. Taishinori, don't worry, completely defeated as he took out his wallet. After that scene, everyone followed Mirko to a very elegant restaurant where they specialized in serving several important heroes, who went regularly to have privacy during their meals. Naturally, everyone recognized Mirko as soon as she entered, and when she arrived accompanied by Izuku, they did not pay attention to the other two men who came by her side. After all, that young boy was making a great reputation in a very short period of time. Once they finished and returned to the Gran Torino building, they began to plan a new training regimen, but without forgetting the one they had already started. That idea alone made Izuku tremble, which reminded him of Almight in those days, and once they finished, they made Izuku do basic exercises until night came and Mirko had to go home, saying that they were waiting for her. Gran Torino building, Izuku's room. Izuku, finally the day is over. Lying in bed very tired, they said basic exercises. But doing push-ups carrying All Might in his muscle form while he carried almost all the furniture is not basic at all. Seeing his arms shaking, they burn a lot, giving himself small massages to relax his muscles. But it is necessary if I want my body to support more. Percentage of one for all. It is best that I go to sleep early. Tomorrow will be another difficult day. About to turn off the lights, but receives a call. Looking at his phone, it's Momo, but a video call? Answering, showing his face. Noticing that his hair was freshly bathed. Hello Momo, good night. Momo, good night. Izuku, were you going to sleep already? Izuku, with his sore arms enduring the pain. Don't worry, I'm not sleepy yet. Hee. Momo, I'm glad, smiling sweetly. I didn't want to interrupt you if you were tired and already wanted to go to sleep. Izuku, don't worry, but let's change the subject. How did your first day of internship go? Momo, hey, I called you to ask you that. Pouting a little and then starting to laugh a little. Well, today was being interrupted. Izuku, wait a moment. Momo, I'm getting another call. Seeing who it was, it's from Shoko. It's also a video call. Do you mind if she joins us? Momo, and no. With a little tick, not at all. It seems we had the same idea. Izuku, answering the call. Hello Shoko, good night. Shoko, good night. Izuku with a warm smile until he sees Momo, which fades. G, good night Yayorosa. Momo, G, good evening Todoroki-san. I see that we both wanted to talk to Izuku at the same time. Shoko, why yes, with clear discomfort if I notice. Izuku, Shoko was asking Momo how her first day of internship went, and now I can find out how yours went too, smiling innocently. Shoko / Momo, why are you like this? Letting out a small sigh. Well, it doesn't matter, that's part of your charm. Momo, I start getting the attention of both. My practices with Snipe were very normal today. The truth is, I thought he would tell me some ugly comment about you, but he didn't. Shoko, maybe he just kept it to himself. Momo, it's as much as possible. Anyway, he was teaching me different types of weapons and their different components. He even made me take apart a weapon and turn it into a weapon. My goal is to know the tiniest details of many weapons and be able to create them without having to see their plans. Izuku, that's amazing. Momo, excited. Momo, come on, it's not that big of a deal. With a small blush on her face, I'm still very far from doing that. Shoko, with a small pout, taking the floor so as not to be left behind. I spent the whole day using my fire to have greater control over it, and be able to be at the same level as my ice. Izuku, I'm glad, smiling sweetly. I'm so glad that you finally used those flames, since they are very beautiful, causing Shoko to blush greatly and noticeably. Shoko, GG, thanks, B, but it's because of you that I wear them, covering her face with a stuffed animal because of all the embarrassment she felt being noticed by Izuku. Izuku, that polar bear stuffed animal. Shoko, getting more embarrassed and talking while her face was still almost covered. Why Yayorosa sent it to me after she left, and I, hugging the stuffed animal more affectionately, just wanted to say thank you for giving it to me. It was the first gift I received in years. Izuku, I'm glad you liked it, although you should also thank Momo. She was the one who helped me choose it, right Momo? Noticing how Momo was also hugging her panda bear stuffed animal. Momo, using the stuffed animal to hide her big pout. Why yes. Shoko, really? Smiling slightly for Momo being the first time she smiles for someone other than Izuku. Thanks. Momo, don't worry, moving her face away from the stuffed animal. That's what friends are for. Shoko, you mean rivals staring at each other just to laugh a little. Izuku, not quite understanding what they were talking about. Are they competing in something? Momo, you could say yes. Shoko, but we won't tell you. Izuku, and why not? Momo / Shoko, girl stuff, hee hee, laughing together again. And with that their conversation continued for a while. During that time the girls asked him how his practices had been, to which with some fear he had to reveal the truth, and that the heroine Mirko went to that place and also joined the hero with whom she would do her practice. Naturally that bothered them. But knowing that they were not alone calmed them down. And with that Izuku began to tell how he was thrown from the top of the roof several times and about the physical training he received after lunch. That, to his regret, was the only thing he could tell them, since the secret of One for All and the awakening of the other quirks was something that still had to be kept secret at Gran Torino's request. After all, it's one thing for a top professional heroine to know it, and quite another for some students to know it. Another thing that Izuku left out was the part where the heroine was on top of him, not because it was a secret but because his deepest instincts told him that it was a bad idea. And so they continued for a while until a third, unexpected call came to the boy's phone and he joined the conversation without him doing anything. Melissa, hello Izuku. Izuku/Momo/Shoko. Extremely confused Melissa/Melissa-san/Shield. Melissa, realizing who else was there while a mischievous smile appeared on her lips, did something interrupt the trio of the moment, causing the three of them to blush. Momo/Shoko, why do they mention the trio again, covering their faces with their stuffed animals, not wanting to have any more strange ideas? Izuku, that's a lie. Melissa, also blushing, don't pay attention to those rumors. We don't have that kind of our relationship. Momo/Shoko, that's true, but pouting even with their faces covered, why does it bother me so much? Melissa, I was just joking, obviously. I mean, who would be in a relationship like that knowing that they are so frowned upon in society? Noticing the atmosphere she caused by wanting to successfully change the subject, I'm sorry to interrupt you. I just wanted to tell Izuku that his new gloves are almost finished. Izuku, really? Excited, that's amazing. Melissa, you're the best inventor. Melissa, I still have a lot to do, feeling proud, but thanks for saying it, smiling sweetly at that compliment. Hey Izuku, when I finish them, do you want me to send them to you? Izuku, don't worry Melissa, after the internship I will go to Island so you can give them to me in person, smiling. Melissa, I was counting on you to say that, smiling. That way I can also show you the whole place, and we can see what other things I can include in the costume. I'll make you having an idea to annoy the girls. You could say we have a date between a client and inventor, emphasizing that word. That way we can spend the whole day trying out new ideas I have. Izuku, sure, I'd love to see and try your new inventions. Momo/Shoko, lightly removing the stuffed animals from their faces so that only their eyes could be seen. Melissa, what? Noticing their glances, you've spent time alone with Izuku. Why can't I? Causing both girls to squeeze their stuffed animals with some force, being noticed by her. By the way girls, where did you get those teddy bears? They're very cute. Shoko/Momo, Izuku gave it to me, saying it at the same time. Melissa, smiling, and what a coincidence that your stuffed animals look a bit like you too. Izuku, well, that was the idea, I admit that Momo helped me choose Shoko's. Even so, it was perfect for her. That polar bear is as white as half of her hair and looks like a snowflake, making Shoko smile while blushing again. In Momo's case, that panda bear looks very elegant, and the parts of her black fur are just as beautiful as her hair, producing the same effect as Shoko now on Momo. Melissa, I know you, and I know you're not doing it on purpose Izuku, but still, looking at the girls, you're very greedy. Well, the best thing would be for you to give me, being interrupted. Izuku, and I think a brown bear would look better on you. Melissa, Izuku, yes, there are some whose fur is a light golden color, smiling gently. They are like your hair, resembling the rays of the sun. Those words only left the girls in a deep silence. Melissa could only blush noticeably at those words, while Shoko and Momo just looked at each other to let out a small sigh and nod. After that they talked for a few more minutes, and when it was time to say goodbye they promised each other to improve each other in their training and studies. Momo promises to be braver so as not to freeze again in a critical situation. Shoko tells them that she will train her fire to be at the same level as her ice and be the heroine she promised her mother she would be. Melissa adds that she will work hard to surpass her father and become the best inventor in the world. In addition to telling the girls that if they wanted she could also make some improvements to their suits, which they accepted without problem. Izuku for his part could only make a big smile to tell the three girls that he knows that they will become stronger, and for that reason he could not be left behind, and therefore he would strive equally to become stronger so that they can all be heroes together. And with their promises said, the four only laughed one last time to say goodbye and end the call, not knowing that the final part of their conversation was heard by one of their teacher. Tashinori, on the other side of the door, while he silently retreats. Izuku, I'm happy that you have friends and that you can experience what it's like to have a normal teenage life. But, having a sad look while heading to his own room, in the future you will have to know the sacrifices that come with being the successor of the One for All. Hosu, Manual Office, Night. Manual. Reviewing many documents while letting out a heavy sigh. First day with Ingenium's younger brother, and I already have a headache looking out the window. He doesn't obey my orders. He walks distractedly looking between alleys, and the worst of all is that I can't complain about that. Looking back at his papers to continue working, I curse the day I signed that contract with his family. Unknown location, inside a bar. Stain. I see in front of Shigaraki and Kurojiri after you were the one who attacked you, and you lost completely, making Tamura a little angry. Do you want me to join your little group too? Shigaraki. Yes, holding back anger. If you did it, you would be a great senpai of our criminal gang. Stain. What is your goal? Shigaraki. First of all, we want to get rid of Almight, then we would like to destroy everything that is not to our liking. But above all that, showing a photo of Izuku at the sports festival, we want to capture this monster. I don't understand why the teacher showed so much interest in us capturing that damn child alive. Stain. I was reckless to be interested. Starting to draw his weapons. You are the type I despise the most. Shigaraki, huh? Stain. Pointing at Tamura with his swords. Do you want me to start killing like I'm having a childish tantrum? What's the point of bloodlust without any cause? Looking at Izuku's image. Besides that kid. Kurojiri. We offered that man an invitation in order to further stimulate the growth of Tamura. Shigaraki, who feels nothing but the impulse to destroy. But the way things are going, looking at a screen. Sensei, is it okay for me to continue like this? AFO, yes, getting everyone's attention. Don't worry, it's perfect. If I just told him the answers, then it wouldn't serve any purpose, to make him think about these types of situations, in order to stimulate his growth. That's what education is about. Stain. In order to achieve anything, quickly attacking Kurojiri and then taking some of his blood. What you need is to believe, to have a goal. Those weak who lack it are just sacrifices. Diving on Tamura to throw him to the ground and bringing his blades to his neck. That's why they're going to die. Shigaraki, HHH. Kurojiri, quick, send him back. Kurojiri, paralyzed my body. I can't move it. Is this due to the hero killer quirk? Stain. The word, hero, has lost all meaning in this society full of fakes. They are criminals who wander aimlessly, boasting of their power, believing themselves untouchable. So my goal. Shigaraki, managing to bring his hand with great effort towards the blade on his neck. Just wait one more second. This hand will kill you. Disintegrating the weapon. You are very talkative. A conviction? A belief? I don't have anything so dramatic, although if I were forced to say it, this all might. I want to destroy the society where that trash is put so high and powerful. Stain. Stepping back. So that's what you wanted. It seems like our goals are completely opposite poles. But destroying society is one point we have in common. Getting up from the ground and slowly leaving the place. Shigaraki, are you kidding me? Very angry. Get out and die. Stain. I have proven my worth. Those at death's door always express their true colors. You are incomplete. But in your mind the sprouts of something crooked are growing. I wonder what kind of fruit those sprouts will bear. I suppose I can help you this time. Kurojiri, Tamura. Shigaraki, if we add him to our ranks, our range of power will expand. Stain. Stopping at the door. As for that child, clenching his fists a little, I do not recognize him as a hero. Just because the figure of All Might appeared behind his body when he defeated his Noma does not mean it is authentic. Turning his head to see Tamura. If what you want is for me to capture him, I can do it, but I do not promise not to hurt him. AFONO. Speaking forcefully, not only surprising everyone but also generating fear. Don't even think about doing something as stupid as hurting him. Tamura, master, extremely confused by that reaction. Why? AFO. Your mission is just to capture him and nothing else. Relaxing his voice a little, stopping intimidating everyone in the place. If you do well with that, I promise that I will help you with my resources to complete your mission of eliminating the heroes that you consider false. Stain, as if I could believe you, interrupting him. AFO, I may be many things in this life, but one thing you can trust is that I always keep my word. Stain, thinking for several seconds. What do you have to help me? AFO, information, their quirks, their work schedules, hobbies, who they hang out with on the weekends, weaknesses, and many more things. Stain. Spending a few more seconds in silence, I accept, looking at Kurojiri, who was already starting to move. You send me back. AFO, ending the call soon. Very soon you will be by my side. Izuku, looking at an old photo while with a little sadness he lets out a small sigh. I'm sorry that things are not as I had promised you, but circumstances have changed. Hasashi, leaving the place where he was. After that, time began to pass, and almost a week had passed. During all that time, Izuku's training was, in his own words, something truly hellish, not only to learn how to kick well, but also the body strengthening training which he had to do as soon as he woke up until before going to sleep. Not to mention that they took short periods of time to try to get him to use the Nana quirk again, which was easier said than done, and while he could already feel that sensation of lightness again and rise a few centimeters at will, it was the most he could do, which was understandable since it was something completely new to him. During his hours of rest when he felt the most pain, Toshinori was always at his side, bandaging his wounds and encouraging him to continue with the good work he was doing, as well as telling him different anecdotes from his life at the request of his successor so he could forget about the physical pain. Something that made them increasingly closer, so much so that both Mirko and Gran Torino joked, telling him that he seemed as if he were their father. And to end his days, he always took a few minutes to talk to the girls before going to sleep and starting again the next day, and that was how the day came when he would finally go out on patrol. Gran Torino building, dusk. Gran Torino, well, you've made a lot of progress this week, kid, leaving his home accompanied by Izuku. It's time to see all those results in practice. Izuku understood, but seeing that there were only the two of them, will I only be with you? Gran Torino, yes, locking his door and starting to walk, followed by Izuku. Mirko had to attend to matters of the top elsewhere, and Toshinori had to return to the academy to attend to some matters as well. Izuku, I understand your positions must keep you very busy. Gran Torino, yes, also remember that Mirko is not officially in charge of your internships. Also that although Toshinori took a break as a hero, that does not apply to his position as a teacher. Also signaling for Izuku to bend down so he could whisper, he also said that he would try to find out everything he can about the quirks of the former wielders. Starting to walk, but enough of the talk. Are you ready to patrol the streets? Izuku, of course. Excited, where will we go? Gran Torino, recently reinforcements have been requested in different cities to increase surveillance. That is why we will go to the closest one. That is why we will go in 3 to Hosu, accelerating the pace, being followed by Izuku without problems. Hosu, top of a building, night. Stain, seeing how a portal opens in front of him, they finally arrive. Shigaraki, leaving the portal, so this is Hosu. It's more lively than I thought, looking everywhere, ignoring Stain. Stain, I will reform this city, but that will require more sacrifices. Looking at the city, heroes is a title reserved for those who do great deeds. Clenching his fists, there are many who do not deserve it. Some only follow the money, others abuse their position to impose their will on other people without caring who they hurt. Tamura, yes, playing it down. Don't forget that you have a mission to accomplish, and in fact, according to our information, that damn kid is on his way. Stain, how do you know? Tamura, we have many informants in various places and in different jobs. Stain, anyway, while he waits, I will continue with my personal mission, jumping from the rooftop until this society wakes up and rectifies itself. I will continue doing my job, eliminating false heroes. Shigaraki, watching Stain walk away, that guy infuriates me. Looking at his partner Kurojiri, brings the Nomus, smiling maliciously. I wonder which of us can cause more destruction. Kurojiri, opening a portal where several Nomus come out. Are you sure about this, Tamura? Shigaraki? Tamura, yes. It's more, pointing to a Nomu, showing him the photograph of Izuku. Go to the train tracks. Find this child and bring him. I will not let that bastard take the favor of the master. Making the Nomu leave the place quickly, the others begin to destroy everything they can in this place, making all the Nomus leave. Ha 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 ha, isn't it wonderful, Kurojiri? Smiling evilly, having all these Nomus under my orders is incredible. Kurojiri, not exactly interrupting him. Tamura, huh? Confused, what the hell do you mean? Kurojiri, the only one the Nomus really obey is the master. He only ordered them to follow your instructions until he says otherwise. Tamura, I already know that shit. Angrily taking out some binoculars and starting to see the whole Noma's mess. Damn, I thought you would tell me something new. Kurojiri, he is not ready to know the truth yet. Not only will the Nomas blindly obey All for One, they will also obey anyone who has the same presence as him. Train, passenger car. Passengers, whispering, hey, did you see who's in those seats? It can't be. It's Izuku Midoriya. Excited, should I ask for his autograph? And why would you do that? I mean, he's the champion of the sports festival, but he's still just a student. And yet he was able to beat that monster in a truly impressive battle. If that's true for a student, how do you think he'll be in the future? The villains will certainly be in trouble. It doesn't seem like the heiress of the Yayorozu and Endeavor's daughter are also there. Well, it's normal, right? They can't be on dates all the time whispering more things non-stop. Gran Torino, listening, don't pay attention to them, and don't let the fame you're receiving go to your head. Izuku, I won't, it just feels weird. Gran Torino, what do you mean? Izuku, it's just that remembering his childhood, since I can remember, many people looked down on me, insulted me and hit me. Gran Torino, discrimination is really an evil that has been with us for a long time. Having old memories, by the way. Catching Izuku's attention, have you heard anything about the students who bothered you before? Izuku, huh? Not really. I've been focusing mostly on mastering my quirk and I haven't watched much news. Why? Gran Torino, you're welcome, kid, just curious. How strange, the vast majority of missing children were from his same school or lived near his. Having a bad feeling. At first it was thought that they were isolated cases, and with the little or no investigation that has been carried out, it is even more mysterious, being stopped from his thoughts by a strong jolt of the train. 10. Conductor, abruptly stopping the train and speaking through the speakers, dear passengers, please remain seated. We had to make an emergency stop by order of the Central Transport. Please remain calm and we will keep you informed. Izuku, what's going on? Gran Torino, due to his tone of voice, it's best that. Izuku, feeling the sense of danger in his head, careful. Jumping from his seat while holding his old master. Gran Torino, about to complain, but a badly wounded hero walks through the window right where they were a moment ago, so this happens when he has that feeling of danger. Passengers, scared, who is this guy? A hero. Nomu ahhhhhhhh. Growling as he smashes the walls of the train to open them without problems and enter, causing more fear. Izuku, watching the Noma enter the train, it can't be. What is a Noma doing here? Gran Torino, launching himself towards the Noma and walking away together, far from the civilians. Brat, stay where you are. Izuku, Gran Torino. Seeing several fires in the distance, what's going on? The city of Hosu is in chaos, starting to follow him. Gran Torino, seeing how Izuku followed him, didn't I tell you to stay behind? Izuku, I won't do it. Slightly increasing the alpha to %, I'm a hero too. Gran Torino, pushing the Noma much harder away from Izuku. In that case, catch me. Ali. Manuel, really? Running through the middle of the street while watching all the commotion. Why is this happening now? Starting to run ingenium to the scene of the incident. Speeding up the pace, passing by a dark alley. Run. Ida, running silently, but stops when he hears a small sound at the end of the same alley, managing to see something that made him angry. Stain, how ostentatious. What is that idiot doing? I'll deal with him later, but now holding Native by the head, I'll do what I came to do. Native, I can't move, angry, you bastard, I'll kill you. Stain, if you really are a hero, then choose your last words carefully, sensing an attack, and makes a horizontal cut with his sword. A boy in disguise. Who are you? Seeing Ida lying on the floor without his helmet. Native, get out of here. Looking at Ida, this is no place for children. Ida, getting up a blood-red scarf, armed with blades, looking at him angrily. There is no doubt, you are the hero killer Stain, right? Stain, you seem to know me well, but I don't even know who you are. Ida, I've been looking for you, you damn bastard, and I finally found you. Increasingly carried away by anger, Stain, your eyes, moving his sword quickly until they are centimeters away from Ida's face. Revenge is your motive, isn't it? Leaving Ida silent because of his presence. Watch your bucking mouth, or your age won't be enough for you not to feel the edge of my weapon staring at him, so if you want to save yourself, it's better that you shut up. Ida, to save me! Clenching his fists in anger. Don't you consider me a threat? Tensing his muscles. Listen to me, criminal. I am the younger brother of a hero you attacked. I inherited my name, so remember this name for the little time you have left. I will defeat you, and I will recover my honor from my family. I am Ingenium, the hero who will kill you. Stain, really? Another lost case, staring at Ida. Remembering, or I remember you. You were the brat who was expelled from the sports festival for attacking from behind when he had already been humiliatingly defeated. Ida, tch. Much angrier, grinding his teeth. Damn you. Launching himself against his enemy. Stain, it seems like you want to die. Smiling maliciously. Very well then, so be it. Starting his battle. Hosu city center. Gran Torino, collecting in the city center next to the Nomu. Damn, I went too fast and got too far away from the brat. Maybe I should. Nomu, immediately getting up to throw a strong blow at the old man. Gran Torino, dodging with relative ease. He's not as fast as me, but I still mustn't let my guard down. Seeing how the Nomu ignored him and launched himself into attacking civilians. Curse. Stop. Launching himself towards the Nomu. Nomu, about to hit some civilians, but a large flare of fire stops him. Endeavor, with his hand raised releasing smoke. I came here for alleged sightings of the hero killer, but these things appeared suddenly. Gran Torino, your Endeavor, you did well, old man. I don't underestimate all your experience, but it's best if you leave this to me. Hosu, near the center. Izuku, running through the crowd. Why is there a double of the Noma here? If it becomes as strong as the one from the Ust, the whole city will be in danger. Damn it! I don't think my body can hold out if I use one for all like that again. Arriving at the center of the battle, seeing several Nomas fighting with the heroes, it's not possible. Manual, Ingenium. Looking for it everywhere. Why the hell did you run off to who knows where right now? Worried. Izuku, hearing that. Ingenium? That must be the hero Ida went with. Extra heroine. Hey, get out of the way! Without noticing Izuku's face, just to keep an eye on the Nomas, we professional heroes somewhat frustrated. Damn, they are very strong, but luckily they are not as strong as the one that appeared on television. Izuku, seeing that the heroes did give them battle, well, it seems that yes, he could against them, but, seeing Manuel extremely worried, Ida left. We will not be friends, but at least I can say that he does not seem like one of those who would run away. Thinking for several seconds. Wait. Hosu Nomus, this is where Stain attacked his brother, coming to a conclusion. Idiot. Running off in search of Ida. Hosu, top of a building. Shigaraki. I knew it, looking at all the destruction. Well done, Nomus. Kurogiri. Tamura. Shigaraki, why don't you throw yourself into the chaos? Shigaraki, are you an idiot? I'm hurt, that's why I brought the Nomus. Smiling sinisterly. La 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 la. When the sun rises, the world will forget you forever. Hero killer. Ali. Ida. Launching an upward kick. Stain, easily dodging by jumping on top of him. Ingenium's little brother, huh? I left him alive to spread the rumors. You are stabbing Ida's arm with the spikes of his shoes. Very weak. Throwing him to the ground and stabbing his left shoulder. You and your brother are the same, weak, corrupt, false. Ida, shut up, you bastard! Clenching his fists, as he tried to get up in vain. The lower half of his body is paralyzed by spinal injuries. He'll never be fit to be a hero again. My brother was the head of my family, and you ruined it. Tears coming out. I'll kill you! Stain, tightening his grip on Ida. Save him first. Pointing at native. Before worrying about yourself, go save others. Don't use your power for your own benefit. Letting hatred for the enemy consume you, just to satisfy your own desires. Behaving like that is far from the title of hero. That's why you will die here. Removing the sword from Ida's shoulder and licking the blood. Ida, paralyzed. My body doesn't move. Stain, Be happy, smiling slightly as he prepared his sword. You will be a sacrifice for a just world. Ida, shut up. Shut up. Remembering his brother's face, it doesn't matter what you say, you're the criminal who hurt my brother. Looking at him with eyes full of hate, I will recover my family's honor. Stain, I don't think so, about to kill Ida, but here's some sounds of lightning approaching, huh? Hearing a loud scream. Moon Arch. Stain, seeing how an axe kick was coming straight to his face, curse, barely dodging it, causing the stop to hit the ground, generating several cracks in it. Ida and Midoriya? Confused, noticing how the place where his attack hit is damaged. What strength? Izuku, Ida, getting into position. I came to save you. Ida, why? Stain, this kid, looking at Izuku as he took several steps back, is my target. Izuku, I saw it on the news. More than 60% of the hero killer's victims were found in deserted dead-end alleys. So from the center of the commotion, I searched every corner near the hero agencies and found them here, generating small rays throughout his body. Ida, can you move? Let's go to the main street, the professionals. Ida, shut up, damn you. Surprising Izuku, someone from your bucking class doesn't have the right to give me orders. Izuku, what are you saying, stupid? Angry, you were about to be killed. Without taking his eyes off Stain, stop complaining and get up. Native, it's useless. Shortly breathing due to all his wounds. His quirk has already affected us. Izuku, his quirk? Having a bad feeling. Native, why yeah, I don't know how it works, but when it affects you it prevents you from moving. Izuku, so that's it. Seeing Native lying on the ground, if it were just Ida I would simply run away while I carry him, but with that hero there I don't know if I can do it. Ida, didn't you listen to me? Midoriya. Angry, I don't need you, get out. Stain, a friend saying, I came to save you. Is a nice phrase, however, he tramples on it as if it were nothing. He is just like his brother, his entire family, in fact pointing that family he is so proud to belong to has done business with criminals just to get rich and gain influence. Are you still going to save him? Izuku, we are not friends, but activating the one for all in his entire body at 10%, that is no excuse not to save him. And if what you say is true, you must have the evidence to prove it, so the authorities will take care of. Being interrupted by loud laughter. Stain, haha, laughing in his face. Unfortunately, you are just a child, ignorant of how this world really works. That is why I have the obligation to kill those two, holding his swords tightly, and if you interfere I assure you that you, releasing a strong killer instinct, you will not come out unscathed either, and in that case, what will you do? Izuku, starting to tremble slightly. He is different from those of the Usch. That Noma was strong, without a doubt, but he lacked his own will. Instead of the hero killer, swallowing some saliva, this is the point of view of a true assassin. I need to protect the two who cannot move. But if I fall under the control of his quirk it will be the end. Secretly using his phone to send a message, I will have to buy time until reinforcements arrive. Stain, the top brass themselves are bought. There is no justice in this world. Launching to attack him, not unless we claim it ourselves. And with that the battle between the hero killer and the young man who dreams of becoming one began. Izuku's rays began to sound louder as they illuminated part of the dark alley. The exchange of blows did not take long to occur. But Stain, seeing the strength and movements of his new opponent was not something to be taken lightly, was serious from the beginning. Dodging every blow that Izuku threw at him, and thanks to having time to prepare, had inside his suit small devices to isolate him from the electricity, and that it did not affect him. Naturally, so much action was not overlooked. Hosu Sky. Reporter, broadcasting the news while riding a helicopter. This seems like a nightmare, speaking with a microphone, while the cameraman points to the city showing the flames that were beginning to consume it. Various attacks of those things known as nomas are occurring in various parts of the city at this moment. The heroes are in charge of facing them, and it seems that they are containing them, at least for the moment. Receiving a message, we have just been informed that the hero Endeavor is also fighting against those monsters. Cameraman, noticing something in the distance, sir. Reporter, for the moment we will keep you informed by flying over the... Cameraman, sir. Reporter, covering the microphone, what? Angry, we're in the middle of a broadcast. Cameraman, I know, but look, pointing to an alley which was illuminated by a green light, while small rays could be seen. Don't those green rays remind anyone? Reporter, smiling. Well done. Uncovering the microphone. Dear viewers, it seems that the young promise Izuku Midoriya is also in this place fighting, giving signals to the pilot to go to that place. We will keep you informed, and thanks to the quirk of our cameraman we will be able to not only see him, but also hear him. Hosu City Center. Endeavor, in front of Gran Torino. Old man, leave this to me. Seeing the very burn. Nomu. Gran Torino, don't trust that thing. Nomu, releasing all the fire he received, throwing it in all directions, causing Gran Torino to retreat, but not Endeavor. Endeavor, I see, so a quirk to absorb and release. Smiling, but he still takes damage from it. Gran Torino, don't forget Endeavor. Watching the Nomu gain muscle mass. Those things have multiple quirks. Nomu, launching himself at Endeavor at high speed while various tentacles came out of his mouth. Endeavor, I haven't forgotten. Raising his hand while generating fire. That's why I'm going to do this, throwing a large flame directly into the Nomu's brain, killing it. I saw perfectly what these things are capable of when they attacked the USJ and that child faced them. His regeneration is a problem. But if he has such a vital point exposed as the brain, it doesn't matter. You just have to finish it off as soon as possible, and that's it. Seeing how what was once the Nomu's brain was completely melted. Gran Torino, seeing the huge fire happening in the distance, it seems there are more of these things attacking. We must go help. Propels himself in that direction. Brat, knowing you very well, surely you are also there. Endeavor, that old man is fast. Looking for his daughter. Hey Shoko, did you notice how? Noticing how he was looking at his phone. Stop looking at the phone. Shoko, running in another direction. Endeavor, where are you going? Shoko, about to follow her. Endeavor, surprised, just because I sent him an address you're already running towards him? Smiling, I understand. Surprising Shoko, but without stopping running. If you have problems, call me. Propelling himself with his fire towards the fire. It was thanks to that boy that Shoko accepted my training to master her flames. I want to see how strong you can become, brat. That way I can promise you to be with Shoko, and my grandchildren will have extremely powerful quirks. Shoko, old man, you, surprised, this is not the time for this, quaking her pace. I'm coming, Izuku. Ali. Izuku, if it weren't for that feeling that tells me of danger, I would have already cut myself. But even so, with small cuts only on his suit, he's very fast. No, it's not just that, it's his reflexes and battle instinct that make it impossible for him to land a good hit. Looking at his legs, if I want to have a good chance I have to surprise him, launching himself towards Stain's legs at high speed. Stain, closing distance against a long-range weapon, a wise choice, taking another blade. He is well trained, and with his strength, it is time to paralyze him. At that instant, and in a quick movement, Izuku had passed under the assassin's legs. The latter responded with a vertical cut directly towards his back. But the moment his katana almost touched the ground, he realized that the young hero was nowhere, since Izuku had begun to jump between the walls of the alley to gain speed and launch a strong attack. All this while the press helicopter could already see and hear him. Izuku, standing on top of Stain, moonkick, surprising everyone again with the name of his technique. Stain, dodging the biggest impact out of pure impulse, but coming out injured, taking a few steps back. That hurt. Very angry. Enough games, now I'll be serious. Izuku, surprised, impossible, I thought I had hit it perfectly. Stain, did you think that by imitating the movements of other heroes you could do them perfectly? Jumping at high speed until reaching Izuku and grabbing him tightly by his arms, those movements are false. They are movements that can never reach the level of the original. Helicopter, flying overhead in the distance, but able to see and hear everything. Reporter, impossible. Surprised like everyone who saw him. Izuku Midoriya is not facing any Nomu. From the guy's appearance and the police's description, there is no doubt. Swallowing saliva from nerves, he is fighting against the hero killer Stain. Izuku, feeling the sense of danger even more, you try get away, about to hit him, but Stain stabs him deeply in the shoulder. Stain, drinking his blood, activating his quirk on Izuku. Izuku, falling to the ground. That. My body. I can't move, but how? Stain, I admit those were good moves, but they are still very predictable. Getting off of Izuku and walking slowly towards Ida. That was why I had the chance to paralyze you with my quirk being heard by the press. Izuku, was it the cut? Thinking while trying to move no. Stopping Stain, who was paying attention. If that were the case, my body would have paralyzed just with that. But you drank it. Stain, surprised. You are very smart, but that is of no use to you if you can't even move now. Walking back to Ida. I'll take care of you later. First I have to finish my work with these fakes. Izuku, damn. Trying to move his body to no avail. Stop. Stain, no. Passing his sword across Ida's cheek, making him bleed and start crying. Words alone will not stop me. Raising his sword. They are just empty words. If you want to stop me, you have to show me directly the will of a true hero, about to kill Ida. But a large flame makes him retreat, surprising everyone. My work continues to be interrupted. Looking at the origin of those flames. Shoko, Izuku with his phone in his hand. I received your message. Sorry for the delay. Ida, Todoroki, you too. Shoko, ignoring Ida. It took me a few seconds to understand your message. Izuku, all you did was send your location to your contacts. You wouldn't do that without reason, so I assumed you were asking for help. Starting to freeze the entire ground and using it to attract Izuku and native next to her. Don't worry, in a few minutes. Throwing a flame at Stain, making him take a few steps back. The pro heroes will be here with the behind her. Hero killer won't let you kill them, and even less Izuku. Shoko, be careful. Worried his quirk allows him to paralyze people after drinking their blood. Shoko, so that's what all those knives are for, right? Creating some fire. I can always keep my distance, so no. Barely dodging a knife that managed to cut her cheek. He's very fast. Stain, launching towards Shoko. You're so lucky, aren't you, Ingenium? Launching a horizontal slash, but a pillar of ice stops it despite it being a disgrace. They come to save you. Looking up. Shoko, looking up, also noticing something that put her on alert, the sword. Do I throw it at the same time as the blade? Getting distracted. Stain, now, taking advantage of the distraction to try to lick Shoko's cheek. Shoko, activating her fire, making him back off. Shit, that was close. This guy is too strong. Stain, noticing that the helicopter was watching them. It seems that we have spectators smiling in a disturbing way. If I finish you all off, I can get my message across faster. Launching towards Shoko at high speed. Shoko, activating her quirk, generating ice. It won't be like that. And with that their battle began, and although Shoko's mid-range attacks managed to keep the assassin at bay a little, it was not enough to overcome his vast experience in combat, his jumps using the walls, his endless blades which every time he touched the ground he picked them up. All that began to overcome the young heroine, who could not defend herself from all his attacks, creating more and more cuts in her skin. The poor boy, along with all the spectators, could only watch in horror as the course of that battle was developing, the blood slowly spilling down his body. That had simply become a demonstration of what the hero killer had prepared for everyone who came across him. Izuku's tears began to come out. He tried to use the one for all, but the paralysis prevented him. His helplessness only grew, and it was at that moment that a shot was heard hitting one of the assassin's blades, preventing them from cutting Shoko again. Momo, somewhat agitated from running so much while pointing a gun. It seems that I arrived at a good time. Approaching Shoko. Can you stay standing? Shoko, yes, feeling a lot of pain from so many cuts. The bastard is avoiding hitting me in vital points or in places where they can limit my movements. Staring at the assassin. Although he can paralyze me with his quirk by drinking my blood, he doesn't do it. Momo, I understand, creating a shield in her left hand while tightly holding her weapon with her right hand, ready to continue. Shoko, yes, starting to use her quirk. Let's do this. Izuku, no. Worrying even more. Please Momo, take Shoko and the other two and leave this place. Staring at them. I'll be fine. Momo, without taking her eyes off the killer, as if we could leave you behind. Izuku. Shoko, yes, getting on guard just like you defended us from that Nomu, smiling slightly despite the pain. We will protect you this time. Izuku, why? Momo, isn't it obvious? Smiling. Shoko, you said you wanted to be our hero. Momo, that's why we. Shoko, we also want to be your heroines. Stain, these girls too, smiling. In that case, show me that you are worthy of that title. Continuing with his battle. The cuts, the gunshots, the fire, and the eyes faced each other again. With more motivation than ever, the assassin dodged each attack. The few he received hurt him and made him bleed, but his determination did not let him fall. To a certain extent, many remembered the moment where Izuku showed an unbreakable determination, will, and desire to fulfill his own dreams and ideals. The girls' mothers watched in horror as their daughters were being hurt. While they understood the risks involved in the profession, it was a completely different thing to see her in such situations. The poor Inko only cried when she saw her son so hurt again, and all she could do was pray to her late husband to take care of her son. Several minutes passed where the poor girls could not give more of themselves. Shoko's little experience in the use of fire and the constant expenditure of lipids by Momo was the trigger for them to become exhausted and fall to their knees in front of Izuku, even wanting to protect him. And despite the fact that Stain was not unharmed, it's standing. Stain, an admirable breathing with difficulty, but this has been going on for too long, raising his sword in front of Shoko and Momo, who couldn't stop looking at him. I'll finish you off, and then I'll take the brat, surprising the spectators. Izuku, damn, with his lips bleeding from helplessness, get up, get up, get up. Watching the girls' backs as they covered Izuku with their arms. If I don't get up here, if I don't overcome myself here, if I don't overcome this paralysis, unconsciously activating one for all, starting to feel a new sensation. When am I going to do it? At that moment, deep in the Ofa, a silhouette appeared, only turning his back, without saying a word, only putting on a small smile of approval, and it was at that moment that Izuku felt his body different. Little by little he began to feel its mobility again. It was as if the effects of his enemy's paralysis were passing faster, and with that he finally began to stand up, to the surprise of everyone, but especially the assassin. Stain, impossible, stopping his sword. My Quirk's paralysis time hasn't ended yet. Catching the attention of many, but especially of Director Niza. Izuku, I can't, taking the girls by the shoulders. Momo/Shoko, seeing him as he passed them and now stood in front of them. Izuku, I can't allow you to continue hurt the girls I care about. Raising the OFA to 12% and kicking Stain in the chest, cracking his ribs and sending him several meters away. UA Academy Principal's office. Nizu, seeing all the events on his computer. The situation is increasingly critical, extremely thoughtful. The one for all for some reason cannot be deleted. Copied and now does not allow the user to be paralyzed. Taking several documents from his desktop. According to Sir's visions, something terrible will happen in the future. Reviewing a specific document, that is why more than ever we must be prepared to contain the one for all. Unknown location. AFO, listening to everything that happened. Damn Stain, I should be angry about all this, but smiling. What I feel most now is not anger, resentment, or bitterness. The only thing I feel is just pride for you, Izuku. Ali. Izuku, jumping through the walls, causing large cracks wherever he went. You talk about how heroes should be. Angry, you talk as if you were some kind of vigilante. Izuku, but you're just a killer. Reaching behind him and giving him a strong kick in the ribs. You just found an excuse to kill people. Stain, shut up. Very angry, continuing to fight thanks to the adrenaline. Izuku, maybe in the beginning you wanted to help people, but you only ended up with regrets. Launching towards Stain to give him the final blow. Stain, shut up. Greatly increasing his speed, hitting Izuku in the face, which he can't dodge. You don't know how truly absurd this world is. Kicking Izuku in the same spot, causing his nose to bleed. You've never stained your hands with blood. Izuku, stunned by those blows. Stain, you don't know anything. Kicking Izuku's face as hard as he can again, managing to throw him out of the alley and into the middle of the street. Don't talk about my regrets, if you know. Jumping on top of the girls and the still paralyzed Ida and Native to get to Izuku. You call yourself a hero, pointing his swords at him, don't you? Staring at him, then get up and save them all. Izuku, I can't. With blood not only coming down from his nose but from various parts of his head. Wanting to save the whole world is an impossible goal. Slowly getting up to the mere idea that a single person could achieve such a feat is impossible. Stain, you. Trembling with anger, about to scream, but is interrupted. Izuku, that's why I will save those in front of me. Stain, huh? confused like most. Izuku, if I manage to save 10 people, and if they do the same in the future, then that dream could finally come true. Wiping the blood from his eyes, ready to continue the fight. Stain, do you realize what you're saying? Izuku, yes, I know, having a look that is difficult to decipher for everyone. That kind of world is more like a comedy. But it would be a world where nobody has to suffer remembering his childhood, a world where nobody has to cry remembering the figure of his father, a world where parents can always be with their children. At those words some cried. How was it possible that someone like that existed in this world? That was what many civilians asked themselves. Those who had their children by their side could only hug them while smiling, mentally thanking that young boy for showing them so much courage and determination, but above all, the possibility of a better future. Stain, that's impossible. Taking everyone out of their thoughts, a world like that is completely impossible. You'll never be able to create it even if you live for an eternity. Pointing his swords at him, you're not a hero, you're just a fool. Izuku, I know, smiling, creating great confusion. I know better than anyone that it's a silly, childish dream, but I don't care. After all, shedding a few small tears, I can't deny how beautiful it is. Many opened their eyes. The people who had not cried began to shed small tears. Even with his body hurt, cut, bruised by so many blows, he remained firm in the face of adversity. There was simply no word to describe his will. He was the origin of a hero in every right, even more than that, although the world did not yet know it. By this point the pro-heroes had finished taking care of the other nomas, except for one flying one that managed to escape, and they immediately noticed what was happening a few blocks away from their positions, so they quickly ran away. Momo, with a few small tears. Izuku. Shoko, a dumb hero, same condition as Momo. Momo, just like him, looking at Shoko to nod and try to get up with great difficulty. Stain, in that case, preparing to attack again. Let's see which of the two is wrong. And with that their fight was once again resumed, but unlike the previous ones, both rivals were giving it their all, punches, kicks, cuts in all directions. There was simply no technique that they didn't use, there was no maneuver that they didn't implement. The feeling of danger at this point was useless. After all, every second was full of danger for Izuku, who used everything in him to stop his rival. But unfortunately his resistance was slowly affecting him due to the constant loss of blood. It was in a brief instant that Stain drank some of Izuku's blood again, and before he could come out of his paralysis he attacked him with absolutely everything he had. His cuts were deep, tearing not only his suit but also causing very deep wounds in his skin. The burns that had only been seen by the girls before were exposed. It was simply a terrifying scene that almost made poor Inko suffer a heart attack from what she saw. Izuku, ugh! Falling to his knees after spitting blood. Stain, breathing with great difficulty. What's going on? With blood coming out of his mouth. Have you gotten this far? Watching as Momo and Shoko arrived at Izuku's side again. With his hands shaking due to having his body at its limit, they should already know that they won't beat me like that. Momo, so, on Izuku's right, what can we do to stop you? Stain, it's obvious. Silence reigned throughout the place. No one ever expected the hero killer to openly tell them how to beat them, but what he told them next left them all impressed, as was already becoming very common tonight. Be heroes. Shoko/Izuku/Momo. Stain, be heroes and defeat me. Staring at the three, become real heroes and try to beat me. Smiling, if you want to achieve that future, prove that you are capable of achieving it by overcoming any enemy. Izuku, Stain, you. Momo, Izuku, you recover as much as you can, we will buy you time. Izuku, Momo. Momo, we will prove that this dream is not foolish. Clenching his fists, we will prove that justice will come, guiding the light towards the future. Remembering the tale of the Argonaut who was once called a hero, witness the hope that we are going to establish. Shoko, Mom, give me strength. Also remembering the tale of the Argonaut, just like that hero was not alone, we will also be by Izuku's side. Momo, just like he supported us. Creating a small sword with the last of his lipids. Shoko, we will do the same. Creating a small flame on her entire left side. Momo, this is where we'll stop you. Stain. Shoko, we swear on our dreams. No one could believe what they saw and heard. No one could stop being surprised. It was no longer just because of Izuku. Now those two girls showed such courage in their eyes that they surpassed many professional heroes. Was that perhaps Izuku Midoriya's influence on them? No one knew for sure. Their parents, on the other hand, had their hearts beating at full speed. Fear, anguish, stress, panic, so many synonyms for the same fear of seeing their most loved ones hurt. But none of them could deny that the feeling that abounded most in their hearts was none other than pride. Stain, yes, come smiling again, but with great emotion this time. I will teach you how heroes are born. Launching himself into battle for the last time. With their bodies wounded and on the verge of collapse, they gave their all again. They were no longer as fast or precise. That fight in the middle of the street had become a war of ideals to know which would prevail over the other. That filled Izuku with frustration again as he slowly felt mobility in his body again. Izuku, the girls are giving it their all so he can win. Clenching his fists as the Ofa activated again. I have to be firm in my word. I have to be stronger. Closing his eyes tightly. If my father could talk to me, I'm sure he would tell me, seeing in his memories only a black silhouette as he extended his hand. Fight! The young man shouted as the one for all increased its percentage more and more, launching itself directly at Stain, who could not react in time, receiving a strong blow to the ribs, making him spit blood. Move faster! A new scream had left his lips, but this time he was saying it to himself. With a great and powerful jump he stepped over Stain. Many wondered what he was doing if there was no wall to stop him, but Izuku no longer needed those things. Fight harder! At that moment Izuku stopped for a second in midair, only to propel himself with the gust of air created by the strength of his legs, thus managing to change his position immediately. No one understood again what was happening. It was as if he were a rabbit jumping from one side to the other. And taking advantage of that mobility, Izuku began to give a great and continuous series of blows in all directions to Stain's already exhausted body. He knew that this would be his last chance, and if he didn't manage to defeat him definitively this time, he wouldn't be able to get up again. That's why he didn't hold back. Both Momo and Shoko and all the spectators could only watch in astonishment those movements very identical to the heroine Mirko. Stain, receiving countless punches and kicks in different directions, this kid, being just one punch away from losing consciousness, it's not normal at all. Now I understand the interest in him. Izuku, this will be the end. With his body numbed from exhaustion, Moon Ring, giving a strong blow to Stain's head, crashing it against the ground, leaving him unconscious and breaking part of the pavement in the process. After that blow, which generated a loud bang, everything was finally over. The professional heroes were already in sight, and when they all arrived they simply could not take their eyes off that young boy who will give a lot to talk about again. With his bloody back, full of scars and wounds, he was completely straight. Although he had fainted anyway, he continued standing. Chapter 14: Confusing Feelings. Silence was what everyone present did. No one said anything, they just stared at the back of that young hero who had surprised the world again. Little by little the heroes approached those young people, and only reacted when two voices sounded. Shoko/Momo, Izuku. The girls had reached him, not caring about their own wounds. They arrived at the right moment, since Izuku's body was about to fall to the ground. Luckily they were there to prevent it, to hold him and be his pillars. Not caring that their hands were stained with his blood, they did not let go. Shoko, quickly make some bandages. Looking at Momo with great concern, feeling her hands wet and warm from Izuku's blood falling on them. Momo, I can't. With small tears in her eyes, I don't have enough lipids to create anything anymore. Shoko, no. Shedding her tears too. Gran Torino, use this. Reaching them and using his cape to wrap Izuku's body, it will give us some time, but we must take him to a hospital as soon as possible. Seeing the other heroes attending to native and Ida, quick, call an ambulance. At that moment, none of the girls knew what to do. They tried to look everywhere to see how they could help him. They noticed a helicopter, but it was not an option. The ice debris and damaged asphalt on the street made it impossible to land. Shoko, please, with her lips trembling and small tears falling from her eyes, please take Izuku to a hospital quickly, Dad. Immensely surprised, Endeavor opened his eyes. Before him was his daughter with teary eyes asking for his help, something he never thought he would hear. He did not know how to feel. His ambition and his acts committed to his family were still present in his mind. But seeing his daughter in that state caused a feeling of displeasure in him, and that is why he decided to help her. But to their surprise, the Momo that had escaped earlier quickly appeared, snatching Izuku from the girl's hands and trying to fly away at high speed. Momo/Shoko, nuh! Endeavor, creating a huge flame, damn you! About to launch his attack, but is stopped. Gran Torino, wait! Passing by that attack could hurt the young man. Propels himself towards the Momo. Endeavor, I will not stand by and do nothing. Redirecting his flames to his feet and starting to push himself forward. At that moment, all the viewers continued to watch what happened, their hearts increasing their heart rate with each passing second. They did not want anything to happen to that young hero, but unfortunately for them, both Endeavor and Gran Torino were not able to reach the Momo, and the poor Inko cried helplessly from her house. Both Shoko and Momo clenched their fists, their eyes would not stop shedding tears, their wounds were burning, their mind was exhausted, and they were about to lose consciousness due to excessive fatigue and stress from that nightmare before them, and it was at that moment that they called him, using their last strength. They gave a great cry to wake up their hero. Shoko/Momo, Izuku! After that, the poor women fell exhausted to the ground, not knowing that their call had been heard, but fortunately and unfortunately not as anyone could have imagined. Put me down. That was what the Noma heard, that word which was more of a whisper, so low that no one could hear it. Only that Noma did, and to everyone's surprise it stopped in midair. Put me down. That word was not a plea, a longing or a desire. That simple word was dark, gloomy, and the only thing it conveyed was that of a simple order given by a king to his slave who obediently obeyed. Slowly but steadily the Noma descended further and further to the ground. No one knew what was happening, which left the heroes confused. The seconds seemed to stop for that creature. For a second his tears began to come out of his deformed eyes. That was the last bit of humanity he had left, which he regained when he saw Izuku and recognized him when he used to bother him when he was a quirkless child. He begged for help, but his vocal cords were so damaged that he couldn't say the slightest word, and the orders he had given him prevented him from disobeying them. Despite this, he gathered all his willpower and wanted to say, even if it was his last word, Nomu dd dek. Something he couldn't finish saying because Izuku opened his eyes for a moment, quickly holding his brain, which slowly tightened more and more. Seeing that his death was near, he turned his head from one side to the other. He didn't want to die, but in that state nothing mattered to Izuku. Izuku, I told you, squeezing his brain starting to spread across the creature's face, hiding his tears, to put me down, staring at it for less than a second. And in just an instant a small ray of red appeared from his eyes, quickly finishing destroying the brain of the creature, which fell to the ground, releasing Izuku, who had become unconscious again. No one knew what had happened, they only saw that that young man had once again defeated another of those terrifying beings. Endeavor, recovering from the surprise and launching himself towards Izuku, who lifted him in his arms. Old man. Looking at Gran Torino, I entrust my daughter to you. I will take this child as quickly as possible to the hospital. Gran Torino. Why yes, not finishing his sentence since Endeavor had already left at high speed towards the hospital. I'll take care of it, releasing a small sigh as he sees in the distance how the ambulances were appearing. That boy not only defeated Stain. Also in his state he managed to finish off that creature. Seeing the corpse of the Noma, his wings are very damaged, surely they couldn't resist when they carried his weight, and that gave him the opportunity to finish him off, coming to his own conclusions with the little information he had. Well, now, helping the heroes carry Shoko and Momo, it's better that we take them to the same hospital where Endeavor takes that boy, otherwise he might leave if he doesn't see these girls, making the heroes nod. Endeavor, this child, in midair propelling himself with his flames at high speed while looking at Izuku, despite being clearly related to Almight, smiling, he is the one to marry Shoko and produce the strongest offspring of all. Even she seems to be willing to do so, remembering Momo, although it seems there is a small obstacle. Accelerating his speed, I have to do what is necessary so that the Yayorozu do not keep him. After that, the internet was in comments, praising Izuku's actions and reaching the same conclusion as Gran Torino when seeing on their screens the damaged wings of the Nomo, which was already being taken away, and while everyone was happy since they already had a great future candidate to be the next symbol of peace, one person was not at all happy with all this. Orphanage, Quirkless Children's Zone. Bakugo. Why? Clenching his fists so hard that they bled. Why him and not me? Biting his lips to keep from screaming and not being expelled from the academy. Why does that damn useless guy take all the glory while I have to put up with these disgusting Quirkless? There was Bakugo, watching attentively everything that happened. For a second he thought that Stain would beat him and that he would finally get rid of him. But when he saw how he managed to beat him, and not only him but again Inomu, his anger driven by his jealousy flooded him. The only thing that kept him quiet was Aizawa's threat, that threat which consisted of, if for some reason he scared those children he would be immediately expelled from the academy, something that was very difficult for him because of everything he heard. Reporters. Speaking from his studio, ladies and gentlemen, finally the situation in the city of Hosu has already been controlled by the professional heroes. Those involved in said attack were again those creatures better known as Nomus. Additionally, the hero killer Stain was also involved in the events. Fortunately, the aspiring hero Izuku Midoriya, along with the daughter and heir of the Yayorozu, Momo Yayorozu, along with the daughter of the hero Endeavor, Shoko Todoroki, participated in the battle, forming a great team. It seems like the three of them have a strong bond. I wonder how true all those rumors about the kind of relationship they have are? I don't think this is the time to talk about these issues. Glancing at the reporter, for our part, we wish those young heroes a speedy recovery, and we trust that they will be the pillars of our society in the future. Kids, amazing. Extremely excited. Yes, yes. Nodding his head, I want to be like him. Me too. Girls, they were amazing too. Yes, but discouraged, we can't be like them, we don't have quirks. Kids, that doesn't matter. Cheering them on, I saw him at the sports festival, and he said that when he was a kid he couldn't use his quirk. Yes, I heard it too. Maybe when we grow up we can also be like him. The children's joy slowly spread to the others. Even though they saw something that was not suitable for their age, they were able to see beyond simple violence and were captivated by the determination and values that Izuku demonstrated, and in their little minds the question arose, if he could do it, why couldn't I? Bakugo, not a crap, about to scream, but sees Aizawa and stops tch, passing by his teacher, leaving the children confused. Aizawa, Bakugo stopping him in the act. When do you plan to mature? Not receiving an answer. If you continue on that path you will not achieve anything in your life. An awkward silence formed after that, for Aizawa, although it was not to his liking and approval that Katsuki Bakugo was in the academy, he was his student, and being the professional that he is, he was trying to teach him something. If he was willing to listen and learn, it was his business. Bakugo, that stupid dream, remembering Izuku's words, is just an idiocy, the dream of a useless bastard that will never come true. Walking away from the place. Aizawa, letting out a heavy sigh. Midoriya, even though I'm proud of how you managed in that battle, I have to agree with Bakugo, even though I don't want to, I can't find a way for your dream to one day come true. Lost in his thoughts until a little hand pulls on his pants, noticing that several children were looking at him. Yeah, what's wrong? Child, excuse me, sirs, but is that boy okay? Aizawa, relaxing his expression to talk to the children. Are you talking about Bakugo? Seeing him nod. If you don't worry about him, in fact, we'll be leaving soon. Girl, hey Mr. Caterpillar, generating a few laughs in everyone, including Aizawa. Do you know those boys who appeared on television? Aizawa, yes, I know them. Seeing how the children's expressions were increasingly happy. After all, they are my students. Kids, W, what's your hero name? Girls, W, what are your heroine names? The children asked almost at the same time. The idea of knowing in advance the name of those boys who inspired them was an opportunity they did not want to miss, and Aizawa was not willing to disappoint them. Aizawa, the heroine's name for the black-haired girl is Kriati. The girl with the two-tone hair still doesn't have a name, so for now it's just her last name, Todoroki, and the one with the green hair, generating great excitement in the children. His hero name is Argonaut. Boy Argonaut? Aizawa, yes, I think he chose it because of the character in an old tale. Girl, do you know the story? With sparkles in her eyes. Aizawa, no, I'm sorry, but I don't know. Seeing how everyone lowered their gaze, but I could borrow that story and I'll come read it to you, would you like? All the kids, yes. Starting to jump up and down with happiness. Aizawa, hey, be careful, sighing, but smiling at seeing the children being happy. Bakugu, listening to everything from around the corner of a hallway. What's so special about that damn story? These useless quirkless children are just waste products of society. Not even their parents wanted them. That's why they're here, quietly leaving the place. This is where you should have ended up. Bastard, clenching his fists to the point that they were already starting to bleed. Aizawa, in the middle of the children who began to say the names of Izuku's heroes, Momo and Shoko's last name, Midoriya, Yayorozu and Todoroki. I'm sure they'll be happy to know that they already have a small group of fans, watching the screen where they repeated some of the scenes from Izuku's battle, but after seeing all that now I have much more intrigue about what your quirk Midoriya really is. Hospital, hours later. Shoko, lying on a stretcher, can you sleep? Momo, no. Lying on a stretcher next to Shoko after I woke up here I haven't fallen asleep again. Shoko, the same thing happens to me, directing her gaze to the stretcher that was in front of theirs. At least Izuku is recovering well seeing him asleep. Momo, yes, also looking at his friend, he was the one who received the most damage from that assassin. When I woke up before you he was already here and he was also bandaged, smiling a little. I guess having asked him to bring your father quickly helped a lot. Shoko, shut up, turning her head so he doesn't see her little blush of embarrassment. I did it only because it was the best for Izuku. Momo, I know, haha, staying silent for several seconds. Hey Todoroki, can I ask you something? Shoko, tell me. Momo, do you think we could also call each other by our names? Shoko. Momo, staring at Shoko, I know you said that the only person other than your family who wanted your name used is Izuku, but after all that. Shoko, sure, that's fine with me, Momo. Momo, huh? Really? Pouting, I hope it wasn't as hard for Izuku to say my name as it was for you. Shoko, yeah, it was hard for me to achieve that too. I almost had to force him, slowly getting up to sit on the bed like Momo, and of course I have no problem with you calling me by my name. I mean, turning her head a little, after everything we've been through and the competition we have for Izuku, I think we are friends, right? Momo, yes. Smiling widely, of course we are friends. Shoko looking at each other for a few seconds in silence, and then laughing together. The hours passed. Almost the entire city was asleep since it was early morning. Izuku was still asleep, and while the girls who had now openly called themselves friends began to talk, even though they should be resting, they preferred to use that time to get to know each other better. It was in this way that they both told how they met Izuku. They told each other about their past, how many times, even now, she received letters from influential people to arrange a marriage with her, and naturally it was difficult for Shoko to tell her past with her family, but when it was most difficult for her, she was surprised when Momo got her up from the bed and went to hers to hold her hand. This action gave her the confidence to tell him everything she had experienced until now and how she began to improve when Izuku entered her life. There they realized that despite having different families and that the problems were very different, there was still some similarity between both. But when they least expected it, Izuku began to writhe, complaining in pain. Izuku, squeezing the sheets and sweating a lot while constantly moving. Shoko, what's wrong? Worried, heading towards Izuku's stretcher, standing on his right side. Momo, I don't know, staring at him, noticing that his bandages were fine. Shoko, let's call someone, looking for the button to call the nurse. Momo, wait, thoughtful, I think I know what it could be. Shoko, say it quickly, trying not to scream. Momo, after everything that happened, I'm not surprised that I had a nightmare, still caressing Izuku's hair. Shoko, I understand, imitating Momo's actions, making Izuku calm down completely, but you should have told me before. Momo, I'm sorry, hehe. Both girls stood there for a couple of minutes, without taking their eyes off their hero. He looked so calm, like a little child. His breathing was calm, but they noticed a detail that caught their attention. Shoko, hey, look at his bandages, letting go of Izuku's hand to move his robe aside. They have a little blood on them. Momo, it must have been when he was moving through that nightmare. Shoko, it's possible. Make some bandages and we'll change them. Momo, blushes a little. Shouldn't we leave that job to a nurse? Shoko, we know something about first aid, And also, looking Momo straight in the eyes, do you want another woman to do it? Momo, creating a few bandages as her face turned red. After that, the girls slowly uncovered the upper area of the robe that covered Izuku's body, revealing his muscles, which caused them great sadness when they saw how in several areas of his body there were various bruises, in addition to the already sutured cuts and scars from the past. Between both they gently lifted Izuku. Shoko lightly used her ice quirk on Izuku's chest to try to calm his pain, which seemed to work. While Momo went over his entire abdomen, gently cleaning his wounds, running her hands over the entire upper area of his body, from his abs to his pectorals, to wrap him with the new bandages and get rid of the old ones which had a little blood on them. Once they finished, to the misfortune of both, they put Izuku back in his bed, and when they were ready to go to their own, since they were already getting sleepy, to their surprise, their hands were gently held by Izuku, who had woken up. Izuku, why didn't you leave when you were in danger? Speaking with a tired tone. Shoko, look who's talking, smiling sweetly as she approached Izuku. Momo, imitating her friend's action, you are the least indicated to tell us that, Izuku. Izuku, but I. Shoko, she holding her hand a little tighter, calm down, we'll talk about it tomorrow. For now keep sleeping and don't worry, we are fine and we will always be by your side. Momo, Shoko is right, gently patting Izuku's curly hair, we already decided, no matter what problems arise we will always support you just as we know you would do for either of us. Izuku, girls, I, slowly closing his eyes, thank you, falling asleep without letting go of his hands. Shoko, as always so unfair, lying down on Izuku's right side. Momo, that's right, lying down on Izuku's left side, falling asleep without letting go of each other's hands. Shoko, hey Momo, slowly closing her eyes as she leans very gently on Izuku's chest. Momo, tell me, imitating her friend's actions, what's wrong? Shoko, with her eyes closed. Shoko, Izuku might need us later, speaking increasingly softer, so we shouldn't be far from him. Momo, you're right, listening to Izuku's heartbeat while also about to fall asleep, that's why. Shoko/Momo, at least for tonight, saying their last words before falling asleep on Izuku's chest and covering themselves with a blanket, let's share it. And so the boy and the girls fell asleep sharing the same bed, the moon and the stars being witnesses to these events. But they had all forgotten one big detail. The three of them were teenagers with their hormones all over the place and feeling the touch. Perceiving the scent and warmth of that special person for the other made their minds play a dirty trick on them, being represented in their dreams. The boy opens his eyes, barely conscious, not sure he is himself, not sure where he was. The little he remembered was being in the hospital, next to the girls most important to him, but now he was alone. Before him there was only a closed door. When she opened it, she found herself in a large room where the most striking thing about it was the large bed in the middle of it. The lights in that room were a soft pink color, creating an exotic, even erotic atmosphere. The large bed was covered by a thin veil of fabric, and in the middle of it there were two clearly feminine silhouettes. The boy's mind was petrified. He could see those silhouettes moving delicately, their breasts shaking gracefully, without any restraint, implying that those women were naked. A soft fragrance, similar to the smell of honey, filled the entire place, giving him great stimulation. Fufu, Izuku. A soft voice finally spoke, without leaving that thin veil, slowly approaching the edge of the bed. It was a soft and sweet voice. Izuku was quickly able to recognize it, but before he could name it, a new voice was present. Izuku, thanks for coming. Now it was a fine and elegant voice that spoke. Despite the situation they were in and the situation they were in, they did not lose that education. Izuku recognized those two voices instantly. They were the voices of Shoko and Momo. In that room they were the only people, but it had to be a mistake, right? After all, the boy could see how those two silhouettes were getting closer and closer to the edge of the bed and coming out from under the cloth that was hiding them. But while they were doing so, Izuku could see how they were touching each other. What seemed to be occasional licks on some part of the other's body. Being just one step closer to reaching the edge, they stopped, and between flirtatious laughs they began to kiss passionately. Their hands ran over each other's bodies without any shamelessness. Soft moans did not begin to come out of them. After a few seconds they separated, but the thread of saliva that still joined their lips was clearly noticeable, and with a rather flirtatious tone of voice they spoke. Momo, catching her breath. Wait, honey, we're leaving out something very important. Shoko, why, you're right. Letting out a small moan upon being touched by Momo again. We are forgetting about our dear and beloved hero Fufu. The boy couldn't say anything at all. It was as if he had no control over his own body. He had so many doubts at that moment. But his mind went blank when that soft fabric opened completely, allowing him to clearly see the women who were behind her. They were clearly naked, and he could fully see those bodies, their measurements. That small thread of saliva was already gone, but there was still some trace of it on the girl's breasts. Izuku could not help but look at them, contemplate them. Their bodies were really beautiful, but above all extremely erotic. What stood out most about Momo were her large breasts, with pink nipples that gave the impression of being extremely soft to the touch, and that if she brought her hands to them they would sink easily. For her part, Shoko's body was not far behind. Although she did not have breasts as large as Momo's, her firm and toned body adorned with large and fleshy thighs were not far behind. The girls quickly looked at Izuku's lower body as her laughter spread across her lips, which she licked for a second. Momo, it seems like you enjoyed the views. Izuku. Shoko, and I wanted to ask if you considered us beautiful, but I see that I don't need to do it. Fufu. The boy remained silent. He had no idea what was happening, his body, but above all his mind was paralyzed. Seeing his two friends like that made him realize the attractive female body they had, and it was not like he did not realize it before. It was just that he preferred not to see them like that so that they would not think he was a pervert. But in a situation like this, that was impossible. Without having any action from his own body, Izuku slowly approached them. He did not realize at what moment he had taken off his clothes. Quickly the girls took him with their hands and both took the boy to the middle of the large bed while the thin fabric closed again. At that moment both Momo and Shoko directed their boys' hands to the place they trusted most on their body. That was none other than Momo's large breasts and Shoko's fleshy thighs, which Izuku slowly squeezed, generating a soft moan in them that they had no need to hide. The intensity slowly began to increase. Izuku's hand began to squeeze one of Momo's nipples while with his other hand he got closer and closer to Shoko's crotch, being able to feel a small moisture on it before reaching. The girls, for their part, with a big blush on their faces, but without any fear, approached Izuku. The three of them closed their eyes. They were about to share a kiss between the three of them, but a voice interrupted them. Wait! Getting into bed, passing the cloth that wrapped it without problems. How unfair of you not to wait for me, girls. At that moment, without Izuku being able to see who had arrived, soft arms embraced him from behind, while he felt a pair of breasts touching him. He couldn't see her face, but he didn't need to. A few strands of hair peeked out from her shoulder. They were radiant, a beautiful golden color, extremely resplendent, resembling the sun's rays. That new girl needed no introduction. Shoko, sorry, but we couldn't wait for you any longer. Momo, sorry Melissa, but I'm glad you arrived on time. Izuku could feel Melissa's hug intensifying, as if it were a small tantrum of a child who is having her favorite toy taken away. But after a while she calmed down, and giving a smile to the other two they continued where they had left off. Melissa, okay, I forgive you, gently biting Izuku's earlobe, and as for you, Izuku speaking seductively to him, I will make sure you don't forget me. Hospital, next day. Izuku, waking up suddenly while breathing heavily. What was that? Looking around, realizing he's in a hospital. Was it a dream? He tried to calm down, to reproach himself for having had that kind of dreams with his friends, but at that moment, he could feel something moving above him, and the sheets that covered him began to move a little. His blush only increased more and more as he slowly used his legs to see what was underneath. Watching in this way how Momo and Shoko slept peacefully on top of him, with their chests uncovered only with the bandages between the direct contact of their skin. Momo, very sleepy. Izuku, I'm still sleepy. Shoko, we were so busy with you that we barely slept without opening our eyes, being the same as Momo. Izuku, huh? Momo, you woke us up very early, settling on Izuku's chest. Shoko, and you didn't let us go until you were satisfied, doing the same while rubbing herself a little to get better comfortable. Izuku, what? Feeling how the two of them fell asleep again on his chest while his face looked like a strawberry. What the hell happened? hearing a small sound from a photo and slowly turning his head to see who was at the door and teacher. Mirko, oh, but what an interesting thing we just heard with his phone in hand. Tashinori, Izuku, not knowing what to think. Izuku, Master. Not knowing what to do. This is. Mirko, ha, putting his phone away. I already have something to bother you with from now on, walking towards them, but before you give us an explanation it's best to leave these two on their stretchers, taking them without much trouble. Although they resisted getting away from Izuku. Wow, you really have them crazy, kid. They don't want to let go of you. Izuku, I don't. Mirko, yes, I know, managing to release them and lay them down on their respective stretchers. I'm just playing. Tashinori, we know you're not like that, entering the room and closing the door, it's just that you surprised us. Mirko, by the way, act normal, your father will soon arrive, she pointing to Momo, and from what your teacher told me, if he saw you as you were, it would not be good. Izuku, getting an idea of what would have happened. Thank you, trying to calm down slowly. Doctor, speaking from outside the hallway, please sir, calm down, you are in a hospital. Ryuji, don't ask me to calm down. Making his way through all the staff, my daughter is here after facing that damn murderer. I want to see her. Passing past everyone, if you keep delaying me, I'll buy this whole hospital and fire you all. Mirko, listening to everything, just to look at Izuku for a second. I saved you kids, seeing how he nodded and thanked again. If he had seen and heard how we found them, you would be in a lot of trouble with him, haha, smiling mockingly while Izuku was scared by that possibility. Ryuji, Momo, bursting into the room, and managing to see his daughter still asleep, going quickly to her to caress her head. Honey, noticing that she was okay, I'm glad you're safe. Shedding some tears, thank God you're okay. Looking at the doctors who followed him, I'm so sorry for having behaved that way. Doctor, don't worry Mr. Yayorozu, we understand you. Smiling, I'm also a father, and I'm sure I would do the same if I were in the same situation as you. Ryuji, wiping away tears, it still wasn't right of me. Let me give you this, taking out his wallet and a check which takes a few seconds to finish filling out. Take this small donation to this hospital. Doctor, oh thank you very much Mr. Yayorozu, but we were just doing our, receiving the check, seeing all the zeros it had work, starting to shake a little. This amount is. Ryuji, too little? Taking out his checkbook again, if you need more. I, being interrupted. Doctor, no. Very nervous and looking at the check. This is more than enough. Thank you very much, slowly leaving the room. But first looking at Izuku, young man, in a few minutes some specialized doctors will come to continue your treatment. Izuku, why yes, thank you very much, watching the doctor leave while closing the room. Ryuji, okay, now as for you, looking at Izuku, who immediately got very nervous. Midoriya and I, extremely serious, exaggeratedly serious, making even the professional heroes nervous, but to his surprise he made a big bow. Thank you very much for protecting my daughter, holding back the tears in his eyes. Really, thank you. Izuku, still somewhat stunned by that strange dream, found it difficult to respond at first. A few seconds passed where he breathed calmly until he calmed down. He simply came to the conclusion that that dream was due to his extreme tiredness, and that was why he should take it as such, a simple dream, so he decided to forget it. Izuku, Ryuji-san, don't worry, looking in the direction of the girls and smiling calmly. They and I made a promise. I will always defend them and they will do the same with me. Lightly scratching his cheek, you could say that we will be a team for life. Mirko, holding back the urge to laugh, you're still very naive, kid, you don't realize what those words can mean. Ryuji, that, rising from his bow, it reassures me and infuriates me at the same time. Minutes passed, and taking advantage of the fact that those who were in the room already knew the secret of One for All, Mirko wanted to ask her some questions about those last movements she saw in her fight against Stain, and although at first he was reluctant to do so because of the fear that the girls would wake up, she assured him that with her enhanced ears and senses she could perceive when they were about to wake up. So he began to tell her how he used Nana's quirk to stop in the air and with the strength of his legs generate a small air current with which he propelled himself, thus being able to imitate the movements of Mirko and Gran Torino without having to depend on a nearby building. Naturally, Ryuji was also informed about the new abilities that One for All was hiding and that Izuku would gradually unlock. At that he simply laughed, With those new abilities, Izuku would surely be the strongest hero of all time, and thanks to his exclusivity contract, his company would have the exclusive rights to direct his image. Unfortunately, that conversation had to end when Mirko told them that the girls were waking up. At that news, Ryuji was happy and quickly hugged his daughter, which surprised her because he was there, and as if she were a little girl, she hugged him as well and began to shed some small tears. "Ryuji, don't cry honey, you're safe now." Momo, sorry, it's just that, stopping for a few seconds while her father wiped her tears, "I must have worried you and Mom a lot," hugging him a little tighter. "I'm sorry." Momo, "Thank you," shedding a few more tears. Shoko, "Good for you, Momo." She smiled for her friend, and also seeing Izuku talking calmly with his teacher, she remembered how she had seen him before the entrance test. They did not seem to be teacher and student. To her it seemed more like the relationship of a father and son. For a second she felt sad. She didn't feel jealous towards Izuku and Momo, she just wished things in her family had been different, and she could experience something like that. Mirko, hey, putting her hand on Shoko's shoulder, making her look at her, "Don't feel alone." Shoko, how? Surprised. Mirko, no person in this world can choose which family they will be born into. But, pausing briefly so she could look at everyone in the room, who were all happy if we can choose our friends and loved ones, smiling slightly, they are the ones who can make that feeling disappear in your heart. At that moment Shoko looked directly at Izuku while talking to Tashinori. Her gaze did not leave his face, so much so that after a few seconds he realized and also looked at her. Both looked each other straight in the eyes, and the only thing Izuku did was smile at her. A laugh as pure as a child's was being transmitted towards her. The sun's rays gave an impression of tranquility and purity around her. At that image Shoko's heart instantly began to beat faster. Her cheeks blushed being even more so, and her ears were also a little red. Mirko, lowering his voice so that only Shoko could hear it, "Listen, I don't know what kind of relationship you have, but that's only something that concerns you three." Shoko, but, looking away from Izuku and now looking at Momo. Mirko, it doesn't matter if you, the Yayorozu heiress, end up being his partner, maybe just one, maybe both at the same time, or even if there happens to be a third girl in that relationship. None of that matters, making Shoko look at her while she smiled lightly. The only thing that matters is that none of you regret it, since it would be the family that you yourselves chose. Shoko, smiling too, "Thanks." Mirko, don't worry, looking at everyone and returning to his usual attitude, "Okay, it's time for me to go." Izuku, thank you very much for coming to see us, teacher. Mirko, no need, I just wanted a quiet place to be without reporters asking me why I took you as my student. Izuku, wait, staring at her, it's one thing for them to say that I copy your movements, but how do they know that I'm your student? Mirko, well, moving his ears somewhat uncontrollably, let's say that when I saw you kicking Stains as using my movements, I gave a little scream where I said that's my disciple, causing a great silence in the room, making her somewhat nervous. I'm sorry, hee. Gran Torino is going to be mad at me. Izuku, and don't worry, teacher, sooner or later it was going to be known, being able to feel the touch of irony in his words due to his secret towards the girls. I will talk to Gran Torino. Mirko, that's why you're my best student. With his ears raised, a sign of his good humor, I mean, you're my only student, but do you understand me? Heading to the window and opening it wide, get well soon, because I want to continue training you. Jumping out the window, goodbye. Walking away from the place. Ryuji, aren't we on the 10th floor? Surprised like many by that farewell. Tashinori, yes, we are. Izuku, that's how she is. The room goes silent. Tashinori, by the way, Ryuji, wanting to lighten the mood successfully, what have you heard about the Ida family? Gaining the attention of Izuku and the girls. Ryuji, well, there were rumors for some time, but they are just rumors. Momo, but now that that guy says it, they can, being interrupted by her father. Ryuji, I'm sorry, honey, but unfortunately the world doesn't work that way. Shoko, what do you mean? Ryuji, even though that statement put them in the sights of the authorities, they are still a family with great influence in the heroic society, and Stain is nothing more than a murderer, so it is his word against theirs, and I don't need to tell you which one will be taken into account more. Tashinori, for now I will tell a friend if he can investigate about that, If there is proof of what Stain said, it would be another matter. But in the meantime, you young people will have to continue interacting with young Ida in class. Izuku/Momo/Shoko. Yes/understood/okay. Doctor, opening the door. I'm sorry to interrupt you, but it's time for us to take young Midoriya to get some treatments. They'll only take a few minutes. Ryuji, we understand. Doctor, staring at him. Give this young man the best treatments you have. If it's for money, I'll pay all the expenses. Izuku, Ryuji-san, I don't think he would. Doctor, everything has already been paid, so there is no need. All, huh? Confused. Doctor, when the hero Endeavor left the young man last night, he left all his treatment paid for. All, huh? Extremely confused. Shoko, the old man, unbelieving, did that? Doctor, it seems that many people and professional heroes have a high regard for you, young man, giving a sign to the nurses who entered and began to prepare Izuku's stretcher. Although it is not surprising after everything you have done, giving way to the nurses and seeing everyone else. Do not worry, we will not take long. As for you ladies, your wounds were not as serious and deep as the young man had last night, so the three of you will be able to leave this afternoon. Ryuji, what good news, clearly happy, thank you very much. Doctor, don't worry, it's just my job leaving the room. After that, the doctor kept his word and they had brought Izuku to the room in less than half an hour, who very excitedly began to tell him that many people with various healing quirks treated him and that he wanted to have his notebook to write down everything he saw. That caused everyone to laugh when they saw that he was already fine, although the doctor warned him before leaving that he was not completely fine, since in order for his wounds not to reopen he had to rest a bit. He could still go out if he wanted, but no physical effort and no use of his quirk for a few days. And once they changed into clothes brought by Toshinori when he was with the doctors, everyone left the hospital. But as soon as they left, someone was waiting for them. It was a tall man with a dog's head who was the chief of police of Hosu. Hospital entrance, afternoon. Tsurigami. Good afternoon, gentlemen, young man, young ladies, allow me to introduce myself. My name is Kenji Tsurigami and I am the director of the Hosu Police. Toshinori, standing in front of Izuku. Good afternoon, Mr. Tsurigami. I don't mean to be rude, but what can I help you with? Tsurigami, looking at Izuku and the girls a bit. So you're the ones who stopped the hero killer. You're UA students after all. Getting serious, but let's get straight to the point. I'm here to talk to you about the hero killer's killer gaining everyone's attention. According to his initial medical examination, he has burns on several areas of his body, fractured bones, a punctured lung and a strong contusion on his skull which was slightly cracked. Ryuji, what are you implying? Standing next to Toshinori while facing his daughter, all his actions were clearly in self-defense. Tsurigami, ignoring that since the beginning of the Quirk era, the police have emphasized the fact that quirks are not to be used as individual weapons, so the heroes rose to fill that gap, becoming a profession of equal validity. But you are not heroes yet. You are just students who can hurt with your quirks without the direction of your teachers, so by facing Stain without your teachers or guardians you committed a great violation of the established regulations. Shoko, wait there. Taking a few steps forward, if we hadn't intervened the native hero would have died, and Stain would still be free without you being able to catch him, clearly angry. Momo, standing in front of his father, we even managed to protect our classmate from Ida Academy from his suicide attack by wanting to face him alone. Izuku, they're right, taking a few steps forward, passing Toshinori and looking the police chief directly in the eyes. What does it matter if we're not professional heroes yet? What does it matter if that could cause us problems? Remembering his ideal, true heroes save everyone who needs help without caring about anything. Clenching his fists, that's their job. Toshinori/Ryuji, smiling, looking at the backs of the new generation. Tsurigami, holy crap, these young people today don't listen to their elders, clearing his throat. All that is my opinion as a police officer in front of the public. But in my opinion, bowing slightly, I thank you, as a fellow peacekeeper, for having stopped a dangerous criminal. Momo/Shoko, I would have started with that part, clearly angry while Izuku tries to calm them down. Tsurigami, in normal situations all of you would be given a punishment for breaking the rules, but it's too late for that now. Your battle was broadcast to the whole world. your reputation and fame at this moment is only on the rise, especially you young man staring at Izuku. You have all the civilians on your side. I hope that with this you learn the importance of public opinion in this profession, always in view of everyone and their comments. Izuku: Yes, I will keep that in mind, sir. Tsurigami: I hope so. Usually the higher and brighter a person reaches the top, the darker and deeper their fall. Ruji: Is that all? Can we go now? Tsurigami: Yes, I'm sorry for taking up part of your valuable time, bowing while everyone continues on their way, leaving him alone. Well, now I can move on with that incident. Walking away from the place extremely worried. This is really worrying. No one can know that the van where they were transporting Stain to jail was hijacked. Luckily we managed to prevent the news from becoming public, even among many heroes. Ruji: Already in front of his limousine. Do you need us to take you home? Smiling: We'll be happy to take you there. Tashinori: I accept the offer. I have to prepare some things for the trip to Island tomorrow. Momo: Getting into the limo. I want to get home now. I still feel tired from using so many lipids. Shoko: I know I should do the same, but Izuku must rest. I must not be selfish. Even so, getting a little sad since this was the day where she had planned her outing with Izuku. I wanted to have my outing with you. Looking at Izuku subtly. At that moment he managed to see her gaze. At first he didn't know what was happening, but he immediately remembered it, the promise they made to spend the day together before the island. At that moment Izuku had made his decision. He took Shoko by the hand and began to jog lightly from the place. Said action made Shoko blush as she could feel the boy's strong hands gently holding hers. Tashinori: Izuku! Confused: Where are you going? Izuku: I'm sorry, master. Ruji-san and you too. Momo stopping for a second without letting go of Shuko's hand, but I made a promise to her to go out alone before going to the island and I can't break it. Shoko: But Izuku, your body doesn't. Worried. Izuku: Don't worry. Smiling at her: You heard the doctor. As long as I don't use too much force or activate my quirk, I can go out. Wanting to bother her a little, or is it that you don't want to? Shoko, smiling sweetly as she held his hands tighter, full starting to walk away again. Let's go. Ruji: Hey! Worried that his daughter would be sad. No. Being interrupted. Momo, poking head out of the limo door: Good luck. Cheering them on: Have fun. Ruji: What? Looking at his daughter: Doesn't it bother you? Confused. Momo: Of course not. Smiling as she walked back in, but we better not delay any longer. Mom must be waiting for us. Ruji: Why, yeah, getting into the limo. I don't understand. I thought she would be sad, but it's the opposite. Could it be that I misinterpreted her feelings? Being happy about it, but for some strange reason it also bothered her. And why do I feel like it could be worse than I thought? Tashinori: Izuku watching his successor fight while Shoko stared at him without stopping, smiling. Heroes must know the times of peace. After all, that way we can remember why we fight. Smiling as he entered the limousine and closed the door. Besides, I want you to be able to experience the happiness that you didn't have when you were a child. And also, looking out the window, the one that I couldn't experience. And so the young people moved away from everyone, thankful that it was an ordinary day even during working hours, so there weren't many people on the streets yet. Even so, Shoko knew that they would most likely be recognized if they stayed there for a long time, so deciding to go to a more closed place, she asked Izuku to enter a small shopping center, which he accepted. Her plan was not that. She had thought of something more fun like going to an amusement park, but she did not want to overforce Izuku's body. The simple fact that despite everything he still wanted to go out was more than enough to give great warmth to her heart, but that did not mean she was willing to make said outing something boring. That's why she started to remember everything Fuyumi told her about what dating was like, and that's why she put it into practice. Shopping mall, clothing store. Izuku: Hey, as Shoko, in front of a closed dressing room. Why are we here? Shoko, changing behind the dressing room. It will only take a second. Izuku: The clothes they gave us at the hospital were not very comfortable for me. Izuku: I see, somewhat nervous upon hearing small whispers behind him. That was a lie. The problem was not the comfort of the clothes but their simplicity. Shoko had remembered Fuyumi's words that when she goes out with Izuku she should wear the prettiest clothes she could find, but unfortunately for her, so many years of not being aware of fashion made her perception of it a little altered. Shoko: I am going out, slowly opening the dressing room. At that moment Izuku didn't say anything. For some reason his heart began to beat faster. His face blushed as he imagined what kind of clothes Shoko would choose. He had already seen this type of scenes in several series on television, and the girl always came out incredibly beautiful. And it was then that he saw her. There she was, standing in front of him. Their eyes met, neither of them said anything. Despite not being how Izuku had imagined, that outfit didn't seem really beautiful to him. But was that it? Doubt flooded his mind. Was that somewhat different outfit really what made her look beautiful, or was it her who made those clothes stand out? Shoko, nervous and with a little blush, and, how are you? Izuku, Shoko, you, remaining silent. Shoko, do I look weird? Somewhat discouraged. It's the first time I buy clothes on my own. Normally my older sister does it. But if you don't like it, Izuku, it's not that. Raising his voice slightly, realizing that, and lowering the intensity, it's just that I didn't expect this style. Shoko, does it bother you? Staring, does this type of clothing not suit me? Izuku, well, scratching his cheek while blushing, to be honest, I don't think that's important, since it doesn't matter what kind of clothes you wear, what hairstyle you choose, or what kind of attitude you take. For me, you will always be the beautiful girl I met. With those words, Shoko's heart skipped a beat. Her face was now clearly flushed, mimicking the tone of half of her hair. Izuku was no exception. Realizing what she said, his face also blushed, and thanks to his hair and freckles he now looked like a strawberry. And hearing a loud squeal from the shop assistants, and how they were giving him signs of approval, did not help calm the hearts of those young men. Trying to hide her embarrassment, Shoko dragged Izuku to the men's section and threw him all the outfits she found so he could try them on too. At that moment the girl understood that not only was Izuku's body very strong, but so were his words. She could feel that if she had given him a single compliment, she would not be able to control her flames. Something that almost failed when she saw Izuku come out a few minutes after she had seen something that caught her attention and kept silent. Shoko, those clothes. Izuku, what do you think? Adjusting his jacket. Shoko, why you look nervous, handsome, saying almost in a whisper, but Izuku still heard it. Izuku, thanks, nervous, I don't usually wear this type of clothing, but I think I'll buy it. Shoko, don't worry, I'll pay. Izuku, what? No, I can't accept it. Shoko, don't worry, smiling as she pulled out a credit card, remember that the money is the old man's, and if he already paid for your treatment, I don't see the problem in continuing to spend his money, laughing a little. Izuku, won't he get angry? Shoko, if he does that, he would only make it better. After that, both young men laughed a little, and just like that day when they had gone to the arcade after school, they would have fun for the rest of the day at the expense of the number 2 hero's pocket. Shoko asked Izuku to wait for her outside while she paid. She did it so that he wouldn't see the other outfit she was going to buy, and once outside, with bag in hand, they went out to tour the entire shopping center. They walked through various stores, observing everything around them. After all, for them this was something new. Shoko could never go out as she was forced to always be in constant training with her father. On the other hand, Izuku had no friends with whom he could experience that, and the few times he tried to do it alone, his bad luck made him run into Bakugo and his henchmen, who inevitably bothered him as soon as they saw him. But now it was different. He was different. His attitude, his body, his confidence had strengthened. He thanked Almight for that, but it would be unfair for the girls not to recognize the great impact they had and continue to have on his life, when some little children who had left school early recognized them. And without fear they approached, very excited. Izuku welcomed them, and even tried to play with them when he wanted to pick them up, but a small pinch from Shoko on his cheek was enough to stop him from doing so, and despite the serious face he had, deep down he was happy and touched that Izuku was good with children. In that instant a thought took over his mind. It was only for a slight fraction of a second, but it was very clear. She wondered if Izuku was as good with children as he was with his own. At that thought she quickly blushed, turning her head from side to side, trying to calm herself. Her embarrassment was such that she was already starting to release small trails of smoke from the left side of her hair. That was seen by Izuku, who kindly said goodbye to the children and took a still somewhat upset Shoko with him. On the way they passed by a stuffed animal store which at the back had a giant stuffed animal, and when Shoko saw it she wanted to go see it. That was when Izuku understood that she liked cute things. Despite her cold attitude with other people on the inside, she was very different. That caused him tenderness, and even more when Shoko hugged the giant stuffed animal and asked Izuku to take a photo for the memory. Izuku, walking out of the plush store, why don't you buy it? Shoko, I could, and I'm sure that would bother the old man, but better not. My room is not big enough to carry him. Izuku, really? I thought your room would be something big, like Momo's. Shoko, hey. With a big pout, thinking about another woman is forbidden now. This is an outing between the two of us. Expanding her pout further, Fuyumi, you better say something like this and it works. Izuku, ah, how cute, without realizing that he had said it, in a whisper, but he said it and Shoko heard it. Shoko, thank you, with a cute smile. Fuyumi, thank you very much. Izuku, I'm nervous because he said it without realizing it. Why, you're welcome, resigned, but smiling when he saw how that made Shoko happy. The minutes went by, and with that the night was coming. The streets slowly filled up, so they had to leave, because if they stayed any longer they would be recognized instantly, and they would not be allowed to leave that place. They wanted to stay and continue with their outing, but time did not allow them. Tomorrow they had to get ready to travel to the island, and they were somewhat far from their homes, so after a few minutes later they were already boarding a train that would take them back. Once they arrived back to their city, hunger invaded them. But again, time was not their ally this time, so while they were going back to their homes they passed by a small food store where they bought a small dinner and stopped for a few minutes to eat it quietly. That outing was not what anyone expected. It was not in any exciting place or with some exquisite food in an elegant restaurant. It was quite the opposite, but neither of them minded. For the two of them what mattered most was spending time with each other. They did not need anything extraordinary to have fun with each other's company, and with that they continued their way back home. Todoroki residence. Shoko, at the entrance of her house, it was not necessary for you to accompany me to my house. Izuku. Izuku, I know, but I still wanted to do it. Shoko, you know I can defend myself, right? Izuku, I know, I'm very aware of that, but it doesn't mean that I don't want to accompany you back to your house. Shoko's heart began to beat faster again. She didn't understand how Izuku's small actions could have such an effect on her, but it was something that no longer mattered to her, and arming herself with some courage she gave him a small kiss on the cheek which caused both of them to blush tenderly again. Shoko, thank you for this day. Izuku, even when you needed rest and I told you it didn't matter, you kept your promise. Gently opening the door of her house without stopping to look at Izuku's eyes. Izuku, don't worry, on the contrary, I'm sorry if it wasn't a big deal, but… Shoko, don't apologize. Shaking her head, the simple fact of having been alone with you this day was more than enough. Slowly approaching her face, I had a great time today, and was very happy. Closing her eyes. Izuku as Shoko. The boy couldn't finish his sentence because Shoko had kissed him again. It was on the cheek, but with a difference. That kiss was close to the lips, so close that for an instant Izuku could feel how the tips of their lips touched. At that the boy paralyzed. Something that Shoko took advantage of to move away, and under the light of the moon and the stars she gave him one of the most beautiful smiles he had ever seen in his life, which left him still unable to speak. Shoko, thank you very much for everything. Izuku entering her house and slowly closing the door. Rest and have sweet dreams. Closing her door completely. Izuku, staying silent for a few seconds until he reacted. Why yeah, same thing. Turning around and starting to walk away while touching the place where that kiss was. Shoko, watching through her window as Izuku left, extremely nervous and with a big blush releasing steam from her hair. I could feel his lips. Did I kiss him? Does that count as a kiss? Did he like it? Why did I do it? I wanted to give him another kiss on the cheek, totally distracted from her surroundings until a hand on her shoulder makes her jump in fright. Fuyumi, wow, while smiling very suspiciously, I see my little sister had a good day. Shoko, Fuyumi. Fuyumi, I'm glad to see that you had fun with your hero. While I was very worried, slightly tightening the grip of his hand. You don't know how worried I was all this time. I saw you fighting with that villain, and when I was able to find out which hospital you were in, they told me that you had already left. Speaking in a calm tone, too calm. Shoko, knowing she was angry. Would you forgive me if I told you how it went with Izuku today? Seeing how Fuyumi's smile widens a little more and that I followed your advice and it worked. Fuyumi, relaxing her gaze and letting go of her sister's shoulder, that would be the least. But well, we can talk later, you must be tired trying to leave, but is stopped by a hug from Shoko. Shoko, Fuyumi, I'm sorry I didn't warn you, and, pushing her forehead against her sister's back, thank you very much for all your advice. Fuyumi, don't worry, smiling genuinely, that's what your older sister is for. If you ever need to talk, get advice, or just need someone to listen to you, I'm always available. Shoko, yes. Fuyumi, Midoriya-kun, Shoko's attitude has certainly changed completely since you came into her life, thank you. After that scene with the Todoroki sisters, the atmosphere had become calmer, contrary to what happened to Izuku once he arrived home, since the first thing he saw was a very angry, worried, proud, happy, sad Inko, and as many emotions as possible. The reason was simple. He and Shoko had not notified their homes that it would take them a while to get there once they left the hospital. But what surprised Izuku the most was seeing his teacher sitting on the couch. There was Yagi Tashinori, completely dejected, as if he had seen the worst of evils. The poor man could only pronounce the phrase, "Mothers are scary," over and over again, and it was a calmer Inko who told him that he was the one who told her what he had done. Tashinori reacted upon hearing his voice, and turning his head he looked him straight in the eyes. He didn't say anything, he simply raised his thumb, hoping that he had had a good afternoon with his friend, and with a few more scoldings from Inko it was that his day was over and a new one would begin. Musudafu, Airport, next day. Tashinori, getting on a private jet, are you ready for this, Izuku? Izuku, yes, master, loading his suitcases, although I would have liked to travel with my mom and Kirishima on the same flight. Tashinori, I know, settling into his seat, but his flight tickets were leaving later, and if we want to take advantage of David's time it's better to leave as soon as possible. Izuku, I understand, a little discouraged. Tashinori, haha, don't be like that, smiling, you'll see how you and your mother can relax and rest on the island while enjoying everything it offers. Izuku, more animated, yes. And with those words the jet had taken off. During the journey teacher and student talked about some topics, such as how Ruji lent him one of his private jets, how his date with Shoko had gone, which made him somewhat nervous not only when he remembered that kiss but also that dream he had in the hospital. But he quickly wanted to get it out of his head by starting another much more serious conversation. Izuku, master, can I ask you a question? Tashinori, of course. Izuku, in my fight against Stain he mentioned something about taking me or something. I don't remember very well. Tashinori, I know, getting serious, that's why I asked Skachi to investigate separately, since if Stain was somehow related to the Nomus that means that he, clenching his fists, that all for one is also involved. Izuku, the big villain, gulping, that I have to defeat. Tashinori, I know you may be scared now, but don't worry, relaxing his expression and putting his hand on Izuku's shoulder, you are not alone, you have the other bearers supporting you. Izuku, why yes, calming down too with them, and with you by my side I know I'll be fine. Tashinori, yes, that's how it will be. Looking out the window where the island could already be seen, we're almost there. For now go put on your suit. The minutes passed, teacher and student went through the doors and were registered to enter the island. Tashinori for his part had to enter in his muscular form at least until he got to his friend David. And while along the way a large number of civilians and tourists recognized both him and Izuku and quickly surrounded them to ask for their autographs. Almight, knowing how intense some fans can be, quickly picked up Izuku like a sack of potatoes carried on his back and quickly walked away from the place while apologizing to everyone, and once they reached a more lonely place surrounded by a flower garden, he put Izuku down, and while he was doing so he could hear a very familiar voice. Island. Melissa, there you are. Jumping quickly with a pogo stick she had invented, I've been looking for you. Launching herself towards him. All might, Melissa. Extending her arms ready for a hug, do you miss me that much? Melissa, Izuku. Passing by All Might and hugging Izuku, causing them both to fall into the flowers from which some petals flew away. All Might, still with arms outstretched, Melissa, Izuku. 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 hugging him tightly as her glasses fell and small tears appeared. Thank goodness, you're okay. Izuku, and Melissa, enduring the pain of her still injured body. I guess you also saw my fight against that villain. Melissa, nodding her head. Izuku, I'm sorry, gently caressing his hair. I'm sorry I worried you so much. Melissa, why you better getting up slowly, I was very worried. Izuku, picking up Melissa's glasses. Were you afraid of losing your future client? Hee. Melissa, don't laugh at that, you fool. Wiping away tears. Before you become my client, you're my friend. Izuku, holding the glasses. I can't promise that I won't hurt myself like that again, remembering his mission as a wearer, nor can I promise that I won't face very strong villains. But smiling happily, I have an ideal to fulfill, handing the glasses to his friend. Melissa, why yes, worried. Izuku, I'm glad you're okay, and I'm glad you have such a noble dream, but taking her glasses while also holding Izuku's hands, I don't think it's possible, staying silent for a few seconds while holding Izuku's hands. Almight, Ajum, pretending to cough, taking Melissa out of her thoughts. Didn't you forget to say hello to someone? Melissa, huh? Seeing him and regaining her spirits. Uncle Might, hugging him. Sorry about that, it's just that. Being interrupted. Almight, don't worry Melissa, I understand. Smiling. Hey, does your dad have free time now? Melissa, yes, separating from the hug right now. He is in his laboratory. Let me take you, taking his jumper and turning it into a small device that he kept in his pocket. Almight, thank you. Looking at his successor. Ready to meet David? Izuku, yes. Starting to walk together. Along the way, Melissa guided them to the hotel where they would be staying, and they entered just for a few moments to leave their bags. Once outside, Melissa quickly took Izuku's arm and began to drag him towards the laboratories that she shared with her father, since she wanted to show him her inventions. At that sight, All Might just raised a small eyebrow. He didn't want to think about what he was imagining, but seeing how Izuku was the day before with Momo and Shoko, and now how he was a few moments ago with the girl he considered his niece, was starting to give him wrong ideas. Fortunately, he refused to accept them. After all, he had known Izuku perfectly for a long time. Island entry. Wolfram, speaking on the phone in front of his team. We were able to enter the expo without any problems. When will the merchandise arrive? On the other end of the call, come pick her up at 3 p.m. at gate 66. Wolfram, understood, ending the call. Henchman, boss, are we really going to do this? Standing next to him, I heard from a group of people that All Might and that Midoriya girl are here too. Wolfram, those two will certainly be a problem, but we can take care of them. Staring at his henchman, but you know that under no circumstances can we hurt him. Minions, yes, although I wonder why that terrifying subject wants that child? Wolfram, I don't know, but if we want to stay alive, it is better to not only fulfill the mission but also not hurt him if he interferes. Shield Laboratory. Sam, Professor David, I'm done cleaning the place. David, really? Smiling, thanks Sam. Sam, why don't you go have lunch with your daughter? David, she's busy, she said she wanted to meet her friend. Sam, a friend? When you said she was busy, I thought she was busy with her research. Melissa, arriving at the lab. Well, I can't blame you for thinking that. After all, I'm Daddy's daughter. Sam, surprised, hello, miss? Melissa, hi. Sam, standing in the middle of the lab door. Thanks for taking care of Dad. Smiling, since he does nothing but develop inventions all the time. David, you got me there, haha. Laughing a little, but more importantly, why did you get here so fast? Didn't you find them? Melissa, well. All Might, I'm here shaking with excitement for our great reunion. Entering the room while doing some poses. Sam, All Might? The real one, seeing who was behind him, and that kid? All Might, giving his friend a warm hug. I know we've talked recently, but nothing compares to seeing each other in person, moving a few steps apart. David, yes, smiling. All Might, wow. How many years have passed since we last saw each other live? David, stop. Either of you want to think about that, right? Staying silent for a second before both of you start laughing. All Might, it's good to see you again, friend. Getting a little serious, and thanks for helping us with that. David, don't worry, that's what friends are for. Bumping fists, by the way, shouldn't I meet someone? Izuku, why yes. Nervous and nice to meet you. I'm Izuku Midoriya, understanding his hand to shake hands. David, I'm glad to finally meet you, Midoriya-kun, returning the greeting. Melissa has done nothing but talk about you. Melissa, Dad. Blushes. David, and how he wants to make you a new suit, looking at his daughter with a smile, making his daughter pout. Hey Sam, looking at his assistant, take a break, then we can continue with the preparations, okay? Sam, yes, as you say, doctor, leaving through the door, but not without first giving a small look of disgust to everyone in the place, but being so busy they didn't notice. Melissa, Izuku, now I can show you my inventions. Almight, Melissa, could you do me a favor, interrupting her? Melissa, sure, tell me. Almight, could you wait for Izuku's mother's flight to arrive and be her friend? Trying to convince her this place is very big, and they could get lost. Melissa, Mrs. Inko? Okay, pouting a little, but after that nothing will stop me from showing my inventions to Izuku, leaving the place. David, okay, closing the door with a remote. Now you can relax, Toshi. Toshinori, returning to his thin form, thanks, I wasn't exhausted yet, but it's better this way. David, it's worse to see it live, clenching his fists. Why did you never tell me? Toshinori, I'm sorry, I didn't want to worry you, but you can get upset with me later, approaching Izuku and putting his hand on his shoulder. Now we have something very important to tell you. David, I understand, opening a secondary door, please follow me, entering his laboratory. But it looks somewhat messy here, we can analyze you slightly, Izuku. Izuku, slightly? David, yes, because of the exhibition my best machines are there. But don't worry, these will be more than enough to give me an idea. Sitting at the computer for now, take off your shirt and lie down on the stretcher. Izuku, it's okay, taking off his shirt with some care of his wounds, which hurt a little from being hugged like that by Melissa. Once that was done, the stretcher had become a capsule where it immediately began its analysis. It was somewhat slow, so while it finished its entire process, Toshinori and David talked about the new information they had about One for All. The face David made when he found out that the ancient carriers and their quirks were lying inside Izuku left him speechless, and it was even more so when the machine finished its analysis and he saw the results on the computer. David, I am impossible. Toshinori, what's wrong? Worried something's wrong. David, and no, it's not that pressing a button to get Izuku out of there, it's just that, although this machine is not my best creation for this, it is well capable enough to analyze you at your best, Toshi. But with Izuku the result was... Izuku, what? Getting out of the machine and carefully putting his shirt back on. David, undetermined. Izuku/Toshinori, huh? David, it means that the power of One for All has already reached a point that cannot be measured by science today. Izuku/Toshinori, huh? David, answer me something, Midoriya-kun, are those rays you generate from one of the carriers? Izuku, no, they are not thinking, or at least if it is from someone they have not told me. When I unlocked Nana Shimura's float she appeared and told me directly, leaving the doctor very thoughtful. David, and how much can you use the One for All without hurting yourself? Izuku, 10%, that's the amount I can use without any problem. Beyond that I have to make an effort, and if I go any higher my whole body starts to hurt, leaving the doctor even more thoughtful. Toshinori, what are you thinking, David? David, it's just a hypothesis, but staring at Izuku, I think that's a false 10%. Izuku, what? Impressed, what does he mean? David, because the power of One for All is so great that your body could not fully withstand it, and that is where the rays come from. They can be like a defense mechanism, to protect your body from the gigantic load that comes with using it. And the energy that your body cannot withstand is released in the form of rays that surround your body, causing Izuku to look at his hands extremely impressed. Toshinori, what if I could contain all that energy? David, it could be twice as strong, or even 3 times as strong. The place fell silent. No one dared to say another word. The complexity of One for All would have overwhelmed them. Toshinori never thought that the quirk inherited as a sacred flame could reach such extremes, and the fact that that immense power was accompanied by more quirks left him with no doubt in his being. Izuku Midoriya. The boy he chose as his successor would become the strongest hero of all time. Anyone would have been worried that a single person had so much power, but not him. Instead of immense concern, Toshinori's heart and mind were filled with joy. He had already seen the values, dreams, and ideals that young people have, and he knew that there was no one better to carry that burden. That he was certainly not wrong, that Izuku Midoriya was and always will be the best choice he could have made. David, by the way, wanting to change the atmosphere, do you already know what other quirks you will have? Izuku, well, not really. I've had several sensations before, like sometimes I can feel when I'm in danger, or when I have like a boost of speed or strength, or in my battle against Stain I felt a new one, but I don't know how to explain it. It was like my body was speeding up. David, that doesn't say much. Looking at his friend, do you know anything, Toshi? Toshinori, well, from the information I've been able to gather so far about the quirks of the other wielders besides my teacher, the sixth wielder's quirk was called Smoke Screen and the fifth's was called Black Whip, but beyond that I haven't found anything yet. Izuku, Smoke Screen, Black Whip. Extending his hands, I wonder when I can use them? About to activate the OFA. Toshinori, stop looking at his successor who stopped his actions. I know what you're planning. I know you, Izuku. Izuku, huh? Toshinori, you heard the doctor. No need to activate your quirk. Speaking to him with authority. Also, first try to properly master my teacher's quirk before trying to use another one, understood? Izuku, yes, slightly lowering his head, sorry. Toshinori, don't worry, taking his hand to Izuku's head, ruffling his hair a little. You'll be able to master them all. Don't be in such a hurry. Izuku, more animated, yes. David, watching all that in silence. Wow, I never thought I'd see Toshinori like that, smiling. They look like a father teaching his son, managing to see through a camera how Melissa approached. Hey Midoriya-kun, Melissa is already on her way. Why don't you go with her to see the inventions that are in the exhibition? Pressing a button to open the doors of the laboratory. I'll stay here with Toshinori to talk and remember the old times. Toshinori, now who is the one who talks like an old man? Ha! Izuku, making a small bow. Thank you very much. I will do that, slowly leaving the place. After that the young man left the place, leaving the adults alone. The laughter they had vanished since that new information was extremely delicate, but they knew that the best thing for now was not to overwhelm Izuku with that truth. And once Izuku left the laboratory straight to the hallway, he ran into Melissa. That was a surprise. Those young people had slightly collided with each other, but as if it were a mere instinct, Izuku held Melissa tightly by the waist. His intention was that she would not fall again like when they met again. The problem arose that once it happened, their faces were staring at each other, and the fact that Izuku held her firmly by her hips and Melissa held on to his chest did not help. Melissa, oh, smiling, your hands are stronger than I remembered. Izuku, aye, staring at her, and unfortunately for him that dream where she participated came back to his mind. Melissa, what's wrong, Izuku? Smiling mischievously, I'm really embarrassed that you're staring at me so intently. And there are a lot of cameras here, plus widening her smile, or do you not care that someone can see us? Izuku, no. Blushing heavily. Melissa, phew, ha, letting go of Izuku's arms. Calm down, I was just joking. Now come, taking him by the hand and dragging him, follow me. After that, Melissa quickly took Izuku to her laboratory, where the first thing she showed him was the prototype of her new suit. But unfortunately she couldn't give it to him yet, since they still had to do a lot of paperwork and other bureaucracy to be able to import it to Japan. But that didn't matter. After all, the suit looked incredible, and what she liked most was that she could still add more improvements to it, and the only thing Izuku had to do was ask Melissa for them. But the day wouldn't last forever, and they still had a lot of things to see, so a very excited Melissa took Izuku by the hand, and they left her laboratory to see the other inventions, making him take a last look at her new suit before leaving. Pavilion of Inventions. Izuku, amazing. Looking in all directions, all these hero items haven't even been announced yet. Melissa, hee, that's what an exhibition consists of, pointing to a screen which was playing a video. That vehicle is called Beagle. It is a multi-purpose vehicle, and not only can it fly, it is designed to move underwater at high speed. Izuku, with that vehicle, help can arrive faster if a disaster occurs in the middle of the ocean. Melissa, yes. Excited, but he doesn't come alone, moving to another position until reaching a tank with a suit inside being submerged in water in case there is a shipwreck and there are still people inside an air bubble. There is this suit, with which the divers can dive up to 7,000 meters under the sea. Izuku, that's very deep. Watching another exhibition, and what does that one do? Walking towards a helmet which Melissa quickly puts on and activates. Melissa, with this helmet you can be one step ahead of your opponent. After all, it has 36 different sensors implemented. Smiling, with this you can see danger from any side. Izuku, I can see too much, but I feel like it's something inferior to that sensation that warns me of danger without me having to see it. Taking off his helmet, these inventions are incredible. Melissa, did you create them? Melissa, well, hee. Scratching cheek, not really. All these inventions were created and patented by my dad. Izuku, wow, impressed. Dr. Shield is amazing. Managing to hear some voices with comments they didn't like. Scientists, hey, look, she's the daughter of Director Shield. Really, what is he doing here? Isn't it obvious? He probably wants to stick to his father's fame. You're right, how unpleasant. We have had to work hard all our lives to get to where we are, and this girl comes with her influences believing she is one of us. I know, and the worst thing of all is that his inventions are not even that good. He is clearly the shadow of his father. Comments came and went, full of rancor, jealousy, and resentment towards a poor girl who did nothing but clench her fists. Her facial expression did not change, implying that she was already used to hearing all that, but the trembling of her fist showed that it did affect her. At that sight, something had provoked Izuku, who held Melissa's hand, preventing her from continuing to tremble, preventing her from feeling alone in the face of that. He didn't say anything, there was no need. He took a single look at those guys who, upon recognizing him, fled the place as quickly as possible. When they were alone, neither of them said anything. With their hands still together, Izuku waited for Melissa to speak, which didn't happen. Melissa, each and every item here was built by Dad. He helps heroes all over the world. With his inventions and hard work, he has helped many people all over the world. Somewhat depressed, compared to me, I'm not that good. Even originally he was going to make your suit, but I practically begged him to let me do it, shedding some tears. Sorry for not telling you, Izuku. I'll understand if you want him to be the one to do it, and not being stopped. Izuku, Melissa holding her hand a little tighter. What is your father's best invention? Melissa, I don't know, many have asked him, but he always says it's a secret. Izuku, well, I think I know what it is. Smiling. Melissa, huh? Staring at him and smiling. Which one? Izuku, widening his smile. You. Melissa, what? Shedding a few more tears. Izuku, why are you surprised? From what I've seen, you admire your father a lot. That's why I think he's worked harder than anyone else to feel deserving of that admiration. What does it matter if you're not as good an inventor as him? We're still young and we're just starting out, but you still strive to be better every day. I learned that when you spent a few days at Momo's house. Melissa, Izuku, but even knowing that I'm not as good an inventor as my father, you want me to make your suit? Izuku, I wouldn't want anyone else to do it. After all, giving him a very radiant smile, you are my inventor and I am your client, right? With that, Melissa's heart skipped a beat, feeling that someone else trusted her to continue with her inventions besides her father gave her great joy. In that instant she understood. She knew why he already had 2 girls interested in him, and she came to think that if it weren't that way she might consider him for something more than a friend. Melissa, sorry about that. Wiping away tears. You must think I'm like a little girl who does nothing but cry. Izuku, that's not true. Shaking his head. If you knew how many times I've cried, haha. But once my father told me that it's okay to cry, but to never give up on my dreams and ideals. Melissa, remembering Izuku's words in his fight against Stain. Izuku, I'm still not sure if that ideal can become a reality, but maybe you? The young people remained silent for a few seconds. Despite still holding their hands together, there was no discomfort in them, nor was there the feeling of discomfort. It was even pleasant for both of them. But everything changed when they heard some voices that scared them. Uraraka, I see you're having fun. Midoriya-kun with an expression that's hard to decipher. Izuku, Uraraka-san! Nervously releasing Melissa while seeing several of her classmates. Uraraka, I see you're having fun. Midoriya-kun. Izuku, why did you say it again? Jiro, Midoriya moving his jacks. We heard everything. Izuku, Jiro-san's jacks are terrifying. Mina, Midori, That was very nice of you to say, but… Izuku, Ashido-san too. Momo, Ajum pretending to cough, scaring Izuku when he recognizes his voice and turns his head slowly. Shoko, Izuku, staring at him while making a cute pout, silly. Izuku, CC girl's eye. Melissa, Momo, running towards her to hug her. I'm glad to see you again and to know that you're okay. Momo, don't worry Melissa, returning the hug. Both Shoko and I are fine. Melissa, Shoko? Looking at her while smiling, have you become such good friends? Shoko, yeah, well, looking away, several things happened, plus it's normal for friends to call each other by their first names, right? Melissa, of course. Breaking free from Momo's hug, can I also call you by your… Shoko, no. Melissa, huh? Why? Pouting, you already call me by mine. Shoko, you are a Westerner, for you it is normal, but in our country it is different. Izuku, approaching the girls, come on Shoko, don't be like that, we're all friends here. Shoko, blushes a little, I'll think about it. Melissa, I'll settle for that. Hugging her suddenly. Shoko, hey, let me go. Trying to separate without success. Izuku/Momo, haha, laughing with joy. Jiro, looking at everything a few steps away next to the other girls, hey, don't you think something changed in them? Uraraka, after that experience of fighting against that villain, it is normal that they are more united. Mina, it could be, but smiling mischievously, could it be that they… Uraraka/Jiro, don't think such things in public. Blushes to know what he meant. Melissa, separating from Shoko and looking at the other girls, I've already heard some things about you, smiling, I'm glad to meet you. Would you like to go get some tea so we can properly introduce ourselves? Cafe. Melissa, talking to the girls, oh, you all have had experience working as professional heroes, you are amazing girls. Uraraka, hee scratching her head with some embarrassment, it's not that big of a deal, I was just training and patrolling. Jairu, I was caught in an incident, but all I did was evacuate the people. Mina, mine was the same as Uraraka's, pouting, nothing exciting happened. Momo, believe me, I would have loved it to have been just simple training and patrols, rubbing her arm, just remembering that murderer still makes me nervous. Mina, I'm sorry, wanting to change the subject, and what about you all? Seeing how she was very close to Izuku while he was nervous, oh I see you're busy, smiling with annoyance, yees. Shoko, huh? Realizing that they were watching her, what were they talking about? Momo, about how our internships were, standing up from the table, pouting and sitting back down on the other side of Izuku, Cheetah whispering. Jiro, smiling, that girl, defend yours, don't let yourself be defeated. Shoko, sorry, answering him, it wasn't that bad, I learned to control my flames a little better, and regarding the hero killer, it was a tough battle, seeing Izuku and Momo remembering the conversation with Mirko, but I guess it brought good things, smiling slightly. Melissa, wow, those two really want it, you all are amazing. Jairu, well, if we talk about doing amazing things, apart from Yayorozu and Todoroki, the one who stood out the most was Midoriya. Mina, that's right. Excited, it was like watching the USJ incident again. Izuku, it's not that big of a deal. Mina, don't be modest, Midori, not everyone would have done the same thing. Jiro, true, and what surprises me the most is that even the heroine Mirko taught you those movements. Kirishima, not to mention that amazing dream. Scaring everyone. Everyone, Kirishima. Kirishima, hi, calmly greeting to sit next to Mina and Jiro. By the way, Midoriya, your mother asked me to tell you that she would spend the whole day relaxing at the hotel, that you shouldn't worry about her, smiling, she is a very kind and nice woman. Momo/Melissa, it's true. Talking at the same time just to see each other and laugh a little. Shoko, pouting slightly and whispering to Momo, now who's the cheater? Being ignored by a nervous Momo. Izuku, I'm sorry I didn't come to find you sooner, Kirishima. Kirishima, don't worry, it was thanks to you that I was able to come to this place, downplaying it. Also, after seeing how Shield-san took us to the hotel, he left quickly to go with you, so I assumed you were busy. Melissa, I already told you that you can call me Melissa, looking at Izuku and the girls, but let's say that I wanted to be with Izuku again. Momo/Shoko, holding Izuku's arms while he endured the pain. Izuku, my body is still not fully recovered. Looking around, I need help, receiving it from the least expected person. Mineta, here are your drinks, handing them over to the table. Sorry for the wait. Everyone, Mineta? Surprised to see him wearing a waiter suit, making Momo and Shoko release Izuku. Izuku, Mineta-kun? Confused, how did you get in here? Mineta, I got a job, pointing behind him, showing his other partner Kaminari, and I saw that there were jobs available today for the exhibition, and we applied. Despite being for 2 days, the pay is good, and the extra money comes in handy, having a perverted smile, and with some luck being able to get a date with a cute girl. At that perverted look, the girls instinctively stepped back a little. For their part, Mina and Jiro got closer to Kirishima, while Melissa quickly got behind Izuku while holding him by the shoulders, and as she still had Shoko and Momo at her side, it was a sight that caught Mineta's attention enormously. Mineta, lucky bastard! Starting to cry blood, wasn't it enough to always have Yaoyorozu and Todoroki by your side? Getting his partner's attention, you spent your internships with Mirko, even though you said you would do them with another professional, and to top it off, now a beautiful American blonde also approaches you. Kaminari, hitting him on the head with a tray. Hey, relax a little, man. With that attitude you could scare the customers, and if that happens, we could be fired. Jiro, wow, impressed. I didn't think you could act responsibly. Kaminari, what can I say? Smiling, I have my moments. Mina, what surprises me the most is that there are more and more of us in this place. I just hope that Bakugo and Ida are not here. Frowning, I wouldn't like them to ruin the good atmosphere. Kaminari, don't worry, they're not here. Jiro, and how do you know? Kaminari, being a minor, one of the requirements was to have the authorization of our parents and the academy to be able to work, so I called Aizawa-sensei to help us, and so he did. It was at that moment that I heard him talking to Present Mike about how he still had to accompany Bakugo to his anger management therapies. Uraraka, I don't think that will help much, winning everyone's affirmation. And how do you know about Ida? Mineta, you'd be surprised to know what one of the waiters manages to hear, causing Kaminari to affirm, according to what we heard this year, Ida's family would not send any of them because they are still in the public eye after the statements of that murderer. Melissa, Ida? Thoughtfully, that last name sounds familiar to me. I think they once wanted to form an alliance with my father, but he rejected them, and the last thing I heard is that they kept insisting. Momo, it's good to know that. Shoko, but let's change the subject. Kirishima, you're right. Thinking for a few seconds, when I was coming here I saw a competition to destroy robots in the shortest time possible. Excited, do you want to go? Uraraka, sounds fun. Mina, I want to see too. Kirishima, looking at Izuku, will you participate? Izuku, feeling the gaze of Momo and Shoko, knowing what they were thinking. I'm sorry, Kirishima-kun, but my body is not completely healed yet, and the doctor warned me not to activate my quirk, so I'll just keep seeing what else the exhibition has to offer, knowing that if I saw the test I would want to participate. Kirishima, I understand. Looking at the girls, and you? Shoko, if Izuku doesn't go, I don't have any intention of going either. Speaking directly. Momo, I am still a little tired because of what I went through too, lying shamelessly since I didn't want to leave Izuku and Shoko alone. Melissa, I still have to teach Izuku a lot of things. Excited is more, taking him by the hand. Let's go. Dragging him. Momo/Shoko, getting up immediately to follow him. Kirishima, with a drop of sweat running down his forehead, it seems like they'll be a bit busy looking at the other girls. Shall we go? Uraraka, Jiro, Mina, sure, okay, yes. After that, the two groups went in opposite directions, all under the watchful eye of a calm Kaminari, but a very jealous Mineta who did not stop crying blood. During their journey, the boys not only visited the different stands of inventions from different scientists, they also passed by food stands of all kinds, from takoyakis, cotton candy, ice cream, or any other type of food they could imagine. For many minutes the four of them had fun walking around the place, but the heat was intense, and the ice cream and cold drinks did not help to reduce the heat, so Melissa suggested that they could go to the artificial beach, which Momo quickly accepted. After all, it was not the first time that Izuku saw her in a swimsuit. For her part, Shoko also remembered that detail, so without hesitation she also accepted. And while they were still talking about that plan, someone unexpectedly hugged Izuku from behind and with great ease picked him up, hugged him and began to shake him as if he were a stuffed animal. Izuku B. But what? Star, you knew you were his little brother. Very happy. Izuku, recognizing his voice. Star? Star, haha, you don't have to be so formal with me, lowering it under the accusatory gaze of Momo, and Shoko, you can call me without any problem, sister. Izuku, am better, not nervous, wanting to change the subject. B. But since when have you been here? Star, you're so bad pretending to be sad, but oh well, it doesn't matter. Later you can call me sister, smiling and well, answering your question. I've been here for a few hours, but I almost have to go. Izuku, so fast? Star, yes, discouraged this time. I came for work, so once I finish I have to leave immediately, getting back in spirits and taking Izuku by the shoulders. But even so, when I saw you in the distance I couldn't help but come to congratulate you for that battle, messing up her hair, but above all for having such a noble ideal, making Momo and Shoko smile when they remember it. But Melissa puts on a somewhat melancholic face, being noticed by Star. I feel very proud of you, he receiving a message on her phone which she checks. It seems like it's time for me to go. Izuku, do you really have to go already? Can't you stay a little longer? Star, I'm afraid so, but it's okay, smiling with some mischief. After all, I wouldn't want to keep interrupting my little brother's date with these pretty ladies, widening his smile. Who would have thought that shy boy would end up in this type of relationship? Haha. Izuku, and no. Momo, Izuku, let's go, blushes. Shoko, Momo is right, also blushing. We must take advantage of the time, starting to drag it. Star, have fun saying goodbye to them. But before she leaves, Melissa stops her. Do you have a minute? Melissa, oh of course, somewhat nervous. What's wrong? Star, I could see the kind of face you made when we talked about the ideal of him. Melissa, thinking he would get upset. What, not me. Star, I understand you. Melissa, huh? Star, that ideal is very fanciful. It is more like a childhood dream. Even if I tried, I am sure that I would fail instantly. Melissa, with trembling lips, too. Star, but, watching Izuku's back walk away while smiling, I choose to believe in him, causing Melissa to remain silent. After all, the new generations are destined to surpass their predecessors, imagining Izuku walking further than Almight. Melissa, clenching her fists a little. Star, I'm not asking you to blindly believe in it. This is simple advice, turning around to start leaving. Just be open-minded enough to trust in a noble dream. That must have been it. The professional heroine had given her advice to a young woman who seemed indecisive, yet there was still a question in Melissa's heart that invaded her, and before Star left she spoke. Melissa, what happens when someone achieves their ideals? Star, stopping what isn't obvious. Slowly turning around while smiling. Those people are the ones we call artificial beach. Izuku, with his shirt still on. Wow, this must be where they start testing the aquatic inventions, seeing that there was no one, although I wonder if it will be okay for us to be here. Momo, coming up from behind. Melissa wouldn't have brought us if it wasn't possible. Now relax and let's go for a swim a bit. Izuku, yes, you are turning around looking at his swimsuit, right? Momo, noticing how Izuku's cheeks blushed a little, making her happy about it. What's wrong, Izuku? Smiling, it's not the first time you've seen me in a swimsuit. Izuku, well, that's true, but it's just that. Momo, yes? The girl waited patiently for his answer. The fact that she noticed that Izuku found her body attractive for some reason didn't bother her like it did when other men did. On the contrary, when she noticed it in Izuku, she was happy about it. But before he could answer her, she was interrupted by a Shoko, causing Momo to pout tenderly. Shoko, Izuku showing her ball suit and highlighting her attributes. At that, Izuku's blush had increased, and how could it not be? After all, in front of him was Shoko wearing a swimsuit which clearly showed her proportions, despite not having breasts as big as Momo's. That didn't matter. Her slender abdomen, her perfectly worked waist, and those fleshy thighs left him speechless. And it was all worse when that evil girl asked something that she knew would make that boy even more nervous. Shoko, what's wrong, Izuku? Slightly moving her waist. Did the sights leave you speechless? Extremely nervous inside. Oh my god, Fuyumi, I know I told you I would always listen to you, but you're going too fast. Melissa, sorry for the wait. Arriving at the place, I had to get another swimsuit. The last one I put on no longer fit me, not measuring her words while Izuku and the girls watched her. At that personal landscape, seeing the three girls together, the poor boy's heart couldn't take it anymore. Although he didn't want it, the memories of that deep dream continued to torment him. Needing to cool his thoughts as soon as possible, he quickly took off his shirt without noticing that the girls were staring at him. All three blushed at that sight. Those well-worked muscles, with some sweat running down them and the scars on them, left them speechless, and they understood how Izuku must have felt. It wasn't long before everyone was in the water to cool their hormonal minds, where once again relaxed they put all that aside, or at least as much as they could, to have fun, splashing water, floating calmly, playing gently by throwing a small beach ball, and so the hours passed until they noticed that the sun was already setting. They had to leave already, and the last to come out of the water was Melissa, but the way she did it left Izuku speechless again. At that moment there was no doubt in his mind, Melissa's shield was as beautiful as Momo Yayorozu and Shoko Todoroki. After that they quickly dried off and then changed. On the way back to their rooms, Melissa took the opportunity to send a message to everyone inviting them to the party that would be held in the central tower that night. This action was clearly celebrated and accepted, so everyone decided to meet at the entrance of the tower at a certain time. Central tower, upper floors, security zone. Henchmen. Locking the gagged guards in a small room. We have them. There were 5 guards. Everything is going according to plan. Making a phone call. The security system is still working. Wolfram. Well, we'll start in a few minutes. Be ready. Hanging up. Everything is fine. Putting on a mask. We'll move too. Starting to walk. It was a damn good fortune that the star heroine has already left. Central tower, reception. Izuku. Hi guys, arriving at the place. I'm sorry I'm late. Kirishima. Impressed. Midoriya. That suit is amazing. Izuku, really? Thanks. Scratching his cheek. Ruji-san gave me some advice on how to dress for these cases. Hehe. Kaminari. Even though your tie is misaligned. Izuku. I've never really learned how to do it. Normally it's Momo. Normally I'm the one who helps him. Arriving at the place accompanied by Jiro, Uraraka and her parents. Even after so much time you still haven't learned, Izuku? Speaking with some grace in her voice as she approached his chest and gently fixed his tie. Ready, now it's done. Izuku. Thanks Momo, I promise I'll try to learn so you don't have to keep helping me with that. Momo, with a tender pout. And who said I want to stop helping you? AI. Oh, how adorable they look. They remind me of us when we were young, don't you think, darling? Entering the place with great elegance. Ruji. Well, I'm not that slow. AI. I'm glad to see you again. Izuku-kun, bowing slightly. I personally thank you for paying off my daughter a little while ago. I'm glad to see that both of you keep your promise to support each other. Leaving the bow, by the way, smiling angelically while continuing to pinch her husband. Where is your mother? I would like to talk to Inko-san again. Izuku. With a drop of sweat running down her forehead, she preferred to continue resting at the hotel. AI. I understand. It's a shame starting to walk while dragging a poor Ruji begging for help, which will never come. Tell her that she is more than welcome to come back with us on our private jet. Izuku. Why yes, not knowing how to react to what he saw. I'll tell him. AI. Smiling. Honey, we'll be waiting for you upstairs. Don't take long to go. Momo. Yes, Mom. Watching how they left the place. Melissa. Arriving right after. Sorry for the delay guys. With a radiant smile. Mineta. Starting to cry. An angel has arrived. Kaminari. Calm down, Mineta. Jairu. Well, this is already weird. What the hell happened to you? Kaminari. WLI. Blushes a little. Hehe. After the story. Melissa. Hi. Izuku, approaching his friend. I'm glad you arrived, and let me tell you that suit looks great on you. Izuku. Blushes a little. Hehe. Thanks. Melissa. And tell me, leaning slightly to one side, don't you have something to tell me? That was a harsh statement. Of course no man understood it. It was only the girls who did. Jiro looked at Momo, waiting for her to do something. Uraraka looked at Melissa, and if Mina had been there she would be pouting a lot, claiming that Shoko wasn't there. But none of that mattered when she appeared. As elegant as she could be, in a black suit that highlighted her slender figure, her dress reached to her ankles, but still showed a bit of those long legs with those well-worked thighs. Everyone stared at her, But she didn't stop, she didn't look anywhere else, she simply walked up to be in front of Izuku. And standing next to Momo and Melissa she spoke. Shoko, Izuku with a cute smile, what do you think of my dress? Speaking directly. Melissa, I already asked you a question, answer me Izuku. Momo, I would also like to know what you think. Shoko, Melissa, Momo, which one do you like more? Speaking at the same time. Challenging glances were the only thing that was transmitted. The thing was more intense between Momo and Shoko, since for Melissa that was just a way to bother him, but she never expected that boy's response. Izuku, embarrassed, but gathering courage from where I didn't know I can't decide which dress is more beautiful, making the three of them look discouraged since I think that all three of you blushes are gorgeous. Those words left the place in silence. The three girls involved in that compliment blushed very noticeably. Melissa did not understand him at all, she did it as a simple joke, but the fact of having been called beautiful by Izuku caused her immense joy. For his part, Mineta was biting his shirt so as not to make any scandal out of the immense envy he was feeling at that moment. Kaminari only proceeded to write down what he could of those words while Kirishima laughed with some discomfort, while Jiro and Uraraka just looked at each other with some doubt. After all, they knew that continuing in that way could lead to something bad in the public eye. Safety zone. Henchman, talking on the phone, sir, we already have control of the island's security system. We are ready when you say so. Wolfram, on the other end of the call, excellent. We'll wait a few more minutes until everyone at the party has their guard down. Henchman, yes, sir, ending the call. Party. Uraraka, wow, amazed by the elegant decorations, all this must have cost a fortune, whispering I can't even afford a new phone. Momo, managing to hear that to smile. Extra heroes, seeing that they had arrived, hey look, that is Izuku Midoriya. It's true, the young promise. And she is next to the heiress of the Yayorozu, and the successor of Endeavor. Businessmen, he looked taller on television. There they are, the heiress Yayorozu. Now I see why they rejected the marriage proposal with my son TCH. Comments came and went about it, where clearly the majority were dedicated to Izuku, although nobody dared to speak to him directly since they sensed that trying to sign a contract with him would be useless. Even so, someone was stubborn enough to try. Approaching Izuku, but look who we have here with a very ostentatious suit, and with a very marked tone of voice. It is a real pleasure for everyone here to have the presence of the young and promising star. Izuku, confused, excuse me, I don't know you, but extending his hand in greeting, nice to meet you. Of course not, kid, rejecting the greeting until you're barely important enough to meet me, plus smiling egotistically, I am Momo, the president of one of my father's most important partners, frowning. Mr. Aways. Mr. Aways, oh young lady Yayorozu, I'm glad you remember me. Tell me, have you already considered proposing marriage to my son? Momo, I regret to inform you that this will not be possible, Mr. Aways, since I have no intention of marrying your son ever. Mr. Aways, we'll see about that, damn brat, keeping up appearances. I'll keep insisting until I see that it's the best for both parties. But now I have another pending matter. Staring at Izuku, tell me, young man, wouldn't you like to be part of my company to manage your image? Impressing those who listen to him. Izuku, being interrupted. Mr. Aways, I can offer you everything that a young man like you could wish for, money, fame, beautiful women, whatever you want. Now he is the one who is interrupted. Ryuji, oh, but what do we have here? Arriving in front of his daughter and Izuku. Mr. Aways, nervous, hello Yayorozu-san, what? Ryuji, am I making myself here? Smiling, well, let's say I heard that you were wanting to involve Izuku in your company, but what do you think? Taking his hand to Izuku's shoulder while smiling, you came too late. This young man already has a contract of total and absolute exclusivity so that only my company can manage his image in the future. Smiling, in fact he has had it for many months ago. Mr. Aways, what? Incredulous, that's impossible, he's even just starting out. Ryuji, that's the difference between us, you only look at those who are already at the top. Staring at him with an extremely serious look, better give up, this young man is already part of the Yayorozu Industries. Mr. Aways, damn. Ryuji, oh by the way, since you're here, I'll give you this back, taking a wad of letters out of his suit. These are all the marriage proposals you sent, handing them over by force. You better give up. I will never accept an arranged marriage for my daughter, and if you send another letter I will permanently end our partnership. Mr. Oways, clenching his fists, damn cocky, tch walking away from the place silently, but very annoyed. Damn ye Yorsis, each and every one of you will pay for this. Presenter, ladies and gentlemen, calling everyone's attention, wanting to calm the atmosphere. Welcome everyone to the reception party for the Island exhibition. This is a place where we can socialize, so let's leave personal matters for another occasion. Today we have a very special guest, who, despite not having appeared much lately, honors us with his presence. Please let's all give him a big round of applause. Starting to applaud, being followed by everyone. Almight, a little uncomfortable. David, I didn't come for this. David, it was obvious that they would do this when they saw Almight here trying to push him uselessly, but not giving up. At least tell them something. Almight, going up on stage and taking the microphone. You'll have to forgive me, but I don't have anything prepared. Looking at David, because nobody told me about this, making everyone laugh. The truth is I don't have much to say. I simply want to thank all of you for your constant support, and the heroes who have kept the peace while I've taken a little break. So all I have left to say is that I hope you enjoyed this party. He finished his words. Even though they were not the best, it was not necessary. The mere fact that he was the one saying them was enough for everyone to want to hear them, and the fact that the #1 hero of Japan and one of the strongest in the world thanked them was more than enough for them to start applauding. And with that the party had begun. Quickly the different groups divided themselves to be able to enjoy everything that the place offered them. Uraraka and Kirishima went to the buffet table when they saw the different types of dishes divided between meats and desserts. Jiro and Mina went to the musicians section to watch them perform their music and dance a little. Others like Mineta wanted to go flirt with as many girls as he could, but Kaminari was there to prevent him from going too far. For his part, Izuku was quickly surrounded by a bunch of young girls, belonging to the families of various businessmen or people of great value. All wanted to dance with him, not because they really liked him, they did it simply to gain status among the others in their classes. At that image the three girls had different reactions. Melissa had a nervous laugh, Shoko had a frown and a terrifying look, on the other hand Momo just pouted. And even though Izuku rejected them as politely as possible, they kept cornering him. At that sight, Momo took a small drink that a waiter was passing and drank it, without realizing that the drink contained some alcohol. Izuku, please, I asked you again, trying to separate himself from several girls. Being interrupted. Momo, it's not fair. Hip with a red face and walking towards Izuku while staggering a little. Izuku, Momo, are you okay? Leaving subtleties aside, pushing those girls aside and quickly reaching his friend who was already attracting attention. Momo, no hic. I'm not okay. Izuku, remembering the last time he saw her like that. Oh no, she must have drank some alcohol. Let's go get some fresh air, okay? Momo, Izuku Midori, yeah. Avoiding being dragged, don't want to change the subject, taking him by the cheeks. You are very unfair. I already have enough with Shoko and Melissa, so you also attract more girls. Izuku, hey, calm down, noticing everyone's gaze, they're watching us. Momo, even when Shoko and I woke up in the same bed with you, you still attract more women. Starting to tear up, do we seem like disposable women to you? The place went completely silent, even the musicians stopped playing. Era with his hand on his cheek. Ruji, throwing his drink to the ground, breaking the glass. Mineta, with jaw wide open. Kirishima, bro. Shaking head, that's not right. Uraraka, Mina, Jiro, blushing heavily as they let themselves be carried away by their imagination. Izuku, WHW. Almight, OHSHIT. Faced with this revelation, the poor boy didn't know what to do. His nerves had returned to what they were before he started his whole adventure. Receiving so many glances paralyzed him. Fortunately, she wasn't alone, as both Shoko and Melissa dragged them out of the party while a somewhat blushing Shoko told them that it wasn't true. His friends tried to follow them, but they had left so quickly that they didn't know which floor they had gone to, so they decided to split up to look for him, and if they didn't find him in a few minutes they would meet again at the reception. While those involved in that incident had reached an intermediate floor of the tower, it was quite large, with a roof that extended far above average, surrounded by vast vegetation and small ponds with water flowing over them. For an instant they were alone in that place. Central Tower, 80th floor. Melissa, well, it's here, moving away from the retro to go to a small cubicle. Izuku, what is this place? Still blushing, helping a Momo walk with the help of Shoko. Melissa, this is the 80th floor of the tower. Here they specialize in everything that has to do with nature and its uses that can be applied, such as taking from a small compartment this. Returning to them help me so that Momo drinks this liquid. Shoko, will that help her? Melissa, yes, this is still in development, but it has been discovered that it can eliminate some toxins from the body, and it has also been seen that it helps the body to assimilate alcohol from its system more quickly. Izuku, and is it safe? Melissa, of course, in theory, whispering the last thing. Izuku, what? Melissa, here we go, giving Momo that liquid to drink. Once that was done, the poor girl coughed a lot. In her words, she would say that it was the most bitter thing she had ever tasted up to that point in her life. But it really was effective, since within a few minutes Momo slowly regained her senses. That was faster than expected, and knowing from Izuku that Momo was very bad with alcohol, he sensed that she must not have drank much, and that helped its effect to pass so quickly. Inevitably they had to tell her what had happened and what she had said, and in the face of that information Momo could only cry. But why did she do it? Shame? Fear? Self-reproach? Or even all of them together? Nobody knew, but Izuku wasn't going to allow her to blame herself for something she couldn't control. Izuku, Momo, enough taking her by the shoulders, that wasn't your fault. Momo, but what will they think of us now? Shoko, remembering Mirko's words, let them think what they want. We know the truth, and for me that is more than enough. Melissa, wait? Did that really happen? Shoko, yes, but it's not how you imagine it. After those words, Shoko told her how they got into that situation in the first place, clearly leaving out the sharing part. Naturally, she was initially shocked, but as the words came out she understood everything, so she also tried to encourage Momo to stop looking so melancholic. Momo, I'm a fool, still with some tears in her eyes. I caused all this just because I wanted to be the one to dance with Izuku. Izuku, Momo, approaching her, I'm sorry. I'm sorry for being so indecisive on these issues. I didn't want to dance with any of those girls either because... Momo, there is no need to teach Izuku. Izuku, I just wanted to dance with you three. Momo, Shoko, Melissa, what? Izuku, yes, being honest, the only girls I would like to dance with are you. Staring at you. You three are the ones who have supported me the most throughout this time. You are my best friends. You are the ones I spend the most time with and the ones I talk to the most. You know me like I know you. That's why I, stopping talking. What was he about to do? About to say? He didn't know, his mind, but mostly his heart was beating faster and faster. He felt different. He felt strange. He could even swear that when he was next to those three girls was when he was truly happy. But was it right? Was that okay? The mere fact of contemplating that remote possibility overwhelmed him. Wasn't he being selfish? So many questions came to his mind, but all that was left aside when he heard the sweet laughter of the girls. Momo, haha, wiping away tears as always, so greedy. Shoko, it's true, haha, staring at him, but if it weren't that way you wouldn't be yourself. Melissa, look, saying those things to three different girls in a place as nice as this can be taken differently. Izuku, haha. With his mouth half open in surprise, with his heart calming down a little but still beating strongly, he just smiled. He knew that one day he would have to be clear about what he felt, but until then he will be next to the three of them. Izuku, I'm sorry. Shoko, you don't have to do it, moving to the right. Melissa, although if you want to do something to apologize, moving to the left. Izuku, what should I do? Momo, it's simple. With her heart calmer, with her face transmitting genuine happiness, Momo walked forward without stopping, passing by Izuku's side until she reached the edge of a small lake. Without saying a single word, the girl quickly took off her shoes and without any fear entered this lake. Despite it being nighttime outside, the light in that apartment gave the sensation of a beautiful sunny day. Taking one step, then another, and so on a few more times. Momo stopped, and with a calm but firm breathing she turned slowly, making the waves of the water produced be harmonious. With a beautiful smile and a beautiful blush on her face she slightly lifted her dress, and leaning slightly she looked him straight in the eyes and said a word that did not seem like an order, nor a plea. With a tone as natural as if it were the most normal thing between them she said, "Let's dance." With her hair moving gently with the fans which were increased in power by Melissa for this moment. But she didn't stop there, she had quickly turned off the lights except for a few. That gave the impression that they were in the middle of a night full of stars, and as a final touch but no less important she activated the floor speakers to play a song. After all, it wouldn't be a good dance without a good song. Momo gently raised her right hand, still smiling, waiting patiently. Luckily, the wait wasn't long, since Izuku responded to that call, and without caring about getting his shoes wet, he entered the lake slowly, producing the same harmonic waves in the water, and they both held hands. Walking slowly until they were in the middle of it, they stared at each other, motionless. They waited until the waves dispersed. With their eyes closed, Momo slightly lifted her dress again while making a small bow to her dance partner, and once she finished it was Izuku's turn, who brought his right hand to his chest, closed his eyes and bowed his head for a second. It was like that. When they were ready, Momo extended her two hands and then Izuku held them firmly, and they began to dance. They were clumsy, lacking grace, not because they didn't know how, it was just that they didn't want to do it well. They wanted to have fun outside of all protocol or etiquette, spinning around like little children. The tip of Momo's dress subtly touched the tip of the water, causing more and more beautifully synchronized waves to surround them with each turn. After a few seconds they got closer, so close that they could see that even though Momo was still taller than Izuku, there was not that much difference anymore. She took the opportunity to look at his face in detail, while he held her by the waist. There she understood, Izuku had changed since the first time she met him. Although he still had very tender expressions in her opinion, his features were increasingly more marked. Before her she was seeing the slow but constant formation of a man, and despite everything, she was happy to have been there from the beginning. The minutes passed. During that time both Shoko and Melissa joined the dance, exchanging partners every so often. None was superior to the other, they all had the same treatment, they all shared the same dance time, they all had fun in the same way, with slight variations or surprises like a faster turn. A turn to their partner at that moment, or a slightly closer dance was all that Izuku did so that they would not get bored. At that moment nothing mattered, they had forgotten all their problems or obligations, in that forest under the stars. The four of them were happy, and that was all that mattered. But unfortunately, that was about to end. Attention, this is an announcement from Island security system. Explosives have been detected in the Expo area. Island will now be entering alert mode. Residents and tourists should return to their homes or accommodations. We will be safe as long as we follow the instructions. Anyone found outside within 10 minutes will be arrested without warning. Most main buildings will be closed by the security system. Central Tower, party. Wolfram, entering with his team, pointing their weapons at all the guests. Just what you heard. We have taken control of the security system. If you think about opposing, just by showing on the screens the different security robots throughout the island, the security machines will show their fangs to all the innocent people on this island. All the people on this island are now hostages. Of course, you are too. Almight, as if I were going to leave. Wolfram, now! Giving the order through his communicator. At that moment, dozens of movement restriction devices came out of the ground and imprisoned all the heroes in the place, including Almight, who had to be restrained by several of those machines, and despite the fact that he was slowly breaking free, he had no choice but to stop. Wolfram, shooting at the ceiling with his gun, don't move, Almight, or the next bullet won't go to the ceiling but to someone's head standing next to him. If I see you make a single suspicious movement, don't have the slightest doubt that I will kill all I can, and you won't be able to save them in time, giving him a strong kick right in his wound, knocking him to the ground. This is a warning for everyone else who wants to be brave, so stay quiet. Extra heroes, resigned. Wolfram, okay. Good boys, now looking at Professor Shield while a sinister smile appeared on his lips. It's time to have fun.
Let me know in the comments below if you guys want the next part. Also check out my other video that has been shown and left. Thank you for watching. If you enjoyed this video please like and share this video. And have a fantastic day. Bye.